get more mana back. So I do think it could fit more easily in on some stuff. And also Umbral Glaive being, 5 more AD, it costs 100 less. It's 2,500 gold item. I could see it being, popular on some different champs. I immediately was thinking like, what does this change for champions like Kaisa? Like how quickly you can get Q evolve and stuff, right? If you have an Omega cheap item that's 55 AD, seems like it could be, pretty good for some different things. So I was thinking that could be pretty cool. Also, obviously, Neferi is all kind of just like rushing Eclipse from what I've seen. Eclipse into like kind of bruisery is mostly what I've seen. But Umbral could potentially function well on champions like that are kind of popular right now too. So I feel like both those could actually be impactful.
Yeah, I guess not that many people build Rod of Ages right now, but it definitely is more enticing after the changes.
I mean, have you seen that Ari build people are talking about?
Oh, God.
Tank Ari.
Rod Leandries. I think if that works on Ari, that's got to be playable on some other stuff to some degree.
That's all I see on Ari now is the Tank Ari.
Yeah, so I mean, that build, and then, you're coming back to lane with 2 Ruby Crystals on your first spy. It's just goofy. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
I feel like Gragas doesn't build Roa, but Roa is like not bad on Gragas. It's just slow. So, and that's always been a champion that's kind of popular for pro. So maybe with double Ruby build and getting more mana back, maybe that feels more reasonable. I'm not sure. I almost always go tier when I play Gragas because I just feel like you are so mana hungry. But it could be interesting. Like it might just get shown up more, right? Like maybe on him, on Ari for sure. And yeah, like Medio said, if it's working on Ari, maybe people are going to start doing it on more and more champions.
Yeah. The last thing I did want to touch on again, I kind of mentioned it a little bit earlier, but was the home guard and fountain changes. So I think that actually does affect like how pretty much everybody will play the game, reducing the home guard speed coming out early. But they actually made it so if you're recalling like super low and you need to wait the time to heal all the way up anyways, that buff on the missing health regeneration of fountain means you will get out even faster. So if you're thinking about it a lot more intentionally, and about like when you're going for big trades and when you're going to go for your recalls, then this could have like a significant effect on both jungles and laners. As far as the timing goes. And it's always things like this where, they're buffing some minion stats here or there, some minion, push speed here or there, some home guard stuff here and there, or those recall timings, especially with like, in Fluxo, I was playing a decent amount of Quinn with symbiotic souls and stuff. And so I was doing the spam recalls and like really making the most of all the super fast home guard coming out. So it's like a little tiny nerf to that Quinn just spam recall symbiotic play style there.
But at the same time, if you're getting more healing in the thing, you're probably, like you say, you're getting it on the map kind of similarly. Yeah. I feel like Symbi Souls, there is going to hit a point. I feel like they are OP. I think they're really OP. And I think that we are going to hit a point in pro, like I'm willing to bet over this year, where it just becomes spam and it has to get nerfed. Because I think that there are so many champions that are unexplored. Like Quinn is an obvious one, but any champion that can just essentially dump resources to get prio and then base, like it is good on. I was watching a Poppy one trick player who was doing this in 100% of their games. He just goes up, he just fights, like fist fights them with just Symbi Soul's first item every single game, shoves in the wave, always has prio, spam recalling. I recently saw a Rise player doing this, where the Rise player rushed Symbi Souls before like anything else, and then would just run to lane, dump 100% of the mana to insta one-shot the wave, but Symbi Soul base, and just spam did it, and basically like completely negated the early game weakness that Rise has, where you are low on mana until you're getting your Roa and your tier and everything, and it just felt like completely negated the laning phase. And so I feel like there has got to be more things. I think it was Fusion Saber I also saw. He did a post where he's spamming on Caitlyn every single game and was like on this fat win streak on Caitlyn. And it's like, I don't know. I just think that they are really, really OP.
Yeah.
I think that you have to play the game in a different way to utilize it. It's about like, you have to get tons of recalls. So you just spam your resources, you recall, you reset. But I think it hasn't been experimented with enough. And I really strongly believe at some point this year, there's going to be a meta where people are just abusing the shit out of this in pro. People are going to like figure it out, and then it's going to have to be nerfed.
Yeah, and this nerf right here, which it does like nerf that playstyle, is very it nerfs that playstyle in a pretty minor way. Like it's only 10% early. and kind of scales there for the home guard speed.
And like you said though,
just
if you're and you if you're fully and like low health and you recall and you have to spend less time in the thing, like what would be the total return to time, to lane difference? Would it even be slower?
Well, it depends. It depends. So there's a gradient as far as how much time do you have to spend in the fountain now? Like how low are you recalling?
Exactly.
So you have to go and test it and be like, all right, my optimal, threshold passed here after I'm, lower than 36.77.
But it sounds like it'd probably be pretty similar. Yeah. Right?
Well, yeah. I mean, it definitely, as long as you're not if you're recalling at full health, it's going to be slower for sure. And that's where some of them were. Especially all the Simbi strategy where you're spam recalling. But
yeah. And part of that I wonder is like, it must at least partially be due to all the nerfs on the other boots, right? Because the opportunity cost, ideally, with these is that you can't get Merc Treads.
Merc Treads cost 10,000 gold.
Yeah, exactly. And so it makes sense. Everything else has been nerfed so hard that this one hasn't. So people are going to lean toward it. They can make it more expensive. They could buff the other boots. But yeah, I definitely agree with what you're saying, though. I think it's kind of degenerate in a way because it's sort of like invalidates laning when you just spam push and recall.
Yep. It is definitely interesting, but we'll see. I mean, I like strategies like that when they're niche. I just feel like there's gotta be a way to abuse this on more champions to make it really, really popular. While we were recording this episode, LTA Fantasy actually just went live. It is live now on LTAFantasy.com. Sign up using your Riot login to compete. We are setting up a dive league, and we'll have the link in the description down below if you want to compete against me, Kobe, and Medios, as well as the other dive fans. Our producer signed up too, so maybe you can blast him. Mark's gonna be in there. That one's going to be free to beat for sure. This split is an open beta, so let the LTA know your thoughts on it. We'll take any feedback, and we just did our draft actually, and we're going to let you know about it at the end of the episode.
Yep.
But now let's get into some of these week 1 matchups. Split 2 LTA, the real split 1 is coming out, and TL versus Fly kicking it off.
The real TL versus Fly.
Yeah, it's our finals rematch from the last real split, which
moving along, baby. Let's see. Honestly, so one thing that we just had actually, which was the most like recent context to this rivalry. This rivalry is like budding, like epic rivalry in the LCS.
Just months ago, summer 2024, the finals.
I mean, it was pretty funny because, when we were checking in the last time, we were like, oh my God, it's almost 50% between the two teams. It's actually so close. And they've played over 50 games versus each other with very similar rosters because both of them brought the exact same rosters back from last year. So a lot of games played between these two exact rosters. And then even stretching further back than that. Like this matchup is certainly epic. The most recent installment, though, was the interview that Spawn gave where he talked about even after winning split 1 or whatever you want to call it, the shadows of the past, the opening tournament of the LTA. He said that they don't even consider themselves actually the first team until they beat FlyQuest in a best of 5. Now, this is not a best of 5, but it goes to speak to the respect that TL have for FlyQuest and Spawn especially. They've always, especially since losing finals and the Minions fiasco and all that stuff, they really consider them to be one of the like final bosses that they still need to conquer. So super exciting matchup here. And honestly, I don't know if Team Liquid are going to be like filled with confidence coming back from first stand as far as a tournament. It's always hard when you go up against number 1 seeds from other regions, and it can like hamper your confidence sometimes, especially with all the controversy. I mean, not even controversy, just flame for Umpty going on, and even
it wasn't controversial. People agreed.
Oh man,
no, it's like,
oh god.
I mean, he talks about it a lot too. To very much like respect to Umpty. He takes it on, head on. And gave an interview himself talking about he's been working on a lot, and communication was something he mentioned in addition to his individual play. So maybe TL have been able to work specifically on the communication in addition to working on individual play, because definitely some of the plays were not due to like comms with the rest of the team. It was individual stuff. So with all that, compared to FlyQuest, who were scrimming the entire time in Korea doing Korean solo queue, and they had like LS come in as a guest coach and try and give them some insights and some extra perspectives as well. I'm actually very curious to hear, since it's a best of one, who you favor heading into this one, Medios.
I would have to go with Fly. I just feel like one of the things that seems really relevant for me is the fact that lane swaps are kind of gone now. And I don't think TL, needs lane swaps, but they were kind of the lane swap team in the sense that they did it better than everyone else. So I think they won't have that advantage anymore. And it doesn't seem like they're a super dominant laning team in the first place. And like you mentioned, Umpty has been receiving a lot of criticism. And I think that as a jungler, in lane swaps, you're not really doing anything. You're just kind of clearing, mirroring the other jungler. But when it's standard lanes and, you have to come up with creative plays and whatnot, I think that matters a lot. And I don't know. I'm not sure TL is going to be on FlyQuest level for that. I think that we might see some cracks in their play.
What's really interesting? So this is why I was on my phone. I was trying to find this interview that I had seen. Bwipo did an interview with Naymen, like their podcast, and he actually ranked themselves as fourth. He said he thinks they're the fourth best team right now. I don't know if that's as
reverse psychology,
like a humble, I'm just a humble guy type thing, or if it was like a real belief. But it was interesting. He said, you got to realize we're fourth place. We lost 100 Thieves. We had a lot of holes in that series, and we got exploited by a team that should have been worse than us. That by all names can be worse than us. But as of right now, I think they have a team plan. I think that's what we're really lacking. He said, I say team play, but I have a fundamental explanations for the struggles that we have. I say team play in interviews because obviously I don't want to dive deep into our team dynamic or the problems, but I think that's simply a bad ethic. So it was kind of interesting that he was ranking themselves that low, because usually he is super, super confident. And I still think of them as the team that I'm expecting to be the best team, honestly. Yeah, they did lose, but it was a best of 3 single limb. So to me, that didn't really shake my confidence in them too much. And just kind of what I've seen as far as their growth over the last year or two, and even just individually, I feel like they have one of, if not the best mid laner. I think they have the best jungler, and I think they have the best bot lane. So it's they kind of should be still really damn good.
I feel like I'm a bit more on actually the Team Liquid side than both of you guys, even though I do want to add the extra context of Split 1. The one game that they did play versus TL, the little game at the very end, they did win, yet again, and they were able to. It was that Cassiopeia game that was so big for quad and looked very impressive. I just feel like everyone has had this magnifying glass on TL, critiquing TL for the end of Split 1 as well as through First Stand. But I think with Spawn, refocusing them back in on some of these issues that have come up, I feel like they might actually surprise people and kind of benefit from it. I feel like Umpty has been able to, bounce back in past times after pretty poor performances. And this is just the best of one. I would still say if I'm looking towards the end of the split, maybe it's it is worrisome. But if you're using the context of first stand, excuse me, I think I said last stand. First stand, the tournament, Impact was losing lanes by 2,000 gold most games.
That was,
I think,
the worst performance of his whole career, at an event.
But that does not happen in LTA. So I think some of the things that we have recently seen TL fail at won't be the case here in LTA. I mean, there's a chance that Bwipo, pops off. He actually had some really big carry top games towards the end of Split 1. But I I don't think those same type of deficits will be there for TL. And as far as, lane swaps being removed, Yannick or JJ to me are the best bottom lane in the league. I know we're going down the side there for FlyQuest, but I actually think TL have the best bottom lane in the league, and they play it very aggressively, and they're basically going to be locked in lane in 2v2. So yeah, it's going to depend on draft, but I could definitely see the world where Impact does not have a big deficit on top side like we saw at last first stand, and then their bottom lane, they actually can play to their bottom lane, and they get big advantages there. So
yeah, I mean it's a best of one. I would not be shocked at all if either team wins, but I think that like TL's issues that I saw in split 1 and at first stand are not so easy to fix. Like that's more my concern for the team. I still think they're going to be a really good team. I still think they're going to be, competing at the top. But I think that when you're talking about them throughout the split against a team like FlyQuest, how they would look against there, I do have concerns that Impact, like, can he, change his champion pool? Can he, kind of fix those issues, or are they going to actually just like back off carries? Because traditionally his career hasn't been the case. I do think he has some really good carries in his pool, but like Rumble has always been one that he's really good at. GP's been one he's really really good at. I don't know if that's really going to be the meta, because the meta still seems like it is like Ambessa and Jace and these champions that I think traditionally he has not looked as good at. Gwen is even better. I don't think he looked really bad on Gwen. His Jax, I don't think, to me, has been one of his best champions. So it's like, if that remains a meta, I think that is a harder problem to fix, because that has been not his strong suit throughout his entire career. And it feels like my idea of the solution has always been just go and focus on expanding your pool on the things that you are so good at, but it never feels like that's what he's interested in doing. So I think that is a big question. I think has had these similar performance issues for quite a while now, right? Like I do think he has those bounce back games, and even at first stand, he had some really good games, like his Nocturne game. He absolutely super gapped Yike in that one. So it's not like he never has good games, but I do think that is kind of a concern.
He's definitely a weak point and has made some errors.
Yeah,
but I'm glad that you mentioned that he had, even during these times where he's receiving a lot of criticism.
He's had some really good ones.
Yeah, some of the games are not, this big.
And APA was the other thing where I think, again, he had some really, really good games. Like his Talia, I think, was nasty and stuff. But I feel like, again, the sample size isn't that big, but across first stand and split 1, I feel like he looked less consistent than he did last year, which is why I'm more concerned than normal, because lane swap, stylistically isn't as good for them. Team fighting, I think, is one of the things that they're not quite at the same level as some of the other top teams. And even talking to Spawn, he thinks they're like not as good at team fighting as some of these other teams. He had always said that it was like their map play was better. Mechanically, some of these other teams like are better. So I feel like the style, like just the game has shifted in a way where it's all team fights all time. That hurt them. Lane swaps are worse. Impact and APA, I think, are more looking like they are more of a weakness than they were last year. And so even though I think Jan is godlike and I think Core is playing really, really well, like I think they're super strong. Me saying I think FlyQuest bot lane is the best in the league, to me, is not a knock on them, because I think both these bot lanes are nasty.
Yeah.
And I think Jan is actually the best AD. I just think that Maso and Busio, to me, and from talking to a lot of pros, they kind of just like make less mistakes. And though Core and Jan, I think all the pros I've talked to say that they're the best at the really hardcore, super aggressive early stuff, I feel like that often is less the meta, and they seem to be like really, really consistent, which is something that I prize a lot. But I think both teams have incredible bot lanes, and I'm just more worried about TL's solos and MT's inconsistencies.
Yeah, I definitely see the biggest gap being mid and jungle. I think that like Quad and Inspired are just playing so well, and TL's mid jungle are, I wouldn't say bad, but inconsistent.
Yeah,
like
inconsistent.
They have some good games, but they also have some games you wouldn't expect from a team that just won a split. So yeah, we'll see. But I would definitely favor Fly. Maybe not heavily though, because in a best of one, can come down to draft, start of split. People don't always have priorities on certain champs. Maybe one team just gets like a Thanos draft without realizing it. So,
or just TL just plays a good game. I mean, TL like is fully capable of beating this team. Like they obviously could beat them. I'm just like, when I'm talking about it, I'm trying to evaluate more for the whole split, not for a single best of one. And the other thing I will say, to be fair, is that it's like, for FlyQuest, I think Bwipo has showed some of those inconsistencies too, right? Where like he has these monster games, but then he also has like monster feed games and stuff, and he is playing kind of that high variant style. And I love watching his stream, but he's kind of the same when you watch him stream too in solo queue and stuff. Like he always goes for these really, really risky plays, and if it works out, he looks incredible and he's like stomping the game. But he also has those ones where, you know, it's like he's riding that line and it goes the other way and he dies and then he dies again and then he dies again, you know, and it's like,
Yeah.
So it definitely, both teams have their things, and we can't ignore the fact that, you know, even though I still look at FlyQuest as an incredibly strong team, they did lose their best of 3 and they did get knocked out. Yes, it was single in BO3, not the biggest sample size, but they lost, right? Fair and square.
Yeah. I guess I just because at our preseason power rankings at the beginning of Split 1, like we all had FlyQuest number 1, or media side Cloud9, but ours were basically, you know, I also had FlyQuest as number 1 heading into the split.
Yeah, we had the exact
but
same.
Not only did FlyQuest lose 200 Thieves, they also lost to Cloud9 in the best of 3, and I just kind of made an adjustment, kind of accounting for some of the like Split 1 stuff that I think was, at the time for me, unexpected, but became really impactful. And like one of them, it's not necessarily for this matchup, but I thought that Quid was actually the best mid in the entire LTA, and Quad was still good, but more like pretty good, like team fighting.
More of an I than an A kind of guy.
Yeah. Wait, what?
Wow.
More
Quid versus Quad.
Yeah.
Made that sound like that was an expression.
At first I default.
I don't know. It just popped in my head.
The funny thing is, you know, we're always like, oh yeah, I default to like yes and, you know, to trust. I'm like, yeah, and then I'm like, wait a second, what did he say?
Yeah, and what the?
Regardless, all 4 of their top 4 teams, like you're saying, in the best of 1, any of them for sure can beat any of the other ones.
Exciting, right?
Listening to the pros episode that Jat just did, that just came out yesterday too, was, you know, all of the players on the 4 teams also feel that way. So it makes it incredibly exciting that we have this like top 4, you know, kind of juggernauts at the league that can all push each other and can all, you know, win these games. So that's why the best of 1s are going to be super exciting, and they're like primed for overreactions because, you know, like, especially like if Umpty has a bad game or something, people are just going to go freaking wild on him.
Or Umpty has a good game.
Or Umpty has a good game. Then he gets his defense up there.
I mean, I hope TL proves me wrong. Like, I hope that APA and Impact play really well, and that Umpty can, you know, level up, and that they're just like a behemoth, because you want all these teams to be good. That's like all I want, is all our teams to be good and competitive, and send the teams that are going to do great internationally, right? So I'm hoping for it.
Did just some more of the like out of game context, because like we haven't had any recent games for this, but did you saw the like little video that Team Liquid put out that had the very small confrontation between APA and Jan, where they're talking about the champ pool and pick? I saw people like really overreacting to that.
That was the like Ziggs thing?
It was where after the game, Jan was complaining about.
Was the Ziggs thing?
It was.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was him complaining about not having the like 1v9 hard carry. Like he asked for a 1v9 to the coach or whatever, and then APA was like off to the side but was listening, and then was like, hey, why didn't you say anything in Champ Select then? You're just quiet, and basically like called him out for that. But then like Jan gave an interview later where he's talking about, well, of course, like the context of my previous conversation with the coach isn't included in this, and neither APA or Jan, you know, felt like this was a big thing at all. But of course, there's going to be a bunch of fans anytime something like that happens that are overreacting. And
yeah, I mean, I think you could go on any team ever and find moments that
way
make
worse.
It seem like a hostile environment or, you know, toxic or whatever. But obviously, you know, some people could be toxic, but most of the time it's like discussions can get heated, or, you know, people can get frustrated, and that's totally fine. You know, it's definitely good to bring issues up like that, because I think what's even worse is if everyone's just like too scared to step on each other's toes, and you know, people don't say what they think, and you just end up with this like really, really horrible team play because you're too worried to like bring up what you think is an issue because you might hurt someone's feelings. So I think it's way better, you know, just confront it. Be like, you know, if someone's not speaking up, like if Jan's not saying it during the game, like I think it is good for APA to call it out. It's like, yeah, you know, say what you think. Like don't just not talk and then expect it to get solved.
I mean, in that situation, I was fully on APA's side. It's like you can't say nothing when you're picking your champion and then complain about it after the game and say, well, I didn't even want to play that. It's like, well, bro, you got to say something before we do it then, right? And I can see both sides, right? Because I think that AP is fully in the right in that situation, but also when I was watching the game, I was like, what the hell are we doing giving Ziggs to Jan and having like the best Ziggs player, this guy that everyone describes as just like a Ziggs freak, you know, not playing Ziggs, and our player who was like giga smurfing on ADs, not playing the 1v9 champ. But also, yeah, Jan should have spoken up in that thing. And I was surprised too, you know, at how people had like kind of a bigger reaction to that. Some people, wow, it's so toxic and this and that, and like, oh, Jan's a terrible teammate and this kind of stuff. And I was also surprised when, I guess it was last year at Worlds, when it was like the Spawn, Core JJ, you know, kind of intense talk or whatever, and people like, whoa, Spawn, like so hardcore, you know, like so kind of like toxic or whatever, the reactions to that. I was like, what do people think are some of these discussions? Like, it's not all going to be sunshine and rainbows. And I didn't think in either of those cases, people were like, you know, there was no personal attacks. There was no like hateful stuff or like calling each other idiots or like anything like that. And to me, those were just like the tough discussions and people being frustrated and emotions are going to be high. Think about how frustrated you get sometimes losing a really annoying solo queue game. This is 1,000 times worse. This is your whole life. You're working towards these moments and you have these opportunities, and then you feel like, you know, we should have won this game, and that could change the whole trajectory of the tournament. That could change the whole trajectory of your career or your reputation or whatever. It's like, it's fully understandable that emotions are running high, you know, in those situations. So I don't think everything needs to be handled completely like perfectly. But I didn't think either of those situations were a big deal. And I think it's good. Like you said, Medios, people need to call each other out to hold each other accountable and also to fix problems. Otherwise, it doesn't advance. I
mean, APA also answered one of the questions I thought was cool in his interview, where someone directly asked him about Umpty, you know, and he was like, yeah, I think APA said, I think no one on our team is replaceable, and everyone's, you know, adding things that the fans can't see and providing value and stuff. But then I thought it was funny. Spawn gave a follow-up interview where he was like, well, actually, I don't agree with that. You know, anyone on he said anyone on our team is technically replaceable, you know, evaluating performance and all that stuff. But I think
there's power hungry coaches.
Yeah. I mean, I would kind of agree with that, to ever say like, it's probably not a good attitude to everyone have, like, oh, I'm not replaceable, because then you could lose like hunger or drive, you know, for it.
And we've seen a million examples. Everyone in every league on every team is replaceable.
All right. Next matchup we got, though, the Dignitas versus Shopify Rebellion. We're just going in chronological order here. These are the Saturday games following the TL FlyQuest opener. These are, now we're getting some of the teams that we haven't seen in quite a while here.
We get the Seos debut, which I think I'm pretty excited about. You know, we get a Brazilian player here who's considered by some of the best player, you know, CB Law history and all that sort of stuff. You know, a lot of people have really hyped him up to me. He was here during Split 1, but I guess like I don't know if it was a visa issue or whatever it was. Like for whatever reason, he wasn't able to play yet. So he's going to make his debut. That, I think, is really exciting to see how they look, because that's the first time we actually get to see this team now has had time to practice together. How good are you going to be? You know, because that's going to answer a lot of questions. And definitely for teams like this, there's going to be massive overreactions one way or the other. If you look bad, everyone's going to think you're garbage. If you look really good, hey, maybe they're going to win the split, right? And so I think it's going to be fun.
Yeah, I think these... You know, there's a pretty big distinction between top 4 and bottom 4 in LTA right now. And I think the bottom 4 is going to be harder to predict, but I'm kind of, you know, optimistic about Dig. I think that they didn't really get that great of a shot in Split 1 to like show anything, because like obviously the big storyline for Dig is Surdy, right? He's like this incredible solo queue player who's super hungry coming into the pro scene. And when you watch his games, it was like, it was actually so tragic for him that like he's just being lane swapped on every game. He's like, a lot of games he's just getting really, really behind due to that. And so he's not actually able to, you know, show off any of the things that make him good. And so I think we're going to see a lot more of that. Like, as also mentioning, the top lane meta is like all of these fighter high skill champions.
Mm-hmm.
And ideally you should be able to get like an actual lane for at least the first few minutes, not be critically behind.
3 minutes of fun as a top laner.
Okay, well, it is a huge difference because at least you won't be 3 levels down on the entire game,
Yeah,
whole game.
yeah.
So I think that's a big deal. And yeah, you know, they also will have their jungler like
The whole time.
They'll have Shaden. They won't have like no Flame to Lyra, but he's been out the game and it looked like it when he played. So yeah, having their whole team being able to play the game normally, I think is going to be a huge benefit for them. That being said, I don't know about their bottom lane. From what we saw on Tomo and especially Isles, like I'm not too sure where to rank them. It doesn't seem like they're like the powerhouse bot lane. So
I mean, it's let's be real. Like it's probably them and DSG's bot lane that are, I think, the 2 worst in the league.
Yeah, maybe. Could be. So we're going to have to see there. I'm not sure. Maybe they'll struggle with Seos.
I also think Caney has really good potential.
He's gonna surprise people, I think.
So like he already was showing some really good, like he had some really good individual plays. So I think like that could be another point of pressure on Shopify, because Shopify, they say themselves, you know, coaching staff talking about we're supposed to operate with Palafox and contracts being our playmakers, being the ones that are aggressive and ahead, you know, mid jungle synergy. And so if you put a lot of pressure on mid and you put a lot of pressure on Palafox, that kind of like deconstructs the game plan of how Shopify see themselves of playing these games. And like if Shaden is playing well, you know, that very well could be you know, a Dignitas way into it too. That's not even like just a Surdy angle for them. Maybe like the whole top side of the map, including jungle and mid, you know, could be a big thing. And so then it would become this like top side of the map versus bottom side of the map on opposite sides of the teams. And you know, playing to which side is going to be it, because for Shopify's side, B-Boy for sure is super big. And as much as people have seen some really bad games from Contracts and Palafox, we also saw the really good games. So, and especially in a best of one, the variance factor here is going to be huge.
I mean, I just think for Shopify to have a really good split, you need Contracts and Palafox to be good. I think that's kind of the reality. You know, like you mentioned it, I talked to their coach before the split one, and that was basically what he told me was like, we got Fudge and B-Boy to be these like stable bot lanes that are going to scale well and perform in fights, and Contracts and Palafox are, you know, these tools that are supposed to be able to like create action and make the plays happen. And you can't do that if you're losing, right? Like you can't make good plays happen generally if you're losing. Like you need to be playing, you know, from ahead, and you need to be playing from point of power where you're like really working well together and you're able to, you know, start fights and create skirmishes and make things happen for them. Because otherwise, if you're top and bot lane are just going to be like, you know, stay back and farm and scale type style, like as he described them, and your mid and jungle are losing, well, then you become like a do nothing and lose team, right? So I do think Contracts and Palafox are going to be really, really important to the success of this team. And so it'll be interesting to see how they do. And also, you know, how Seos works with B-Boy, because B-Boy I think was really, really good. Like he's one of those guys when he came in last year, really impressed me. And some of the bot laners were talking about him as, you know, one of the best bot laners in the league, which I thought was cool. So if Seos can work well with him, maybe that gives them kind of like a new point of power. But definitely agreed. I'm excited for Surdy. I thought even with lane swap stuff, he had some really bright spots in split one, and really interested to see how he can perform, because he's a super, super exciting prospect. Next matchup we got here is 100 Thieves versus Cloud9, another one of the clash of those top 4
Wait, we
teams.
didn't predict the outcome of the last one. So we did all the predictions on the first one. I feel like we just
I'm on Dig. I'm on Dig.
I'm Dig.
Yeah. I like Dig's whole top side of the map, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean,
Fudge did not have a good split one, but it's 2 weeks or whatever.
yeah, I think it's too hard before we get data with Seos being here. Like maybe the team looks completely different. To me, supports completely change how your team looks. It's not just bottom lane. It's so much for your jungle. Like support is so OP in the eyes of junglers. Like it's, I swear to God, it is so OP, and it just makes the hugest difference. So,
so who you picking?
I'm gonna pick Dignitas until I see the actual data. So
you see how OP Seos is or is not.
Yeah, exactly. For Shopify, I want to see how much this team has changed. I think by default, I'm going to start out on the Dignitas side and predict Dig also. So I guess we're all in agreement on that one. A little dissenting on the first one, but for the 100 Thieves Cloud9 one, I think we might be dissenting as well. This is going to be a super banger. Day number 1, we start out with the TL FlyQuest and we follow up. We're going to have a 100 Thieves Cloud9. We're going to get all of our top 4 clashing against each other, the big bangers. 100 Thieves, they did beat Cloud9 in the tiebreaker game that we had in Split 1. It's just one individual game. But then you also remember they beat them last year for the world spot too. So they're putting together a little string of organization rivalry here, little victories.
I think 100 Thieves has absolutely been getting a lot more credit because, for a while it was kind of like, I think people were sleeping on him, weren't even putting him top 4 coming into the split. And I remember you mentioned what Golden Glue said, being like, we're actually good. And I'm definitely believing it now. I think that, especially with FBI in their team, they're looking so good. I don't think it's really a fluke at this point. I think that they could be, first place team. That being said, I am really high on Cloud9 right now, obviously. I mean, not even hashtag ad or anything, but but I don't know. I think Cloud9 is just really, really good. I have a little inside info from talking to the players and whatnot. But I know they boot camp
Scrims are going well. Can't wait for stage.
So
exactly. We've won 120% of our scrims. But I think that it could go either way for sure. But Cloud9 had the Korean boot camp. I think that they've just been doing really well, and so
you're leaning them.
Yeah, I think so.
It's funny because I was thinking about this one when we were heading into it too, and I was like, you know what? That was a similar story to how we started Split 1 because Cloud9 did boot camp in Korea. Like they were one of the teams where I was like, oh, they're going to come out with they're going to be really hot, come out with a lot of synergy. They were just practicing a whole bunch in Korea. And so now they kind of repeated that process. And so they kind of doubled down on it. But there's a couple of key factors. Well, there's 3 things to me that really were impactful in Split 1 and boosted me up from being very optimistic about 100 Thieves to actually having confidence in them. You mentioned one of them, which was the FBI edition. That edition worked so well, better than I think anyone even thought it was going to.
They have a real secondary carry.
Yeah, both in game as well as they always talk about him uplifting the mood and being a shot caller, which I think is still one of the things this team desperately needs some improvements in their macro and decision making. They're really good at fighting. But some of the lane assignments and how they play split push and stuff still needs a little work. The 2 other things, Ayla was way better than I thought he was going to be. Also, Ayla was way better. I still think he needs to improve a little bit in getting vision for the team, which is going to be one of the steps to improving their macro. I feel like he does not take the opportunities to get the deep vision during the safe timings moving with River. And sometimes does it during a risky timing or just doesn't do it at all, and then they don't have the deep vision to make their decision with. But he was way better than I estimated him to be. And then I mentioned at the beginning of the episode, but freaking Quid I think is the best mid laner in the whole league. He was insane individually, in the team play, in every kind of matchup, and it's not even gonna show as much in the best of ones. But in addition to, I think, being the best mid laner in the league, I think he's also the very best at Fearless because his champion pool is so deep. He already uses like, all the melee counter picks and like played Scion mid, Aatrox mid. I feel
It's gonna be huge for the best of one.
Yeah, it's gonna be huge for this one. But like looking down the line, since we're gonna get into best of threes and then a full double elimination best of 5, playoff format, these are the things that moved me from, like I said, being optimistic to actually being having confidence in this team. I still, like I said, have the worries of a bit of macro as well as Sniper underperformed my expectations. There were some overperformances, but he was a little bit under. He still got some solo kills, but definitely had.
I think Sniper's gonna get turbo gapped by Thanatos. Honestly, if I was ranking all the roles, I think Thanatos, the difference between him and Sniper is going to be so big that I actually think Loki might struggle against Quid. I think Quid's I agree with you. He's been playing so well, but I don't know. I think that top gap's going to be huge.
I could definitely see it, but at the same time, I feel like Sniper's strength had kind of more been his laning phase, right? So I don't know. I was definitely disappointed with how he looked in Split 1 because I did think he had a really a big regression from what we saw last year. But at the same time, I'm optimistic they can get back to where he was last year and hopefully get, progress from that, continue to improve. And then they would be a really insane team. Cause I think 100 Thieves have made some pretty big improvements, and FBI, I just feel like deserves so much credit.
I worry about Sniper's confidence because in a lot of the interviews that he gives, it's like, I feel like it's kind of coming from a place of humility where he's saying my team just carries me. But I don't think that's a good way to think about it because you should know that you're part of the team too. You got to have confidence in yourself. Say we're a really good team. Don't exclude yourself unless you actually don't have confidence in your ability, which is not a good thing as a player.
I know I do think he still has some confidence. I mean, I don't know 100%, but I've talked to him a bit, and when they were going into the finals and after they lost finals, he was saying he really truly believed that they were going to win, right? He felt that they were going to win. And obviously they got 3-0'd by TL, but those were some monster throws. And to me, that more showed whether it's nerves or an experience or whatever it was, but they were up, 2.5 or 3K in both games 2 and game 3 and had a horrible team fight and then just kind of full through the whole game. And game 1 was pretty close and the same kind of thing happened. So I feel like they've shown me enough in Split 1 that I feel like they can really be competitive. I think this is a really tough matchup to predict though. I mean, I think jungle is close. I think mid lane is 100 Thieves favored. I think top lane is definitely heavily C9 favored. But I also feel like FBI Ayla looked better than Sven Vulcan, right? So I think it then kind of comes down to who's going to show up more, on the day and who's going to be playing better as a team. I think Cloud9 looked really strong, but I can honestly see this one going either way. I think this one's so hard to predict.
We're going to say that so much with all our matchups for the top 4 teams.
I felt more confident about it's a best of 1, right? But when I'm power ranking a team, if I'm looking at week 1 and I'm saying FlyQuest versus TL, I still felt confident that I think at the end of the split, FlyQuest I think will be the better team. I think it'll be within the same margin, but this one I honestly have no clue. I could flip a coin. I feel like this is the.
I'm going 100 Thieves.
Okay.
I think I'll go C9, but I think it's really really close. I think it's gonna be a fun week 1.
Yeah.
We've got one more matchup here. This is gonna be rounding out the first week. Is Lyon versus DSG.
Yeah, these teams didn't get to play a lot. Well, Lyon didn't get to play a lot, I guess.
DSG was they were the 2 first teams out, I believe, right? Because DSG lost to Dignitas in the lower bracket.
Yeah, you're right. So yeah, we didn't see much from either of these teams.
Yeah.
So that's definitely going to make it hard to predict.
Lyon has Lions in person, which is who's their support. So that's obviously really nice for them.
Yeah, playing remote for those stage games is so bad. There's the ping, there's just everything. It is not ideal, absolutely. I don't know. I don't even know where to start with this one. I think that...
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, my gut tells me Lion's probably the stronger team. I think, Licorice is solid. And then looking at DSG from from last season. Like they've got Scary Jerry in there who is like really, really fresh. He did not look good last split. And I don't want to be too hard on him, obviously, because it's like his first time in the league, and that kind of thing can happen. But yeah, we're gonna need to see some like crazy glow up from him.
Yeah.
Because if not, then I fear they're gonna be bot gapped hard.
I mean, Senna and
Saint
and Henna. Yeah, I combined them. Saint and Henna, I think, like are legitimately really good. Like Henna, he's already like a solid tier 1 level player. I think he should be considered to be way better than Scary Jerry. And if he plays to his level, he could be, one of the better ADs in the league. I think that could be something pretty big for them. Saint, I think the question is like, what is his development going to be like? Because he was actually, way more hyped of a prospect than Loki was, and way, way, way more hyped of a prospect than Quid was. And like we saw, where Quid went, Loki is obviously looking really good. So I think there's so much of a question of like, what kind of player will he turn into? Because if Saint turns into Quid or even better than Quid, then like the team's really good all of a sudden, right? Like all of a sudden you have some really strong carries, maybe you have a table top side. Maybe that makes the team like a bit more of a competitor. But I do think there's a lot of question marks around this team. On paper, I think Lyon has a way better roster. I just don't have a lot of faith in DSG carries. And I really struggle when I see a team where I'm like, who carries this team, to find myself predicting for them at the pro level. I just feel like so many team fights come down to like, how good is your mid laner? How good is your ADC? Right. And it's like, yes, your support sets them up. Yes, your jungler and your top laner, like it all matters a tremendous amount. But at the end of the day, it's like, how many games do you think Scary Jerry and Abadaga are going to like get you across the finish line? And that's my big concern. If one of them really performs better than I'm expecting, then hey, like I could really be wrong about DSG. But like that is why I struggle to see this team not being bottom of the league, is I just don't have confidence in either of their carries. And at the end of the day, most games, unless you stomp, come down to performing in a team fight, and like 80 carry mid almost always are the most important in a team fight. If your AD mispositions and dies, if he's standing too far back and not hitting when you engage, if you're, things like that, it's just like, I feel like that decides so many games.
Here's the other perspective on this matchup on Lions is that on paper, a lot of like that is all true. However, one of the biggest things that they said themselves, and we got comms listen-ins from their games, and it turned out to be seemed very, very true for this Lions team. They have a very difficult time communicating and coordinating in game. And we would see it like in their team fights, going from different sides, going on different priority targets. And, the language barrier is really difficult to overcome. So on paper, I'm like, yeah, 100% agree. That's true. Where it gets really interesting for this matchup, I think that like the coordination and the comms for this team is not an easy solve. Because you can't instantly even though you're like, all right, well, we just got to get some baseline terminology, and as long as we can try and use pings and like get down like when to fight or when not to fight.
You have a Canadian, someone from Peru, someone from Argentina, and 2 Koreans.
Yeah, and they don't have like the bridge of like everyone having good English on this team, so you can't just like bridge that way, which sometimes can be a natural bridge for teams like that. So that's like my main like hiccup and like wild card in this matchup, is because it's like, well, I also would say Saint and Henna are definitely better carries than Abadaga and Scary Jerry.
But they can't understand each other.
But like coordination
use pings. You don't need it.
Coordination is a really big thing. Your carries,
yeah.
If the carries cannot coordinate with utility players, then you look way worse.
Yep.
You look way, way, way worse. And it'll sometimes be a situation even where people are like, oh man, your positioning was so bad in that fight. And then the carry's like, well, like, my support is supposed to take the, skill shot for me right here. Like, that's the only reason I died. I was able to get, XX damage or whatever, how you'll be able to play that. And so that's like the confounding factor in this matchup here, this formula. So one of the things I'm looking forward to in Split 2 is to see, one, how much work Disguise have been able to do to improve their team play, but also how much work they've been able to do to just improve their coordination. Yeah. So I feel like the potential is definitely there, but especially even though they've had extra time, we're still very early. It's just the beginning, best of ones in the in the split. So I could definitely see.
It's very relatable because when you're
coming
playing
out.
solo queue, these people definitely cannot read, definitely not able to communicate with them.
Or they intentionally, do the opposite of what you say,
Yeah.
because they're angry.
Yo, let's
So,
do this dragon.
Yeah.
Rage splits
Yeah,
up.
yeah.
Yeah.
type
for
of
sure.
thing. So yeah,
Are we all Lion then?
it's a hard,
I'm on
it's a
Lion.
hard one. I think I'm gonna default to that side, but if we're looking at XU playing with Castle, I think they had a lot of really good combination plays for them. Man, I think coming down to Scary Jerry did not output a lot of damage for sure.
In fact,
and it
outputted
looks
very little damage.
yeah, it really
When it was looking at the stats, it was
because eventually
crazy.
you're going to have to have a straight up 5-on-5, and if Lions just get there ahead of time, then I feel like, and you're just like staring at each other, there's not a lot of like the coordination is going to be as big of an issue. So
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to pile on the guy, but to me, Scary Jerry probably looks like the weakest player in the league right now. So I think if as your AD carry, that's a really tough thing to overcome. But maybe they'll do it.
Yeah, and
All right.
it's also one of those things where, hey, maybe with given a little bit more time, he's going to have that additional comfort level, because I do think he was better than that in NACL. So it's going to be an exciting week number 1. Before we close out the show, though, we're going to talk a little bit more about fantasy. Again, I already talked about it earlier, but if you didn't hear that, it is now live, LTA Fantasy. You can go to ltafantasy.com. You can make your team. Kobe made a dive league. So we're going to
check
have
the
that
link in the comments.
Exactly. We're going to have the link in the comments. Y'all can join up and see if you guys can beat us. Basically, the TLDR and how the fantasy works is you got $50, 50 gold, whatever, and each player has a price point. And so you basically make the best team that you can do. We decided to do LTA North players only. And you can choose LTA North or South. You can do whatever combination you want, but we decided it'd be fun to do LTA North only. And, the players' prices are based on essentially how many fantasy points they would have earned in split 1.
Yeah, it's how much Mark values them, as individuals, as humans,
His
as
personal
spirits.
view on
It's,
them.
it's really
Didn't say hi to him in the hall.
Yeah.
That's their deduction.
$1.
It's Mark Z's view of you. So if you've ever wondered, your value,
What does he think about you?
and you don't think that someone could,
LTAfantasy.com.
you don't think someone could put a label on the value of a human? Well, Mark Z can.
Mark's done it.
Mark has.
He managed to.
Apparently
he
he did.
cracked the code. It's a shame we don't have Austin there.
I actually was the next step. I was like, can I put myself into Mark Z's formula to
Yeah.
see how much he thinks of me?
Plug it in.
Yeah.
See what you're worth.
I don't know if I want to know.
It's true. Some questions are better left unanswered.
Maybe it's better left unanswered. The other thing is that his evaluation of everyone does change week to week, which is like the unique thing, right? So your gold value is
What have
gonna
you done
change.
for Mark lately?
Yeah, exactly. So if you see your value low, then maybe go suck
You
up
bring him his favorite coffee?
go suck up the mark for a
Up the
little bit,
charts.
then you go up. But it has implications for us if we want to change our rosters. If Cloud9 has a really difficult matchup coming up or something, and theoretically, if one of us had a lot of Cloud9 members on our team and they wanted to change the
I was gonna take all of them, but I didn't have enough money.
Yeah. But if you draft players week 1
Yeah.
that are worth a little, and then they have a really good week, their value goes up. And then, as Mark explained it to me, you can then sell those players and you have more money. So
Yeah.
your net worth.
Or you could
goes
hold
up.
on to them and just like hold on to the high value player, having only paid an initial low fee
Yep.
to get them.
Yeah, totally. But I mean, there's a lot of ways you can do it, so it'll be interesting. I think we probably ended up with similar-ish drafts. I'm not sure.
I mean, they're looking different. Nobody's the exact same.
I
Read
will
'em off.
say Cloud9 players were pretty value. I don't know, like at least I thought. So I went. I'll go bot to top. I went. My bot lane is Isles Masu. I have Loki, Thanatos, and then Inspired.
I got Jan, Thanatos, Loki, Contracts, and Ayla.
Okay. I just went down the list, grabbing C9 players. I went Thanatos, Blabber, Loki, Sven, and then I ran out of money for Vulcan.
So why do you hate Vulcan? Why is he your least favorite C9 player?
He didn't say hi to me one time in solo queue, and he inted me.
That's fair.
No, but I got Lions for support because that's how much money I had left. But I also, you
That
know,
was also my logic for drafting Isles. I'm not gonna.
you know, he's playing against Disguise this week, so I think there's a good chance he pops off.
Good value proposition.
So I actually redistributed my wealth because I saw at the end I also left support for last, and I was like, I only have $4
you
left.
couldn't afford any support.
There was no support that's only worth 4 gold. By the way, there are people of other roles that are worth 4 gold, or maybe even some that are less. And I got one of them. Big value pick, by the way. So I redistributed my gold in order to get Ayla, because if you look at the scoring, which is a big part of how you win fantasy, it's not just like, oh, who do you think is actually the best
this
player?
Under settings, or where is it? No, rules?
Yeah, you go to settings, and then there's a rules tab
rules.
in the settings, and you can look at that. So there are a lot of points for, like team-based objectives, and you get points for kills as well as assists, even though you get deducted for deaths. It is generally better to get players on teams that are high like action and combined kills per minute. Obviously as well to get successful teams so you can get the bonuses of objectives and stuff. But that's why I redistributed so I could get Ayla, because I feel like 100 Thieves were the bloodiest team in the whole world. So while I did have some of the Cloud9 members, I also, were prioritizing 100 Thieves and Team Liquid players where I could get them. To kind of index into that.
Yeah, we also you pick a champion for each player. I think, is it every day you switch it?
Every week, I believe you switch
every
it.
week.
Yeah.
Okay, so you try to predict who your player is going to play, and if they pick that champion, then you get extra points. So that's kind of fun.
Also, top 100 players at the end of each split from each conference league get Spirit Blossom skins. So you can earn Spirit Blossom skins. It's Yone for the North and Yasuo for the South, which is kind of cool. And obviously, you just sign up and stuff with just your league account through this. So it's pretty easy to sign up and everything. One thing I will say, I remember when we played Fantasy before, is that often teams that play really long games are also really OP, like more so than just even combined kills per minute, because it's just like, if you just play 45-minute games, you get a lot of dragons. Dragons are worth money. Like turrets are often worth money, and like all these things. So it'll be interesting to see how it goes. I kind of like, when I play fantasy, honestly, I kind of like just picking what I think is just what would be the best team in real life. You know what I mean? Like that I could make, more so than gamifying it. But I don't know. It can be.
I don't know if you'll win doing that.
I don't know if I'll win
gamify a little bit.
Yeah, might have to. We'll see. But it should be fun. So if you guys want to join in on that, definitely use the link below. Join in and check out some LTA Fantasy. We're pretty excited about it. I know a lot of fans have been asking for Fantasy Leagues to come back, and they are back. But that is going to do it for this episode of the Dive. We are very, very excited to kick off split number 2. Finally, League of Legends is back. It feels like it's been a while. And remember, if you're watching us on YouTube, hit that subscribe button so you do not miss an episode of The Dive driven by Kia. You can also check us out on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. The LTA starts this Saturday, April 5th, 1 p.m. Pacific. TL takes on Fly.
what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars?
man, welcome back to the LTA Split 2. Raz is already on one. It's been a moment since we last saw you.
Yeah.
You look great. You look great. And the great news is, Split 1 didn't have enough days. We only had 9 days of this. Now we're going to have 23 days of this. So more than twice as much of Raz at the start of the
Can you
show.
do the ear thing? There we go, the ear
There we
thing.
go,
Yeah,
yeah.
perfect. Also, I just got to say, this is for the reveal because nobody's seen the mustache since last time. Are we ready? Is this my
I'm
cam?
ready.
There we go.
It's
That's
the
the
same.
mustache.
The way
It's the
that
same.
you can
It's as if
grow
Raz never shaved it off.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that quickly is impressive.
He is never doing a mustache bet ever again.
Yeah.
That
Raz,
is actually the most
do you feel
deflating
played?
thing.
Do you feel played?
I need to take like 2 years before I get anywhere near that.
See, next time
Yeah.
we should bet that you shave your head and I have to grow out my hair. It should be the reverse of the
I like
mustache.
that.
That's what it's going to be, yeah.
We're doing that.
Yeah.
He's secretly Wolverine,
worse.
I think. He just regrows whatever gets damaged. Anyway, the other thing that you missed, or we missed while we've been off, was First Stand. So we have a small recap of what happened at First Stand.
Is it just gonna be
Team Liquid did beat KC, if you all remember.
See, the reason
I think
why I
that's the
didn't
only thing
jump
that
on
happened,
it,
right? That's like one
Yeah.
thing happened at First Stand.
the reason why I didn't come out and say it is that I felt bad for Europe because it feels like we're just dogpiling them at this point.
True, yeah.
I think we all recognize how good Team Liquid is, and we just don't need to see the rest of the footage, I think.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Europe did finish second at First Stand, and Team Liquid did beat them. So I don't need to say where Team Liquid finished,
Yeah.
but you can figure it out.
Yeah.
Look at them.
Look at
As
that.
happy
That's
as can be.
celebration.
That's-
And there we go. We did it, baby.
Ooh, mission accomplished, baby.
You know what? That's all we needed to do. Because I don't know if anybody's aware of this. That's a 912-day streak. Did anybody see that tweet? Somebody was tweeting out
912
about
days
that
of what?
during the event. What?
912 days of what?
Of EU failing to beat NA's first seed at an event. I actually checked my calendar, and I have other notable events that haven't happened in 912 days. We haven't had a live-action Spider-Man, guys. We gotta get Tom Holland some work. Twitter was purchased over 912 days ago. And
Really?
also, it's been a while. That one's more of a cry for help. But the other
I was
two,
gonna
big
say.
notable events. It's been a long time. That's a long time.
That is a
Wow.
long time.
Yeah.
I'm more
Those are
shocked
some
at number 2 than I am
interesting
At number 2,
at
right?
the fact that Europe
Wait,
hasn't beaten
I'm
one
more
seed in North
shocked
America.
that Emily hasn't pointed out how good my drawing is.
It's
of
beautiful.
the little dove.
It's beautiful. I
Yeah,
miss it.
that took me longer than I cared to
Your bird
admit.
has the biggest dome of a century. That is
Well,
the biggest head I've ever
Look
seen.
up the icon. Look up the old Twitter icon. That's what it looks like.
And so your mom has not told you.
No, she has. Nobody else has.
Oh.
Wow.
Let's keep the streak
Okay.
going.
Wow. Well, moving on.
producer just said they love
from
me. There we go.
Candace's depression. HLE already also won. Like, I thought HLE were super fun to watch. And honestly, CFO, shout out to them. They were actually my favorite team to watch at this event. I thought they were really fun, really cool combination of old and young players from that region. So
Yeah, they did great in the group stage before the bracket stage when they were running the 6-man roster with multiple top laners, something
Yeah.
we might see more of in the future of Fearless now that it's been adopted globally for the rest of the year. But this was really HLE's show. They kind of walked over the whole tournament.
Yeah, they dominated and they did it in style alongside the Kale, the Zed. They tried out a bunch of picks
Quinn?
before.
Yep.
Quinn was fun. Like, they just showcased how, I think, fun and dynamic they are as a team. So it's nice to see that kind of a super team kicked off the year in such an emphatic way.
And they beat KT the other day.
There it is.
Yeah, and also the game is different now. In patch of the year 2025.7, as it is so named now, this is what happens. So we have Darius and Darius getting really nerfed. If you were playing solo queue during the break, Darius was really OP. Not anymore, and now Nefiri also a jungle, but has been nerfed since the rework.
Yeah. Hot patch nerfed actually, most recently. So, I mean, the Yorick change is big, but I don't think that one's actually going to come up because of the adjustments. The Nefiri is one that we still could see.
Yeah, I mean, Tarzan played it, I believe, on this patch, hotfixed, but we've seen a lot less of her in the few games that we've had in LPL and LEC thus far on that patch. I still think Gwen is going to be a huge problem. I don't think the nerfs touched her prowess in the top lane. I still think she's going to be like an elite tier top laner that people are going to be looking at picking. So yeah, I don't think the nerfs, I think we'll still see a lot of Gwen.
Yeah, the few things that I've noticed, like Nefiri is still a disgusting champion, I will say, right? Because the problem, even though the hotfix nerf came through, the problem is the untargetability. So that's going to be something that people will really hone in on, and I think they'll build comps around. Like, maybe a Galio Nefiri composition? What's been catching you?
So for me, I just want to go a little bit on Nefiri. I'm very curious about this because I think in solo queue, it should still be banned because you have so many fights, and Nefiri with the untargetability as well as the multiple different gap closures and the ability to jump over walls is really good in chaotic environments. How are you moving your ear up and down? We need to get a camera on that.
Yeah.
These are just my
This
real
is
ears.
very
You didn't see that earlier?
distracting.
He can just do that.
Okay, that's, okay.
Great motor
he's got
control.
controls. Anyway,
No, I don't.
I
just
feel
my
like
ears.
Nefiri might be a trap pick in pro because the game is going to be slower. She doesn't necessarily have ways of organically forcing by having incredibly fast clear speed or incredibly strong team fighting. So we'll have to see with that one, I think.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what compositions people do pull her out in now that she's been nerfed this much, because a lot of the time you're looking at jungle and support to be your primary engage, and Nefiri is not
She can
a
go
primary
in,
engage. She goes
but it
in,
won't help the
and
team
if
go
she
in.
doesn't kill you, it's a problem.
She got buff mid lane. Her damage to minions mid. So do you think there's a chance we see her mid? I know we only saw her in jungle for pro play so far, but I think there's still an argument.
I think the biggest problems are her matchups.
Yeah.
And I think the jungle really hides a lot of her early weaknesses, and she can get eclipsed pretty early. So like, and the funny thing is, Nefiri was already a pretty annoying champion because of how her dogs interacted with like certain abilities. Like if you're trying to use Lux Q or something like that, the dogs are going to be able to save you. Whereas now you get that and the untargetability. So there's that aspect of it. One big thing that I wanted to point out.
Yeah?
These bad boys right here, Rod of Ages, Catalyst of Aeons. We're seeing a whole bunch of it on like Ari,
Yeah.
Sylas. Every champion seems to be really, if they can build it, are trying to build it.
But Raz, you missed the biggest one. Look at this.
Oh!
Has anyone seen that one? Raz,
I mean, we've been seeing this since First Stand, but we should touch on it here because I think even talking to pros that have been at First Stand with the lane swap detection
Collapse.
effectively ending level 1 lane swaps, we're still seeing over in the south before this show, Leona and Alistair going up against each other in the bot lane. I think end state of this, that should be impossible because I think blind picking melee supports, especially if you're thinking of something like Alistair, should be very hard to do, especially if we're playing right now best of 1 games, because the range supports can just be so powerful. So stuff like this, we're not going to see 2 players top. What is this B?
That's, look,
I
that's
think
a
it
bad
used to
thing
be.
happening.
this is showing how tough it was for top
Okay.
players.
Yeah.
Look at how much of a nightmare this
Yeah.
is for the set. Not going to happen, hopefully, from this point forward.
I also think another thing to watch out for is how teams end up trying to still get advantages by like lane assignments, right? Essentially waiting out the grace period and then swapping their bot laners top, or trying to mismatch lane assignments as best they possibly can, because we have seen this over in LPL and LCK, which is just like you wait out the turret detection and then you end up swapping where you want to.
Yeah, so no more lane swaps. You're going to have to see how that continues to evolve throughout Split 2 with this format. So it's a little bit different than really any format we ran before. The first 3 weeks is the positioning phase, where everyone is going to play best of 1s. Then it moves into the groups phase that is seeded from the positioning phase in best 1 with the top seeds. And after that, this will be the playoff bracket, which is a full best of 5 6-team bracket that we're going to be having with double elimination for the top 4 seeds. So it is progressively more fearless as we continue throughout
Yeah,
the split.
I was gonna say we go from fearless best of 1s to fearless best of 5.
And a lot of people, I'm sure, will be like fearless best of 1s. We saw LEC do that last split. I think it's cool to have at least 3 weeks of that because we haven't seen every team face each other. So we actually get to see like every team go against each other before we see them into the groups. I think that's going to give us much better seeding, and also we get to actually see teams interact when we didn't get the opportunity because of how the format looked like last split.
Exactly, and even though like it's going to be a format that people will have to like watch and take note of, because like knowing the best of 1 seeding into the group stage, but for me what I'm most excited about is like going to be the cross-conference decision making, who gets into playoffs. They're going to be 2 separate matches deciding on who gets eliminated, so like there are always going to be stakes, so I feel pretty happy about that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to enjoy watching the games. I feel like personally, I didn't
League of Legends,
I
Jack?
feel like we didn't have enough games in Split 1. We have a lot more games in Split 2. To me, that's the important takeaway. Team Liquid versus Fly right off the bat. We get to see every team in the league play today and tomorrow, which is what I am personally looking forward to. And earlier in this week, as we switch gears a little bit, a super fun April Fool's prank is
fun.
what the teleprompter says. The producers asked fans to submit presentations on players to watch for the teams that we will now have to present and we haven't seen them.
Yes.
So they're
Okay.
LTA themed. I'm told I'm doing the first one. This is a presentation.
I'm not doing
Okay,
the
so
first
you're
one.
gonna stand.
To the
we have
audience,
to
to the
sit.
audience, to the
Okay.
audience.
Yeah.
We have to sit.
And do we get a
Tomatoes.
critique? Do we get
Yeah.
like numbers we can
Can
hold up for how
we-
well you did?
You can give
we
judgments,
comment?
I
Okay.
think. Yeah, but
Okay.
it's going to be good. So,
Someone hand me a tomato.
APA, Team Liquid APA. I mean, what am I really saying about this guy? He is Yapton America. And this is talking about why he is the best mid laner, really a top mid laner
Yeah.
of the LTA by Murderino.
Murderino.
Presented.
Look at that
Yeah.
eye effect, by the way.
Yeah,
That's
that
so
is-
cool.
That is a very cool
That's
Captain
awesome.
It's
America
because he's
eye effect.
Yapton America. That's why that's in there. Stats don't lie. 2025 so far. First in damage, first in kills, and #1 in computer to washroom time.
Nice.
7
Let's
seconds.
go.
Yeah, like I wasn't counting, but you were, so that's why it was correct. Also, he is the best trash talker in professional League of Legends. This is just a small sample of him
Okay.
talking into the void. Because
Yeah.
teams, if they're smart, have muted him because he is so powerful.
Also, who can't they play verse? It says you can't play
Yeah, you
verse.
can't play
oh,
verse.
why give Asol came before? Okay.
Yeah, you can't play versus. He's already in your head. This is just more. He's also trash talking against his own teammates. Just effing say it in the draft then, John. APA first stand. I'm also told that's tame. This
Yeah.
is a tame moment.
Oh,
John,
yeah.
don't-
I'm had to leave the
Yeah.
room because of that. Impact left too. That's crazy.
Maybe they're going to the bathroom, maybe they're going to stage to win because he motivated them. Also, he also trash talks his own fans. What do you think about the LTA trophy? I saw a lot of people joking that it looked like the McDonald's logo. Did it still feel nice to lift it? That was the question, the fan asking that McDonald's-y question. He says, I mean, those are real people who've never lifted a trophy in their life.
No.
Like you idiot. I thought the trophy was pretty sick when
He
I
was
lifting.
thinking that part.
That was contextual. I just got to throw that in. So to me, they're just all losers. I mean, for what it's worth, he probably won some wrestling trophies in high school as well.
Oh,
on top
true.
Of what he's done now. So here's just some of his wins. Every international event since going pro. I think Faker does wish he did that. If you remember 2014, Faker didn't get to go, didn't win Worlds. He didn't win the tournaments, but he did attend them. Worlds, MSI, EWC, Worlds, and another first stand. He needs to win this split to keep that streak alive.
That's
so
a dub.
that is
Yeah.
also Angus
Angus, do
recommending.
you recommend?
I
He
do.
has the number one
That's an
mustache
old
in the
photo.
league.
That's not even the correct photo. He's got the full mustache and no beard
It
now.
raises the question, can Quid even grow a mustache?
I don't think so.
We've never seen it. So
Oh,
that's rude. And that's APA, why he is
That's
the
incredible.
top mid
that was
laner.
beautiful.
well
Yep.
done.
Okay, well
That was
done.
great.
Well
Murray.
done.
That was
Yeah.
great. Okay, I got another one. I got another one. This
Okay.
one is on Dignitas Shaden.
Oh, there's a
God.
lot going on here.
Wow.
There is a lot, and that's
Whoa.
because he's a complex guy.
This is
Yeah, why would you root for Dig
proud
Shaden?
work for. I spent all night
I
working
think
on
it
this.
kind of speaks to itself. I mean,
Yeah.
proud work for Dignitas fans. There's also another thing. There's a legacy going between the two of us. 2011, IPL 3, Dignitas Jazz.
Oh, true.
True.
2025, LTA Split 2, Shaden.
Oh, yes. Uh-huh.
Wow.
It connects.
Okay.
It connects. A clear
Okay.
path.
Morals.
Um,
They're important. Hey, everyone, I'd like to express my sincerest apologies for how I've acted. I made efforts to become a better version of myself, both in game and out, but I recognize
changed
that I've
man.
fallen short of
Yep.
it. So now I need to be better. Moving forward, I remain
It's
dedicated
signed.
to personal growth in 2025. I'll keep working on making meaningful changes to become a player you can be proud to support. Shaden, very neat-looking signature.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, you have to practice that signature.
This is what goes on inside his head when you ask him an interview question.
That's fair. So
He's just working on expressing it because he's a very
Are these all of his
polite-
accounts on
Yeah.
LPGG? Okay.
It looks like it.
Very
Master,
successful.
Diamond, Emerald,
one he hasn't played on.
level
Okay.
143,
Yeah.
and level 49. That's great. Anyway, Hair, better interviews than 99% of players, as we mentioned. And also, he was asked once why he what drives him, right?
Yeah.
No school.
No school.
Boom.
Okay.
Good for you.
Good motivator.
I mean,
Warren Buffett.
Yeah, I just saw that.
there is a lot going on in his head, which is why he's such a good jungler. In conclusion, this person has no clue who this guy is, but he liked his interview. So let's go. And I can give you more information on him. DM me. Shaden is a great guy. And his interviews are only going to be getting better from here on out.
Okay.
We're practicing. Yep.
Okay. Next up,
All right.
I hear is Emily.
All right, let's go.
Tell you
What do I got?
Thanatos.
Well done, by the way, Jeff.
Yeah, that was my
Beautiful.
great cheat.
Grachi, yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Grachi. Well done,
Get
well
this
done.
out of here.
All right, Emily, you have to be a
Just
lot more
point to the
believable
computer
than
over
Jack.
there, Emily, and press forward. I'm
You
sure
can't
it'll work.
even work
There we
the
go.
No,
No.
Yeah.
let her cook.
YS Cam, you should know. Masu. Okay, first of all, shout out to someone who knows YSKM, who was a top laner.
That's
Yep.
Saki.
But yeah, thank you, Saki. You should know Masu because he's really freaking good. And I can't wait.
Here's over there.
There we go. We got there.
There we go. 120 ping to LTS. That's right. This guy, they called him the Wi-Fi wizard, as you've said so many times on broadcast, Kangas from NACL to here. He was playing on 120 ping and still stomping people.
Yeah.
Then, came to LA and later won MVP in his only year of NACL, was promoted immediately because he's so freaking good again, and won Rookie of the Year that year. LTA North MVP, question mark, could be.
Could be.
Right?
He's on track.
In his rookie year, Masu has mogged everyone and stunned people internationally. Very true. He's so good. He ended up in
He was in the video.
That's
the promo
so good. Yeah.
for Worlds, which was awesome. But also, unironically, he showed up at international events from his first international event. Even when FlyQuest were struggling at that MSI, Masu was actually the bright light on that team. People were still really, really, really impressed with his play and also with his poise, even when the team was not doing super well. Don't sleep on the champ Ocean. He can literally play everything.
The Seraphine in
Let
there.
He played
Masu
Karthus?
cook. Yep. Look at all this. These are all of the
don't talk about
champions that he
the
has played. You know what? We can probably talk about it now. I bet he's improved because he's that good, right? So he's going to be great in Fearless. Thank you, Masu!
You gotta do the Sue. Wait, do it.
Sue! I can't.
Damn it, no.
I suck. Why you should be a fan of Park Thanatos Younggu. You should. And this is actually really nice.
That's
beautiful.
awesome.
Yeah, Rockets,
Yeah.
this is amazing.
Created by the #1 fantasy. Okay.
Yeah, all right. You should be a fan of Thanatos. And here's why. His achievements.
I'm a Thanatos.
Whoa.
Oh.
True. He
Lot of
is
animations.
2 LCK CL Finals MVP, All Pro. Every split he was active in LCS.
Which is
Very
the
true.
one?
Yes.
Cool.
But look, you know what? He still made it. Look, there's a little goat animation for him too. It's great.
I like it.
We love Thanatos.
yeah.
This is a great presentation, honestly. He is going to be in the Samsung SSD Fast 5 this week. I love the promo shout out.
Where's the read?
Again,
We need to have the read
yeah,
ready.
this is amazing. But also, top fastest, 100 CS. Look at that. Insane. He cares about his fans. Very true. We'll do a dance in 20 years and at 1,000 Twitch subs. So
How close
you
is
know
he?
what?
Ooh.
Get him up there.
Ooh, yeah.
Because
We got
look,
some
look
ground.
at his dancing skills. Come on.
Emulate it.
You guys.
We need someone to try the dance.
Thank you, Raz.
He is committed to representing his team before he even joins. Look at this.
No, the clown.
Practicing.
He was
That's
ready.
just
Cloud
flame.
9.
Honestly, every time I've underestimated C9, I've also had to wear a clown wig, so I feel like a very nice kinship with Thanatos too. He always performs, so you'll never be sad watching him. True. Thanatos is an insane laner. He is so good, and here is his CS to prove it just in split 1. Does a cute signature just for you. Look, honestly, LCS pros need to work on their signatures.
I think that's not as neat as Shaden's was.
No, I like it because there's a sight for the
Shaden's
T.
was fake. He has the cutest dog. Her name is Cutie. Enough said. Oh my gosh,
That
she
is
does
a
have
cute
a
dog.
really cute dog.
I did not know that.
Cuter than my dog.
That's incredible.
Follow him.
Oh my
On all
God,
of
this is
his
just a
accounts.
full-on.
Yes.
This is
Please
public. This-
cheer
they
for
plug.
Santos. This is honestly the best plug I've ever seen for an LCS player. That was great. Thank you, Rockets. That was
Nice.
beautiful.
Well done,
Nice.
well done.
Raz,
well
you're up. Get
done.
up there. Get up
Go,
there.
go,
I
go.
heard I need to now speed run this thing.
Go.
And you
Go,
know
go,
what?
go, go,
I'm
go.
gonna tell you guys don't present this with confidence, all right?
Oh.
I don't do anything with confidence.
Let's
Raz.
do this. Let's get a show on here. Hoo-hee! DSG's player to watch. You know what, Rise? King 33, he's the LTA player to watch. Every single aspect of it. Not only does he have the dab, but this man he was an MSI finalist. The man was playing competitively since 2014. He has UNC status. Say happy birthday to him right now. He just hit 30 recently. I think it was just yesterday.
Happy birthday,
Oh,
Hui.
happy birthday, Hui. Happy birthday.
Unc.
Let's go on to the next point. Oh my God, always innovating. Yes, the Aurelian Soul. Also, I was personally coaching him at the time. He was like hard carrying me with a set support. So thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let's go on to the next part of this one. In case you forgot,
Yeah.
legendary.
I will never forget that.
Bring it to support, by the way. Bring it to support. we need to bring it to support because
love this.
Thank you for voting for Huhi because he is the correct choice.
The amount of CLG logos on those
Yeah.
slides already made me a
Also,
fan.
I loved the use of Raz dancing.
Yeah, in the vid.
Why you should like Ayla. Why wouldn't you like
Okay.
Ayla? First of all, he's Australian, and we love Australians. And he was probably on your favorite team. This is true.
Oh, no.
This is true. So we go on to Team Liquid. That's one aspect of it. He was balling on Team Liquid with Spawn and Team Liquid Academy, and also on the main team for a little bit. And then he was on FlyQuest. Look at this. Zoom in a little bit further. And then I got to continue on. Bang! Right here on Evil Geniuses alongside the boys of JoJo. Good luck, JoJo. But by the way, he's carrying your legacy. Go on to the next player. Go on to the next player. 100 Thieves!
Wow.
They were the LTA finalists. This man exhibits success.
Yeah.
And let's see what the next point is. No other player has been on this many awesome teams. That's a true
Source.
stat.
There's an asterisk?
Source.
That's
Well,
look,
they have an asterisk on player and awesome, so they're
Yeah.
really leaving themselves an out here.
No. He needs to be
Do
our
not
stats
fact
person.
check.
He needs to be our stats person. Do
I don't
not,
know.
Yep.
Do not check the fact. And then we go on to he's just like you. Yes, you, all of you. So don't even think about harassing him. His favorite champion is Senna.
Just 5%
Wait, how is that
people.
just like you?
I don't know about that one. He makes his bed just like 45% of people. He's a responsible adult.
I also make
And
my bed.
his favorite color is blue. These are proper stats that we need him in our team. He started playing League of Season 3, just like 43% of you. All of you are old, by the way.
Wow.
He just said that. His favorite player is Faker, just like all of you. And
Yeah.
I think that's the stat. He's just like
Just like us.
That's a lot of percent. That's gonna be a big number.
213%. 213.
The math
You can't argue with
mathing.
Mathing it up.
You can't argue with the numbers.
The math is mathing.
Yeah.
Oh my God, he's just cool. He's amazing. What is this? What are the balls doing here?
There's a lot of stuff going on in that slide. Oh.
I don't know, but I did know he recorded the first pentakill first.
Hello, operator. We need Ayla on the team. All right, guys. I think we just picked up
Take
the phone.
your ass.
That was amazing.
All right, I gotta go.
Thank you.
I gotta go. I'm gonna speed run through these ones. This one's from Yoharu. So we're gonna get through it real quick here. Who is the best jungle in LTA North? Hey, let me tell you, it's not that guy, Jet. I know.
Wow.
I know that you play in the
Jet
past.
catching strays for
It's
no
not that
reason?
guy. It's actually all jungles. Every single one of them.
What?
That's
is this
why
a jungle presentation?
they deserve everyone's love. Everyone should love all the junglers, right? I think that that's what we're learning. Oh, but no, actually, number 2, it's Adiland, everybody. Love all the
Behind
junglers, but
everyone?
especially this one, because Adiland, look at this. You don't have permission to play that file, but if we could click on that file, it would 100% convince you of why you should root for Adiland.
I believe it.
Wow.
And that's it.
All right.
Unless somebody else is going to click on it for
That's
me.
beautiful.
Also, 16 championships, 8 international events. That's
Amazing.
incredible.
Not
That's
very
incredible.
believable. I think you needed a more believable performance.
Adiland right
I
there.
like
No,
it.
I think,
No,
I think
I thought it was
the
good.
slides speak
Good
for
job.
themselves. Now, next up here, this one's from Qued Cypher, I think. I need my glasses on. But reading contracts, don't ignore the fine print. What's the fine print? Oh, it's on the contract. That's why. But I have the power of God and anime on my side. Remember, big One Piece fan. I just caught up on the anime. Great show. You should watch it. But also, he knows the grind. 10 years as a
Yeah.
pro. This guy's been competing forever. 2 Worlds quarterfinals and an LCS championship. He did it on Cloud9, and he also did it later on NRG. He also puts on a show. The only Urgot jungle in the LCS.
Let's go, Contracto.
73% win rate on Kha'Zix, specifically. Not a very popular pick. And he did this to G2, baby.
There we go.
That's what we wanted to see.
El Contracto.
That's the one right there. Also, no, wait a minute.
Oh
Wait
my God.
Okay, he
God.
might end a couple of orgs on his tenure as well. But that
my
just shows how powerful.
God.
They can't contain his power.
Yeah,
the
to keep him.
reciprocal power he leaves is too much. So in summation, contracts can be hard to read sometimes. I've expected that I'm going to be a plat player this season. Goodbye, world. But that's what makes him fun. And there we go. I think Kobe said it for all of us.
Yep.
There we go.
True.
And I'm going to assume that's it. In summation, that's it. Contracts.
All right,
Best
thank
jungler.
you to everyone
Bravo.
who submitted.
Yeah,
don't know what
thank
to do.
you.
I'm
That
just
We
was
weren't
putting it in
able
my
to
pocket.
feature you in this segment. I really loved the way you all put those together as we all get
This
in
is your
place.
award.
Okay.
But you see our players are on stage at the moment. We got Bwipo already. Fly versus TL. We have 5 minutes to break this one down. And let's first look at the history of these two teams, because we know in the last about year and a half, it has kind of been TL versus Fly over and over again. They were in both of the finals last year, and the history here goes back a little bit deeper. This is the all-time Fly versus TL series history.
I think we even asked the players as well, and like they feel it, they know it. Every time they go up against each other, it's always a banger. These are bloody matchups that I remember since like last year's playoffs. The history is obviously longer, but at least with these two teams, this is the real competition between both of them. They feel like this is going to be like a finals.
Yeah, and I love how they've also been able to push each other, right? Like when it feels like one of them is on top, the other one kind of comes up to knock them out, and then the other team has to respond, regroup. I've really, really loved watching both of these lineups over the past like year and a half now go at it and learn so much from each other.
Every time they match up, it's a banger. Like, this is the de facto biggest rivalry in the North right now. I mean, we're well past the TSM CLG days. This is the closest we've ever been to that. Not only in terms of, like, hype that I experience going into these matches, but quality of the games. Like, every time they play each other, it goes the distance, and it's always entertaining.
And every lane matchup is an interesting matchup, but the one that I feel like takes the cake is going to be bot lane, because Jan, as a player, I think had the best split just last split. Last split, if there was an MVP award, I feel like he would have taken it, and Masu as a player also was standout. So it's nice to see two incredibly young AD carry prospects come to the league and made such an impact, and now they're going up against each other today.
Yeah, I think Jan has been the standout for Team Liquid, and he's maintained a sense of humbleness in his interviews, and I actually think it's the right call, because I think there are games when the team isn't doing well. If he tries a little bit too hard, he actually has a tendency to do that because he's been playing so well. But both of these guys, I think every split they've been in the league, they have added something to their game. And at this point, their team fighting, to me, is just the biggest standout. But now we'll also get to kind of guaranteed see them lane against each other at the start of the game because of the removal lane swaps.
Yeah, and that's super interesting to me too, right? Because when Jan came in, people knew him as a laner, and they were like, maybe he has to work a little bit on his team fighting and team coordination. Meanwhile, Masu, his team fighting was lauded, but people were like, he kind of needs to work on his laning, right? Now I feel like they've both worked on those opportunity areas so well. It's going to be so fun to see what this 2v2 lane matchup is going to look like.
And on the topic of the lane swaps going away, I don't think any team is worse off for it than Team Liquid. They were the team that really pushed for that. That was all of last year, a lot of this past split, and I think that they're gonna have to really figure out how they want to play League of Legends now with that change. I'm excited because we get to see the bot lane matchup versus each other, but I think a player like Bwipo is really excited because now he can just focus on just laning in the top lane 1v1.
Yes, and I think on top of that, the point that both teams are going to be looking for is consistency. Both these teams in Split 1 suffered when it came to consistency. A lot of the focus was, of course, on Umti, but at the beginning of the split, APA didn't have like that level of consistency that he wanted, and I think it really cleaned up later on, and then we got to see like better play, especially at first stand for Umti. So like, big question is going to be seeing what level we will see from Team Liquid that cleaned it up to get to first stand, whereas FlyQuest is the team that fell to 100 Thieves.
It's an interesting juxtaposition there because since Team Liquid did play at first stand and struggled after beating Europe, there's all these negative feelings about their recent performance.
Yeah.
But FlyQuest's most recent performance was not even making it to LTA Split 1 finals.
Exactly.
So they actually had a weaker Split 1, but right now my perception is Quad inspired, they're a solid mid-jungle. Umti APA from Team Liquid, maybe not a solid mid-jungle, which, as we pull up predictions, is going to influence how we look at it, I think. So for me, I'm actually predicting FlyQuest in this first game, and everybody else is too. What is this?
It's a clean sweep.
Boring
It's crazy to think
prediction.
about that considering Team Liquid just went to first stand. But again, for me, the biggest reason is the lane swaps going away. Like, Team Liquid looked worse at first stand because of lane swaps not being prevalent anymore. I think FlyQuest have this easy.
Wow.
Easy, you say.
Easy.
I think it's going to be a lot tougher. I think the biggest focus for me is just going to be the jungle matchup because I know that Inspired, as strong as he is, the strongest jungler in the league, I want to see him perform here.
Yeah, and for me, the difference is going to be intentions in draft. Because I think in this best of one, if Team Liquid really wants to try and gut out a win against FlyQuest, we're going to see a Sejuani or Maokai, we're going to see a Ziggs for APA, or are they going to be trying to play the long game for best of threes and best of fives? We're about to find out. Game 1 of LTA Split 2 is about to begin. Let's send it to the stage.
What fuels the North?
Flowers? Is that you?
Hell yeah, brother. Now answer the question.
What feels me?
Being a target.
Getting my 5th title.
Laughing at the haters. Winning 1v1s.
Licorice flashing in!
Getting back to the big stage. Just winning.
Representing Latam. Playing to the crowd.
Your terrible takes.
Don't forget about the content, bro.
All right, what about you, next generation?
Being number 1.
Watching others get mad.
Do people still say money?
Beating Dignitas.
Good luck.
Oh!
More MVPs.
Win, are you kidding?
Reaching my potential.
Instantly one-pop John!
The shotties. Bro, it's so cringe though, no?
What a chat. All right, what else you got?
Being the underdog.
Carry, I'm washed.
Family.
Silencing the doubters.
Lifting the legion. The thrill of competition.
Getting called a one trick.
Playing on stage. Having no equals.
Sleeping.
Opportunity.
Ratio.
My teammate. Outplaying my opponents. Doing dumb. That's what fuels me.
What fuels you?
Welcome back to the LTA. Split 2 kicks off today as our 8 teams return to see what fuels them and who burns brightest. Our first matchup has 2 of our best squads facing off yet again, so let's get right to it. First up, it's FlyQuest. In the top lane, Vivo. In the jungle, Inspired. At mid, it's Quad, 80 carry Masu, and finally support, Lucio.
All right, welcome to the stage, FlyQuest. We're going to keep Inspired up. Everyone else, you can take your positions. Inspired, we got to get some words from you before the big match. It's Team Liquid. It's always a banger between these 2 orgs, but you just had to watch them go to first stand and represent the North. So first off, I want to get your thoughts. I'm curious everyone else's. What did you think about their performance at first stand?
I mean, it was a bit disappointing. At the beginning, when they beat KC, I was like, wow, any better than you? But in the end, they didn't even make it to the semifinals, so it was pretty sad. And I hope they give similar performance today then.
All right, well, what's on your mind then going into this matchup? Because we know this is a big rivalry between these 2 orgs. Right now, FlyQuest barely has the lead in game score. Does that add pressure to you, or what's your mindset going into this match?
Honestly, I'm not keeping account about our wins and losses against TL, but I knew that there is so many games already, double digits wins and losses, so it would be nice to keep having a lead in that one.
All right, well, I'm sure the fans will be cheering for you. Inspired, I'm going to let you take your spot with your team.
And now, let's meet their opponents. Your Split 1 winners, it's Team Liquid. In the top lane, it's Impact. It's Umpty in the jungle. APA at mid. Yawn on 80 carry and support Core JJ.
All right, welcome to the stage, Team Liquid. APA, we're going to keep you. Everyone else, you can take your positions. APA, we got to ask, I don't know if you heard Inspire, but he's hoping that you have a similar performance from first stand for this match. What do you think about that?
I hope they have a similar performance from their last tournament because they couldn't even make top 2.
Ooh, that's fair. That's fair. All right, AP, I gotta ask, because I asked you something in Brazil before you went to first stand, and I asked you and Impact. I said, is Impact gonna grow a mustache? going to first stand. And I believe he said yes. I think he actually agreed to it. Do you have any words for your teammate who didn't grow one?
Impact's known to be a liar, so I'm not surprised he didn't.
Unfortunate. All right, any words for the fans here cheering you on?
I guess if you're a TL fan, you're going to be happy today because we're going to win.
All right, APA and Team Liquid. So back over to the casters.
All right, everybody, it's just about time to get on into it. We've heard a bit from the teams, from their representative players, inspired, obviously not inspired by the performance of Liquid at first stand, but APA unshaken, ready to come back and start swinging here today. I'm Captain Flowers, that's Kobe. How you feeling about this one, man?
It's funny because they were a lot more cordial and humble leading into this week. We had Spawn talking about he doesn't even believe that Team Liquid are the best team in the LTA until they beat FlyQuest in a best of 5. Now today's not a best of 5, so you know, they won't get that validation today, just a best of 1. But you know, that's that level of respect there. He's like, until we prove it against FlyQuest, he didn't think that they were the best team. And then Whippo was like, yeah, well, I don't even think we're basically 4th place team right now after split number 1. And so they also still feel like they have to prove themselves again versus their big rivals here in Team Liquid. So coming into this, it feels like both of the sides are kind of like humble expectations, but then very, very, very strong drive to be that number 1 team.
Especially with just how fast our first split was, right? Like, it was a short amount of time. Boom, boom, boom. We're going to Brazil. Boom, boom, boom. We're going to Korea. Boom, boom, boom. We're back here now. It's time for split 2. You get a little bit of whiplash keeping track of where you stand in comparison to everybody else around you in the field. You look back at the predictions at the top of the day. All 4 analysts predicting FlyQuest to be the victor here. And I think a lot of that, for a lot of people watching, was just how rough Team Liquid were looking by the end of first stand compared to coming out the gate swinging like they did against KC.
I think some people might fall into the trap of underestimating Team Liquid because they also, saw them, like you're saying, at first stand, take a lot of losses at the hands of a lot of these number 1 seeds of other regions. But within North America, things have definitely been different. So excited to look forward to this one, especially the top lane matchup.
Oh, yeah.
Whipple's got a fresh new haircut, but he's going against Impact, and Impact was one of the players at first stand that, coming out of a lot of matchups, was down a lot in gold, came out of laning phase pretty far behind. That has never really been replicated within the LTA. So I want to see if Whippo can actually, put Impact in that same sort of position like we saw in international play, or if Impact will still be the GOAT. Happy 3,000 days since Umpty's debut.
Wow. That is a long time. That is just about 8 years.
He's a fellow Skarner player.
Just about 8 years. Yeah,
so
I got to respect fellow Skarner players here. Going back to the old days, before it was modern Skarner that's really strong, I do expect one thing especially. Hold on now.
I don't know, I just feel like Dumpty and APA will choke so hard against this champion. Like, they will have no idea what my character does.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest, bro, I don't even know, where your damage is coming from.
Everywhere.
Now I want to see what character it is. Let's go. Whippo got some spicy picks. FlyQuest, of course, they did go to Korea for a boot camp during this, quote unquote, off time that all the other LTA teams had. So FlyQuest were boot camping in Korea. They also had LS, helping them with some part-time coaching over there. So maybe they've cooked up some secret picks, and we'll get right into that draft. The Ivern remains banned against Inspired, but the story of Jungle has been Gwen and Nefiri. Gwen is a very good flex pick, very, very good for top lane, but also can be flexed into the jungle with the current state of the buffs to both Gwen and Nefiri. Even with all these hotfix nerfs and everything, both of those are still very strong. Plus, we had a little Yorick rework there.
A couple
who also just got a
changes.
hotfix nerf. So we'll see how much practice these players have been putting in on those other champions.
Okay, so we've already talked about the ban on the Ivern towards Inspired. Yone and Vi also removed by Team Liquid. Skarner, Talia, Rumble banned out by FlyQuest. First pick of the draft for them is going to be the Varus, getting a power player down there in the bottom lane for Masu. Masu and Yon, I think, is always one of our most exciting matchups in terms of role-specific head-to-head here in the LTA. Yon being the shining star, I think, for Team Liquid at first stand, even in their less impressive games. Yon was still the one who was really just out there.
And you got Insta Kalista for
going
Flowers.
for it, and he's got Kalista Renata in this game now that'll be going up against a Varus, and whatever they decide to pair with it for the side of FlyQuest, because the second pick for them was the Xin Zhao for Inspired nice and early.
Yeah, definitely going to be some early skirmishing here if you get the Xin Zhao. Honestly, the Nico here could technically be flex for mid lane and support as well if they do end up locking it. Could lend some versatility, but I would definitely expect it to go bottom lane, try and combat this Kalista Renata. We saw so effectively the Varus plus Nico lane really bully early on. Lots of harassment, lots of poke damage from that lane really early on. So we'll see, especially if junglers path down to that side to try and protect. If they can use that range and poke advantage. But Yon and Core JJ have just been the shining stars for TL. That bottom lane, especially Yon, has done so much carry work for the team. So FlyQuest going to have to do a lot, try and keep that fearsome duo behind.
Well, you can see that FlyQuest is still being cautious about the jungle role, respecting the flexibility of the Gwen to go up into the top lane or the jungle, saying, hey, Impact might just play that up there in the top side. We don't want to give them the Sejuani, don't want to give them one of those classic umpty power picks back in the day before Fearless started, where everybody was saying, oh,
Sejuani Maokai.
He's the Maokai Sejuani merchant, of course. But we have the Cassiopeia banned out by TL. This is one of the ones the quad will play in certain situations. Very effective against Kalista. The power of the miasma for the grounding effect can be super useful. And Tristana will be the last ban of the draft for FlyQuest.
All right, what other AP mids are they worried about here? TL with some more protection bans. Of course.
Hell yeah, buddy!
Me too, honestly.
Thanks, buddy.
Who doesn't? All right, let's see. What else do they want to take out here? I mean, maybe some tankier options for Bwipo. Oh,
Okay.
they do actually.
Yeah.
One of the specialty picks for Bwipo, the set, which would be a big problem for Gwen, even with Gwen getting the kind of early game oriented buffs to the champion. Set still would be quite problematic, assuming that Impact does take it up to the top side.
All right, so let's see what we get here from the side of FlyQuest. You know, I feel like Rise, his face is just slightly further to the edge of the screen than I expect. And so for a second, I always have to wonder who that is because it's just a blue blur. But that blue blur will be the Rise locked in for FlyQuest.
Interesting, because Rise didn't get like the direct changes, but the Rod of Ages did get a much better build path. So will be interesting to actually see, assuming that it's still going to be the build there for the Rise. You know, you can go with the double Ruby Crystal start, but Jarvan here locked up since Rise doesn't have the jump. Varus doesn't have the jump to be able to get out of it. So the ultimate there for Jarvan will be very effective against those carries. Also, a lot of times, too, you can try and just, like, ult the Nico and then EQ out of your own ultimate. Try and keep one of those engaged threats away from you.
Mm-hmm. So if last pick of the draft for FlyQuest is for Bwipo, what do they want to save it for? And the Vlad will be the pick. So we have two very powerful, scaling, team-fighting capable AP characters for the solo lanes of FlyQuest, with range being the limiting factor on both of them. But on the other side, it's not like Team Liquid's draft has a massive amount of artillery that's going to be flying at you.
Yeah, there
is a short-range AD carry. Ari needs to dive in. Gwen is a melee champion. So it looks like we're going to get a pretty scrappy one here this time.
Yeah, I think TL need to be very aggressive, and that is honestly good for them. When they have been at their best recently, when they've been focusing on trying to win early game and snowball. And so I think Umpty here on the Jarvan, path down towards the bottom side of the map. Jarvan is very well known for being able to skip camps to go for ganks if there's any sort of opportunity. So if there is early trading in any of these lanes, it is always a gankable lane for Jarvan. He literally only needs level 2. Ideally, you do get to keep your farm up like every other jungler, but it's nice to always have that option of playmaking.
And I feel like League of Legends, you know, we've got, what, 170, 175 champions in the game now? Of those 170 champions, Jarvan is still the first one that comes to my mind if you say the words level 2 gank. That is what this guy is all about. You see that flag come down in your lane when you might even still be level 1, you're not having a good time. So let's see if Umpty can make that happen. He was a player that came under a lot of criticism during the first split. He was able to rectify a lot of those mistakes once Coach Spawn joined back up with the team. Obviously, fans for Team Liquid still hoping to see him step up more and more as we get into split 2 now. Going up against Inspired on the Xinjiao. Always a test in the jungle for anybody going up against him. I'm ready to go for this one, Kobe. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LTA for Split 2. Team Liquid and FlyQuest. This matchup, I feel like it always delivers. Some of the best moments that we've gotten in recent history here in North American League of Legends have been between these two teams.
100% agree. This rivalry has been the rivalry at the top of the LCS. They are very close in game score as well, Flowers. Both like all time for the organizations. Well, Bwipo here, though, under attack pretty early on. Should be able to just walk his way out.
Yeah.
It's 106 though already. So they're getting a little bit deep in time, which means that that damage will stick. So decent opener here for Impact.
Yeah.
Stacking up his Conqueror, chasing him down. Vladimir level 1 does not get to do a lot.
Now, one important thing that I'm immediately noticing here is Masu also lost his flash back at level 1, so that's going to be an important thing to keep track of, especially with Jarvan in the game on the enemy team. And also, this is one of those rare games where it is not 4 teleports in solo lanes, right? Bwipo has Flash Ignite, so we'll have to see how that affects the overall macro game as we get further in.
I also want to point out the Trinket ward economy here. 3 wards used really early on for FlyQuest to protect the bottom side of the map, and we're mentioning, Jarvan's ability to get creative ganks off. Umpty is starting on the top side, so we'll be pathing down towards the bottom side. Of course, we need to take a moment to reflect on TL.
The most important reflection of that event.
Yep, TL in, and then as soon as they got their victory over KC, they were out. So, GG.
Yep, it happens. Yep.
Done and done.
Get in, mission accomplished.
Yep, back to the LTA, though. They have to worry. Yeah, they have to worry about the bottom lane, or look to prey on the bottom lane. More importantly there, and try and prey on that flash that was blown. Is good that you point that out, because that is the much more impactful part of the level 1. Masu being down the flash, and we were expecting that bottom lane to have some heavy trading as well to open up opportunities. So both junglers will end up on the bottom side of the map, kind of close to when the wards are expiring after their full clears, and we'll see if we can get any further action down there.
And I'm glad that you mentioned back in the draft just the immobility of both of those carries in the Ryze and the Varus on the side of FlyQuest. And even when you look at Vlad, obviously he can aggro drop with his pool, but he doesn't have any way out of the Cataclysm either. So Umpty just has so much potential this game. If his timing is right, if his game sense is not leading him astray, to be able to punish any sort of a weakness here on the side of FlyQuest and really accelerate this TL comp that you already mentioned. They want to play aggressive. They want to get ahead. I mean, you're playing a Kalista Jarvan comp. That's what you need to do.
Yeah, definitely do. Meanwhile, bottom side, as we were taking a look at the ward, Trinket ward economy, they instantly refreshed this Pixel Brush ward, but not going to do a whole lot as bottom lane still has push power for TL, so Umpty gets to go up to the crab and grab that one, and Spire's going to have to go up to the top half of the map to trade them there, which means under tower down there, the Varus and the Nico here trying to scrape together the rest of their CS, and should be able to claim pretty much every other one of those minions and end up fairly close here, though. The early recall for Kalista quite nice with the boots plus the long sword here, and they're going for the swap, Flowers, right after that early reset. So they use their lane priority, push in, get their recall off early on, and swap up to the top half of the map to go collect that wave.
And it feels like this is kind of the new age way of playing lane swaps, right? You wait out the timer, and then you send bot lane to the top side. They're already going to be there here in a minute and a half when the grub timer drops.
Exactly. Ready for that fight. They want to scrap over it. By that time, though, everybody's still going to be looking at this Masu flash timer. So that timer winding down fairly quickly before nobody has been able to punish it. And we'll see if they're able to change that story. Because remember, with both junglers starting top side of the map for their first clears, it's pretty easy to continue to track junglers. They go for their second full clear, again, top down. Are just going to bounce on over. But Umpty's actually not going for his second full clear.
Okay.
He's dropping some camps here on Jarvan, delaying his red side camps, to come fish around for topside, which means Inspired will be ahead in CS here, be a bit up in his tempo here for junglers, and we'll see Umpty on his recall just reset back down to the other side.
And speaking of tempo and speaking of being able to punish things, like when we look back at the level 1, when we look back at Whippo taking that chunk, it hasn't really hurt him a whole lot, and now he's in a great spot. It's first blood for Whippo. The Ignite used to guarantee it. They make the move on Impact before either one of the top laners is level 6, and it's FlyQuest first on the board.
And there you go. Umpty camp on top side, doesn't find anything there, goes for the recall. Meanwhile, Inspired finishes clearing towards the bottom half of the map, and as Impact walks up, this Gwen that has no flash, no mobility summoner spell, they get their kill, but now contesting, looking at the dragon.
Okay.
Looks like Umpty's going to be able to push Inspired off.
Now, very similar inventories here for both these champions, but it is one extra Ruby Crystal for Umpty.
So it's interesting because Whippo heading back down, but has no Ignite, and meanwhile, topside.
Oh, nice. Busio gets caught out there. Core JJ and Jan going in. The handshake is beautiful, even through the clone. There's no way home. Beautifully done from Core JJ and Jan. The Renata Glass setting it up with the engage to guarantee that Jan's getting on the board, tying up these 80 carries.
That's exactly where TL want all of their money in Jan's pockets. The Callista flowers, you said it. Now, that opens up the option for Umpty, be able to go from Dragon up to the top side of the map. Interesting, Busio here on his reset. He won't have any summoner spells for the Nico, but he is going to head right out to the Grubs. Looks like they're going to at least try and get some vision down around here. Currently wearing the face of Inspired.
Always one of the fun things to keep track of in a Nico game is, will he get any good big chameleon moments as the game goes on? Sometimes halfway through the game, you'll see him be able to successfully sneak into a minion wave or something. Somebody forgets to count. But a lot of the time, I feel like you don't get a ton of value out of walking around like this.
Well, looks like after that kill on top side, they will be able to get both of the first early neutral objectives here. So super nice. Yeah. There for TL, for Umpty, but it'll come up and grab these two because you get so much.
Oh boy, Whippo in some danger. Impact nearly getting the kill, but nearly is not good enough. Quad arrives with the Realm Warp. Impact falls down, and again, it's that difference in mobility summoner spell. Whippo having the flash to get the extra distance keeps him alive.
Flowers. Before we got into this game, in the opener, we're talking about, will Whippo be able to make Impact look like he did at first stand and put him in those same deficits that we saw Impact facing in international play on matchups that were just like this, when he even had the exact same champion of the Gwen. And with Inspired going down there, it certainly looks to be that case. Vladimir definitely going to be very annoying, going for the boots of speed here really early on. Swiftness boots here will have a very easy time of getting into or out of the large clump of short-range champions on the side of TL. So it just feels like Vladimir is set up to be Thanos in this game.
Yeah.
He really excels into clumps of short-range champions, and with Inspired doing such an efficient job of making sure that Whippo is going to have a strong early game and a lot of money in this game, with the early kill, with some very good laning stats for himself already on the Vladimir, certainly feels like Whippo is set up to be an absolute terror here.
I especially like this Swifty Rush, considering the fact that he's playing the Conqueror version of Vlad that can trade better but doesn't have the same mobility as the Phase Rush one. Just making up for a little bit of the lack of that Phase Rush there. Obviously not nearly as effective, but still shores it up a bit. As one thing that my eyes are immediately drawn to, my friend, is those timers in the top left and top right parts of the screen, because we've got ourselves the next set of Grubs as well as the next Drake spawning at almost identical timers, as Impact jumps in after Whippo there, wants to make sure he trades very quickly, watching the transfusion bar, getting back before Whippo can have that empowered Q. Busio just setting some vision down in the enemy jungle, should be able to take note of Umpty farming up his red buff here, might even get the exact kill timer on it, but Umpty just continuing to farm up. The Jarvan 0, 0, and 0. Kobe, I don't like seeing my Jarvans at 0, 0, and 0 10 minutes into the game.
But what if I told you that he got the first dragon as well as the first set of grubs? So, you know.
I'd still rather see something other than a box of donuts there in the KDA.
Flowers want some kills. Flowers want some action. He has been able to grab the objectives in the resets afterwards. And remember about like the openings to those. It was off of their reset when the kill went down on impact initially, chasing him off the dragon, and then going up to the top side, grab his grubs after the duo made their play. So has kept up his duties there. Meanwhile, lots of deeper vision getting in on honestly both sides of the red quadrants here for the junglers. So we'll see as CoreJJ now does not have anything to remove it. Doesn't pop the sweeper there and clean their own side. So Quad is going to have plenty of information for himself on that bottom side of the map with the jungle fully lit up.
All right, Umpty wants to try to help out Impact up here. Whippo has had assistance from Inspired twice. It has been deadly for Impact's Gwen game so far. Whippo trying to get this wave shoved up a little bit further, but greed might get the better of him as now Whippo's going to find himself in a 1 versus 3. Tries to lay down the Hemo Plague, maybe get something back here against Impact. Drops into the pool, needs a little bit more, might just find it, not quite, but no, he does it! The bailout's not going to work because he didn't have the timing right. The bailout is down there, but the Impact kill already came in, and so he doesn't get to reset. Oh my goodness, that is not looking great for them as CoreJJ has to try to get back away now. Umpty using the combo to provide a little bit of extra space for his support. FlyQuest going to claim Feats of Warfare off of that 1-for-1.
Oh, that timing is so tragic for TL. Whippo still gets a counter kill in the 1v3 that they send at him. That is so good for FlyQuest. It's insane. They're going to be able to get their second pack of grubs, deny the full 6 from Team Liquid.
That's a 3v1, man.
With the timing on that bailout, so close right there, too, as he's going down.
If the bailout was just, the timing was slightly different, then boom, you kill him, awesome, you're immediately rezzed, everything's perfect, but just not quite there for TL. Whippo, I'm sure, more than happy to make that trade. Umpty is going to start up the second Drake of the game now, hopefully get TL off to a 2-0 lead in those. Let's take another look at how this went down, because this was so close here at the end.
Yeah, so, I mean, Whippo goes immediately onto Impact, stats up his Conqueror, gets his Ignite, gets his ult down, and then the bailout is on him, but oh, and it just right after. So he does not get the credit. Nice kill there, yeah.
Yup.
Head and hands. Really, really well done by Whippo, too.
Got him.
Oh, that was my
Renate's W, and that's it.
Yeah, that's so tough, man. If Whippo just took an extra fraction of a second to die, the bailout ends up working there. But hey, not the way it went. FlyQuest up 1,000 gold now. Team Liquid up 2 Drakes to nothing. Grubs dead even at 3-3. And now our neutral objective timers are pretty thoroughly desynced, especially with Rift Herald being one that teams very often like to fight for compared to full scrap over the grubs, full scrap over one of those first couple of Drakes. So here in 2.5 minutes, I expect us to get something out of that. I expect us to see Team Liquid want to fight. You can see Yon has that Blade of the Ruined King already completed now. You can see the Rod of Ages also starting to stack for APA, but the same thing can be said for the Rise for Quad.
Yeah, I just feel like FlyQuest are set up to have so much more success in this game than TL are going to have, because there's gonna be the Varus poke that comes through, and so then TL are faced with the problem of having to get their engage off, and so it's basically going to be in like Umpty and APA's hands with their engages, either charm flashes from APA on Ahri, or Jarvan going in head first and trying to have like Renata ult follow him with their ulti. What? Then it's like a very rough situation where you're diving into what presumably will be a fed Vladimir.
He's looking pretty strong.
And so FlyQuest seem like they're going to be able to put a lot of pressure here, especially since we haven't seen Rise be the center of attention in this game very much. But Quad is scaling quite nicely to have some side lane threat himself on that Rise. And plate gold, of course, was also in their favor. Very healthy gold lead here for FlyQuest in these mid stages of the game. And Quad did go, of course, still with the Rod of Ages plus the tier build here. So once you get your double mana items going, Impact now is the target once again.
Yeah, we got the Realm Warp coming in. Quad cuts off the easiest escape route, but
Nice
Impact
juke.
is still fast enough. You can just walk away from it rather easily, so nice job there not getting caught out by FlyQuest. You do not want to give that Rise any more gold. He is already the single highest individual gold lead for his team, up nearly 1,000, up over 1,000 now compared to his counterpart in APA. This guy is going to be a menace once we get into these team fights, especially like you said, talking about the first two items being those stack attacks. 280 out of 360. That tier is going to be done before you know.
Certainly will. Inspired now. Once again, on the side lane attack.
Okay, the Tides of Blood looking to close the gap, immediately dropping Hemo Plague into the Ignite. Inspired priming the first two charges of 3 Talon Strike, so immediately has the knockup ready for the third, and that makes it all too easy for FlyQuest to overload the bottom side, take out APA.
Yeah, they sent 3 people bottom, and TL in response on the top side of the map where they have numbers, try and go mid play.
Oh, the handshake missing there is tragic from Core JJ. Yon commits the ult, tries to set it up so they can use the Renata bowling ball into the handshake wombo combo to get a pick on Masu. But because Core misses that handshake, Masu's still alive, doesn't even spend a summoner spell. Luckily for TL, it looks like they may be able to secure this Rift Herald without a fight, at least for themselves.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, they will. However, that Herald being secured will be traded for a bottom lane tier 1.
Exactly. The price you're paying is solo tower gold here for the Vladimir. That has already been a problem. Now, with Feats of Strength and the Cosmic Drive on top of the Boots of Swiftness, Whippo is going to be zoom zoom without having to go for the phase rush. Quad though.
Oh, Core JJ flash handshake onto Quad, looking to lock up this Rise with the assistance of Impact and Umpty. There's no way out for Quad. Nicely done there. That time it's Team Liquid finding the better of their opponents in the 3v1. Of course, we had to get a pause, but Impact's going to be really happy with that one.
APA quickly looking to both sides, checking his surroundings. What is going down? I wonder what that could even have been, because I mean, I guess we'll get a notification update on that. But that was, an important shutdown. The Rise, like you're highlighting, biggest individual gold lead on the map, and so getting that shutdown into the Gwen here, Impact was definitely in need of some money to try and start his scaling. Still at no items completed here. Whippo definitely very far out in front. And we'll see. We shall see here once we get a little update.
So I just got an update. Apparently, Umpty's monitor had some flickering issues. So they're investigating the monitor, make sure there's nothing wrong with it, make sure it's not going to randomly black out in the middle of the next fight or something. So
you definitely don't want that.
Yeah, no, it's pretty hard to play League of Legends when the monitor doesn't work.
Yeah,
But,
you just gotta feel the game.
Yeah,
you gotta
that's your real game sense right
just
there.
Channel the heart of the cards.
Yeah. There you go. But that's not what we want him to do. So we're checking the monitor.
Don't have to rely on that.
We're making sure that it works, and then once Umpty's monitor is good to go and back in action for sure, then we can return, get ourselves back into the game. But at least that means, hey, it's not like there's somebody claiming that there's a bug or we got to rewind or anything like that. We just got to tech check Umpty, make sure it's all good.
Make sure the monitor is all ready to go. Okay, wow, our first game of Split 2, Flowers.
Yeah.
How are we feeling so far? I mean,
I'm glad we get Rise and Vlad. That's pretty exciting. So my biggest nightmare, because I was watching the Brazil games earlier this morning, and our first game, our mid lane matchup was Corki Azir in LTA South. I was like, oh please no, not this every game.
Yeah.
So we're not starting off with Corki Azir. We get to have Gwen versus Vlad, right? Like I'm okay with this.
We got Whippo with his Zeus cosplay here going on. Seeing if they can replicate, and so far, doing a very, very good job of it. So let's see if they can actually close it, though, because the dragon is coming up shortly, only 20 seconds there, so should be FlyQuest rotating their resources over to that dragon. They're in a good spot to be able to fight this one with.
Yeah.
TL, meanwhile, TL have to rely on getting a pick. Like, they, honestly, they really have to here. So let's see if they can do just that.
Oh, Inspire jumping over the wall, going after Yawn, forces the flash and retaliation from the Team Liquid AD carry as Whippos into the back line. The Tides of Blood nearly kill off the Callista, but not quite enough just yet. Whippo needs an Empowered Transfusion, and he gets it. Meanwhile, into the back is Impact, but it ain't gonna matter. He should die first, but no, it's Whippo, and Impact takes one with him. Whippo and Masu are both down, and Team Liquid team fights better.
That was so good from APA. He got the charm on Whippo as FlyQuest were trying to peel back to kill the Gwen. Team Liquid get the extra kill in the team fight. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to take the objective. Not at the moment yet. Quad here is still very, very scary, and Busio is threatening. He doesn't have his ult, though.
Quad just evolved his Archangel to a Seraph's Embrace as well, so another sneaky power spike. If Team Liquid isn't hitting tab and paying attention to that, they might get surprised by the shield.
Okay.
Umpty wants an opportunity to try to find a knock-up here onto somebody, but Inspired is not going to be the right target. Quad dumping damage into the Team Liquid lines. Follow-up from Inspired as he's ready to chase. Shutdown, credit over to Quad. Team Liquid hung around too long. Umpty goes back in, but he's shot in the face as he makes his entry. Now it's Impact and APA in a 2v3. Team Liquid, right as it looked like they won a fight they shouldn't have, they give it all away. FlyQuest are happy to accept the gift.
Woo! Only 5 seconds before, the crowd was erupted into Team Liquid chants, and now immediately the rebuttal from the FlyQuest fans. The chants go up, as you said. I mean, they're standing around staring here at the Dragon, but Quad is too strong. Even in the 4v3 here, Umpty uses EQ. Since that does not land, Jarvan has nothing left. And Quad is just dumping damage into them. The Rise chains there. Oh.
And then they continue chasing. Remember that Yawn had to flash at the beginning of the initial team fight, so he's got no further way to run. Umpty wanted to be the noble sacrifice, but he just ends up being the side of fries. And then APA even, just way too little, way too late. What a disaster for Team Liquid in that fight.
Yeah, the noble sacrifice turns into the free lunch.
I do like a free lunch.
FlyQuest definitely are eating good here. 4.6K now, the gold lead for them. And Quad there doing so much work on the chase down. Got a needlessly large rod and inventory 2 flowers. So on top of the fully transformed Seraph and the 8 stacks on the Rod of Ages, which will tick over fairly soon. Looking at the death cap coming in shortly after that, and Rise damage just goes through the roof here. So Team Liquid, they are so short range, as we've been highlighting with their comp. They don't have a lot of options to get back into a game. Basically, when you're in this sort of position, all you can do is clear out vision, group up, and go for picks. You're so short range, you just have to. Ahri flashes, look for your charms. Jarvan, just full send. Try and pick out FlyQuest when FlyQuest are spreading too thin on the map, because your idea is, all right, FlyQuest are so far ahead, they're going to try and play multiple lanes.
Yep. They got these 2 great split pushers.
Yeah, we got to pick on one of the lanes, just full send.
I mean, that last fight was really the one that felt like the game was pretty close up until then, but this is the first like big swing after Team Liquid made the blunder walking up to the
they're
Dragon.
going to fight it.
But now FlyQuest are just going ahead and saying, you know what, we're going to start Otacon. We dare you to come and try to answer this. A Scryer's Trinket placed into the pit is going to notice what FlyQuest is doing, but TL's got nobody nearby. It's Masu and Busio dealing with Umpty and Impact here at the same time. Pop blossom to try to peel from Masu as he fires an arrow right back into Umpty. Needs a little bit more damage to get the kill. The Realm Warp arrives. Masu's still in danger. Nobody's paying attention to Impact. He is going to manage to come back thanks to the false life from the Otacon, but still that's 2 false lives popped. Impact fighting for his life back here finally does drop. FlyQuest getting a little bit fast and loose there with their Otacon reward, but they're deciding, hey, let's go for it. Let's challenge these guys. 2 of those expended. Yes, they get Impact back. It's a wild one here.
So TL, they know that they don't scale well into this game, and so that's why they still want to force. They teleport early. You saw the teleport from Ahri go down to the bottom side really early once FlyQuest are on Otacon, and then they just try and get their pick off on the bottom lane here that are rotating over. Even though FlyQuest get the Otacon kill while this attempt on the pick is going, it still actually is able to get a decent amount of work done. Umpty here tries to run away, but Impact, despite the early kind of rough start for Impact, Gwen still doing so much work there in the back line, and they're able to get 2 of those GAs off immediately. Still, though, FlyQuest, very, very... Let's take a listen in on the comments.
If you need help with Gwen, guys, say something. We are taking result. We were not seeing it.
Yeah, just say something. We got a rise out. We'll teleport over. Dial 1-800 help right now, and we'll try and get there quicker.
1-800-HELP. It did seem a little bit disjointed there. Even when the cavalry arrive, they all start chasing after Umpty with their pitchforks and their torches in hand. Meanwhile, Impact is just cutting Masu to ribbons. So maybe a little bit hyphy, a little bit gung-ho there from FlyQuest, but they did want to keep pushing the tempo. They do want to keep using that lead. Do want to keep forcing it into Team Liquid's hands, these unfavorable situations that you're talking about, because their comp has no range. They don't feel comfortable scaling. Like, hey, here's Vlad and Rise. They each have 3 fully completed items. What are you going to do?
Yep, that's why FlyQuest were feeling pretty fast and loose about that call. You know, just go ahead, start up that Otacon. They had such a commanding lead in the game. They rush into it. Uh-oh, looks like we do have some further hardware problems over on that side. So
I have heard that this time it is the same issue that affected Umpty. However, this time it is Whippo's monitor that is experiencing flickering. So now that we've had this affect 2 different players, League officials are going around to all 10 players here on the stage, checking the monitors, making sure all the connections are the way that they should be. Nobody's monitor is going to come unplugged randomly during a big team fight. And then hopefully we can get back into the game for a smooth rest of our battle here for game number 1.
We are kind of in the end game of the battle too, Flowers.
Yeah. It's looking pretty good for FlyQuest.
With the way that this one has gone, though, now the Gwen, even with the rough start, you saw the power of. Doesn't really matter how Gwen got to 2 items, Flowers. Once the Gwen does have the 2 items, still fearsome.
She's very strong.
Still fearsome in the back line.
Yeah.
So, some sort of hope there on the side of TL. That death cap, though, ever approaching. The second needlessly large rod has arrived in Quad's inventory, so very, very close to a ginormous power spike there for FlyQuest on that side.
To the guy in chat that says, "Can you check my monitor too? I don't want it to go out when the game unpauses. Just hit it a couple of times and then turn it off and turn it back on again. It should be fine."
Let's all take a moment here. How about everybody? Right now, let's check our monitors here, Flowers.
Make sure
our cords seem to be good too.
Make sure that's good.
Nobody's been nibbling on them.
Okay, yeah. No random critters eating the cables.
You were feeling a little hungry.
Yeah. You know me. Sometimes the game goes a little bit too long.
Monitor cables looking
pauses a
tasty.
couple too many times. It's all right. We're chilling.
Okay, so after that fight on the reset, you see immediately push out top lane here for Team Liquid. Impact there on the Gwen, still at least trying to get that done since he does have his teleport ready. Maybe TL, they look at this ward in mid lane, like they do have an option for a teleport for the Gwen, trying to put down some more wards. Couple more options for him. The GA's, of course, still on 3 members here for FlyQuest, though.
Yep, and you can see that timer is running pretty low. So Whippo just trying to play as aggro as is still reasonable with this Vlad. You got the false life. You've got the extremely fed game state that he's currently playing from. Riftmaker plus the Cosmic Drive plus the Enchanted Boots of Swiftness, as FlyQuest will now move on to their second Drake of the game. Team Liquid did manage to secure those first 2, and I honestly think feeling so pressured to secure the soul point status on the last one is what made them overextend to try to challenge for it when then FlyQuest did punish them. But since they missed it, it just feels like there's not even any reason for Liquid to be in the area for this. There's no way to contest it. They're too far behind in gold. It feels like it would just be a one-way trip without a whole lot of reward.
Yeah, and a whole lot of cost as well, since Baron's up in 30 seconds.
So very expensive tickets for a very bad destination.
Yep, definitely don't want to lose another fight like that. So spend some resources there. At least just keep some sort of vision up around Baron, since that thing definitely can go down decently quickly, even on spawn. Interesting. Couple of options here. Since they do have Quad's teleport, I do kind of always like those trailing split push plays, especially when you have the Rise Realm Warp ready and 2 pretty strong split pushers. But it looks like they still rotate Whippo over to the mid lane here just to be closer to Baron with his Ignite Flash on the Vladimir and keep Quad in the bottom side by himself to be able to handle those.
And I'm glad you bring up the Ignite Flash because it's something that I mentioned at the very beginning of the game, but one advantage Team Liquid could have here in terms of this macro game state that we're talking about, lane assignments, getting everybody ready for Baron. Team Liquid does have the 2 teleports compared to only the 1 for FlyQuest. Yawn under pressure, Inspired, jumping in there with the Wind Becomes Lightning with the extended Audacious Charge, but Yon's not going to waste any summoners on that or anything of the like, but it will push Team Liquid further back into their own jungle. FlyQuest securing total control here over the river. Scryer's Bloom, yes, it's going to see Busio, it's going to see 1 ward, but FlyQuest knows that this area now is dark and full of terrors for Team Liquid, who honestly, Kobe, cannot afford to give away a Baron. They need to know if FlyQuest is attempting this because there's only so many things you can hand FlyQuest before the game's unwound.
Oh, I mean, TL can't afford a lot right now. They can't afford their third items either. It's a full death cap advantage for Quad over APA at the moment. So very, very rough position to start out a Baron contest, and that's why FlyQuest are just going at everyone they see, being very aggressive on their positioning, clearing out all the vision around Baron, and then just trying to force here. Of course, TL have to be careful with their summoner spells too.
Okay, they didn't want to full send there under Core JJ. I respect that. Do want to give a lot of credit to Inspired here as well. 4-0-4 on the Zingel. It's 8 out of 10 kill participation, highest on the team. Next closest one is Busio with 7 there on the Nico. We talked in the beginning of the game about how Umpty was set up with this Jarvan pick against immobile carries to be a big playmaker, to be a big difference maker for TL. But I feel like Inspired has been the king of the jungle in this one, man. Not close.
Yes, he has, especially his early proactive plays towards the Vladimir. Very, very influential in this game. Here we go, though. This is going to have to be TL coming over with APA. He's going to have to teleport in if they want to go for this.
Oh, Umpty just 50%. Taking a massive chunk there as Quad immediately fires into the Team Liquid lines. APA has arrived in the wrong spot. You want to talk about the wrong destination, the wrong plane, the wrong ticket, the wrong airport, the wrong play from APA is punished. And FlyQuest now with a 4v5 back into the Baron pit.
Umpty's hoping for a miracle play now, I guess. He's trying to find a way towards that Baron to steal it. It's so hard for TL, though, because they don't have the range to like poke down either, so it kind of has to be a full commit.
Yawn and Core JJ staying together. Core knows he has to peel for this Kalista if they want to have any sort of a chance here. But Impact, the most deadly player right now on Team Liquid, I would have to think. Masu's got low HP, so he's trying to continue to play from range, as Whippo now knows that Impact's going to need to dive in. Meanwhile, on the side of the fight, they're going to try to save Core JJ. A knockback back up into the air as Quad is down. Masu's having to go now into full retreat. Beautiful shutdown over to Umpty. Team Liquid has found 2 kills. Yes, they had to lose Impact for it, but they stopped the Baron play. Umpty throwing the flag over the wall, but not wanting to follow up with the spear. He knows that now they might have a chance to go after the Baron. They've got a Kalista. They have the extra smite secure power. Inspired is still alive, but he has no flash. Whippo is alive, but he's very low on resources, and critically, there is no teleport. Vlad can't just recall and rejoin for a fight afterwards. 2 of those big cannons in Masu and Quad are down, and in an incredible showing around this Baron pit, good patience from Impact, good spacing there from Yawn and Core. Team Liquid might still be alive in this.
Patience for the whole TL team there in the face of the poke damage. And let's take a look, because I think it was Core who hits the first skill shot here, the handshake onto Quad. Yep, it's Core with the handshake onto Quad that sets it all up. That allows Umpty to EQ in onto him, and they fully chain with the Renata ultimate, and they get the kill. They take down that Fed rise, that death cap rise that we kept on highlighting, that we kept on saying so scary in this game. In the moment where they need it the most, it is Core JJ who finds the handshake to start it all off for Team Liquid. And now with Baron, they've got a split push with their Gwen. FlyQuest are taking away that Dragon. In payment, though, the tower is immediately going to go down.
Big moves there from Core JJ, as now APA dashing in with a Spirit Rush. One to go after Masu, right on top of him here with a charm. Busio needs to try to protect, but Core JJ is already down, as Inspired is unstoppable, and APA is unsuccessful. Impact diving into the back line to at least find something, but now he's hopping and skipping behind enemy lines, behind enemy turrets, back near the enemy base wall. He has no ulti left. Inspired just gonna walk back up through the gate, immediately ready to fight this guy, unafraid, knowing that he has Quad next to him. Now Umpty's taking a turret up there in the top lane at the same time, but Inspired dominating. That's 3 dead on Team Liquid. So they tried to keep on going. They wanted to use the aggro that they had, the momentum that they had from that Baron. But as APA dives in, immediately going towards Masu, just not enough to finish him off immediately, and it turns around.
Yeah, that caused APA then to go in, Impact to go in to follow up and try and secure that kill. Let's take another look at the initial one, though, because the poke comes out. APA goes straight for Bwipo, who pulls it, and so he goes on to the second target. Bumpy already used his EQ, and then Bwipo flashed his Jarvan ult. So that's why they split the fight so heavily there. The collapse from Inspired and Quad able to get there and kind of get the punish, which split TL apart. They still have at least some Baron buffs.
Ooh. Handshake there on Bwipo as he immediately turns into a puddle as soon as it connects. Does not want to get followed up on by more damage there from Yon. So let's go ahead and take a look at things, because right now, Kobe, we got ourselves a pretty interesting game state. 3.5 minutes till Baron again. 3.5 minutes until what'll be sold, not for Team Liquid, but for FlyQuest, who have managed to secure the last 3 Drakes in a row and are now currently pushing towards the tier 2. Busio getting away as TL tries to dogpile in, maybe cut off FlyQuest, but Inspired's found his way onto APA. Xinjiao's going to solo kill Ahri if TL isn't careful. Whoa. They toss Core over the wall there with a very aggressive Kalista ultimate. Umpty ready to join back over the wall himself, but immediately knocked up into the air by Inspired as Umpty tries to re-engage. The bailout ready to go, but Busio with a massive Paw Blossom onto 2. Inspired's already godlike, Umpty's already dead, Impact's already joining him, and Team Liquid melts away. FlyQuest with the full send Realm Warp into the base. Masu barely survives the turret. Core JJ and APA barely survive at all. And the Nexus is FlyQuest target.
FlyQuest are going to start split 2 with a win over TL. Inside the base, the Realm Warp in to finish it.
What a cool way to end the game. Bwipo keeping Core and APA trapped on the steps of the fountain. FlyQuest 18-8, feeling great, taking game 1.
Inspired deathless that game on the Xin Zhao. 7 kills for his name, almost legendary there. FlyQuest coming out hot here in Split 2.
FlyQuest starting strong. We praised it a lot. Inspired, ganking early for Bwipo, setting that Vlad up to be super successful. We got to see Quad power farming early on the rise, becoming the cannon. It was a great look for FlyQuest, and they're starting Split 2 1-0.
Some big Nico engages from Busio there as well getting in. Definitely a fun one.
All right, now everything's wrapped up for our first game here. So let's go ahead and check in. We've got an interview with Inspired.
Inspired.
Guys, I'm staring at him right there. He's in
how
line.
well he did in that game. You already said it. He was deathless. 7-0-6 on the Xin Zhao. 700 gold bounty on his head by the end of the game. Absolutely smurfing from start to finish, setting it up for his team, going in on his own. And now I got Jat standing by in the fan zone for that interview.
For real this time. Thank you very much, Flowers, here with Inspired. Congratulations on that win. I know you guys had a pretty extended break and a trip to Korea. How did it feel to be back on stage again?
Felt pretty nice. I like competing. Me as a player, I'm really bored playing like solo queues and scrims every day. So I really like when there is something on the line. Like maybe it's not playoffs yet, it's just regular season, but it's still official game. So it's always fun to play and see if you can beat enemies here.
Yeah, and also a win against Team Liquid. It's becoming quite the rivalry. You had a very strong Xin game. What do you feel like the big difference was here for this win?
I think enemy just gave me a decent angle in the team fight. Overall, the draft for my champ was like, okay. I think if the game is going even, they didn't really have much damage because Xin Zhao, Ahri, Jarvan Ahri is like a combo that is more of a supportive mid jungle, so Xin can't really get killed, so the only time I can die is basically if I go alone into the enemy team. And I was making a lot of space for my team, and it seemed like our team combo was just better. I think they picked Kalista, Renata. Kalista didn't really get ahead, and then we were just stronger champs in the team fights.
That's awesome to hear. I know you guys also spent a lot of time in Korea. Saw a video on social media with LS coming to chat with you. What were some of the big learnings that you guys had during that bootcamp in Korea?
I think the biggest learnings that we had from LS was that sometimes our team comps just didn't have identity. I think he's really good at just watching enemy first two picks or just first pick and already knowing which type of team enemy team is gonna be, if it's like a poke comp or is it hyper carry comp or is it like a team fight comp, and he's really good at picking champs that work together to nullify enemy win condition. And I think that's maybe something we lacked before we were like trying to pick our champs, the champs we liked, but now we try to pick a little bit more for team comp that our whole 5 champs make sense together.
Really cool to hear. Long split, a lot of games to be played. Only one team also goes to MSI. What's your confidence level like that it can be FlyQuest this split?
I don't know, honestly, I never really focus on the fact if I'm gonna win or not at the beginning of the season especially. I'm just playing every game like it's a new game, and hopefully I can make it to the finals and win it all, so we'll see.
Awesome to hear, Inspired. We have a box. We have a mystery box here. There should be a crank that you're able to turn, and we're gonna see what the surprise is. So just give it a turn and see what it is. That's yours.
Thank you.
That was it. That's a thing. I think we're gonna be doing that all day. Cool box. That's Inspired. That's FlyQuest winning.
I like this Renekton.
Okay, he likes the reactor. Maybe that's the pick they're going to have tomorrow. So thank you very much, Inspired, for the interview. LTA North Twitch subs are also back, so join the community for exclusive content, including the League of Legends in-game emote. Tell me everything for paid and gifted subs. Plus, get access to all of our exclusive LTA North Twitch emotes. Subscribe to the LTA today. Dig versus Shopify is next.
Ready, set, go!
I'm at 47%.
Oh, I'm on 63%.
Man, I'm at 50%. Boom! 80%. Winner!
The Kia EV9 can go from 10% charge to 80% charge in just 24 minutes with DC fast charging.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed.
Siege knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Someone's gonna take your hand, uncertain as you are. You keep on hoping, but that ain't me. You got a sentimental heart that's broken easily. You kept the fire burning, but now it's gone. You said the world stopped turning, but that was wrong. I've been thinking about it and looking round. Now if I go without it, I better start it over now. Thinking about it and looking round. Now if I go without it, I better start it over now.
Oh, now seems good. Now seems good, guys. I'm gonna go faster. I'm faster than Nico, okay?
Yeah.
I think there's no Jinja. I'm gonna just auto start.
Yeah. Bar speed. Bar's not moving. You have 30 quick?
Yeah, I give you a quick.
Hi everyone, it's Takeshi here, caster from the LTA South, and today a Brazilian is about to start for the first time ever in North America, sales support for the Shopify Rebellion, and I'm here today to introduce you and say 2 or 3 things that I know about him. First of all, he's the GOAT of the sport here in the Brazilian region, but he's not that Brazilian that will scream for the enemy team during the game. He will not say, I'm your father, you have to respect me, like we do in here, but he's not like boring, don't get me wrong into that. And like he doesn't have problems to fix issues, to fix problems with his teammates. He has a decent champion pool, he can play basically everything. But I think what was his best in the past here in Brazil was when he was playing with Croc, with Siege Jungler, and managing to play the map really well and knowing when to pull the trigger to do the engage. So I think for today, he can be maybe a little bit anxious to start in a new region, but I think he will do well, and I hope so, because he is on my fantasy team. See ya.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, for our second game of opening day here for Split 2. We got Shopify Rebellion versus Dignitas. We just heard from Takeshi. Seos is here. He's playing live.
I always love hearing from Takeshi, honestly, like just because I remember watching him when he was a player. But Seos, he brought up a lot of really good points, and I think the thing I'd want to underscore when watching him with Loud specifically is that when he then left the team, a lot of their like tighter macro play, especially their side laning, left too. So not only is he kind of the GOAT of Brazilian support, like Takeshi said, but I did think there was a demonstrable difference on a team with him and a team without him with the same kind of core of players.
Yeah.
And for me as well, I think for both of these teams, just forget about Split 1. You barely got to play on stage. There's been a long break between. You now have your full roster, and I think it's a fresh start for kind of everyone. I mean, even looking at the top lane, Fudge and Surdy. Surdy was a player with all this hype. It took years and years for him to make it to the LTA. He shows up, actually has some decent games in the losses, but then they still lose the game anyway, and we can see some of Seos' accolades as well as him being one of those Brazilian GOATs, but this is going to be, I think, the first time you should really start judging the Shopify Rebellion team.
Exactly, and notably both these teams did win series last split, but like you said, they barely got any weekends of play. This is gonna be a whole new opportunity for them, but whole new opportunity for Shopify specifically because it is so different having somebody not there. They had to play Zazel for a little bit, and now they have the roster together. So if we're talking about just pure upgrade, Jad, how much of a percentage do you think this could bump them up, having Seos actually with them now?
I mean, I feel like it's going to make them, this is a very arbitrary percentage, 50% better. 25% better because he's here, and the other 25% because they've had more time to actually play together and learn each other's tendencies.
Okay, so it's a 1-2 punch. But you also brought up earlier the top lane. That's a matchup that we want to highlight here. Emily, Surdy versus Fudge. Surdy had a lot of hype behind him. Fudge, he's more of a known factor, but still, this is kind of where we want to bring our attention for this match specifically.
Yeah, and I think the big thing to underscore with Surdy is exactly what Jat said, right? Like even when Dignitas, they didn't have a lot of time together as a team. They didn't have a lot of stage games, but in those stage games, he did have some standout individual performances. I think he's also been a player who's been really, really honest about his strengths and his shortcomings, right? Where he's like, I can carry, like put me in, you know, give me the counter matchup. But then what he said he does need to work on is coordination, is team fighting, that kind of thing. So to your point again, Jat, hopefully they've had more time to play together, and that will have helped him acclimate prior to stepping onto the LTA stage once again.
Absolutely, and going up against Fudge, I think it will depend on which version of Fudge we end up getting, because this guy, when he was at his peak or in his prime, he was either dominant in lane matchup counter picks or could actually just win the game with a glue pick, whether he's playing a Scion or an Ornn or Jax and teleporting in at exactly the right moment. His overall game sense has been so high in the past. So if he's been able to get back to some of that level with the time that they've had off and the time they've had to excel, it would be a really hard matchup for Surdy. I'm actually really complimentary and high on both of these top laners because I think Surdy has deserved to be in the LTA and in a tier 1 for quite some time. And I've always been a big fan of the way Fudge plays, kind of doing what the team needs to have him do to win.
Sure.
And I can't believe I'm the one saying this of all people, but we'll see them 1v1, right? Because there's no early lane swaps.
True.
Although we may see something kind of similar to what we saw in game 1 with some early lane assignments now. People can't see me, but I'm putting air quotes around that. But that's the other really fun thing, right? Because as you pointed out, Fudge has been known in his past at his peak to be someone who could stand toe-to-toe with the best in lane as well. Yeah. And that, I think, is Surdy's strength. So it'll be cool to see them going head-to-head, 1v1 in the top lane, at least through level 3. Probably.
I think we'll get to see proper Surdy. There was a quote recently in an interview that the Shy did, of all people, who said, I would rather go 0-10 than 0-4 because it means that you kept trying.
Of course
you didn't check out. And I think Surdy's that kind of player. Now, it's a bit memey of an answer, right? But I think Surdy's the type of player where he will. You saw some of those stats. He was last place in a couple of those, but I think it's because he keeps trying. He doesn't give up, and he's always trying to make that next play happen.
There's also another storyline that I'm personally following during this game, and if you haven't checked it out, go to LTAfantasy.com and you can build your roster. It's locked for this week.
Hey, good plug.
I mean, it's locked for this week, but you can get your roster next week. Isles was really cheap.
Yes. So was Shaded.
Yeah, 4 players, you have $50 to spend on your whole roster is how the game works, and you're trying to fill out all 5 slots as efficiently as possible. I have Isles on my team because, one, I think this has a possibility of being a very bloody game, and I also think Isles has sneakily become a veteran of North America. He's been here for quite some time. He's played with a lot of different rosters, and I think he's consistently been a pretty strong player. So this is actually my team. A little Cloud9 favored.
That's a lot of Cloud9. What,
I do wonder if every single one of us has Thanatos, because I thought he was pretty cheap for
He was
for how
extremely
good he
cheap,
is.
but Isles for $6 I think is a value pick right there. There were guys like Vulcan up there at like $14, $15, so I couldn't get all Cloud9s. I tried, but I will settle for my original fan team, Isles Dignitas.
So Jet would have taken all Cloud9 members. I think maybe
the game does not allow it.
Yeah.
But maybe in the future, maybe someday.
All right, well, that's cool. Well, another storyline that we haven't talked about yet, though, with this matchup in particular, Shopify Rebellion, they have a new coach coming in, returning to some of these players with Damonte as a positional coach. Emily, this is big because last time that he got to play with this mid lane, it actually worked out very well.
Yeah, and I mean, we kind of joked about how many coaches NRG had at the time because they had positional coach for every single position. But I think one thing talking to people behind the scenes on that team was that Damonte, like, first of all, he's just like such good vibes. I love him. But then second of all, he was kind of the Palafox whisperer, right? Where like they would communicate a lot about lane matchups and like mid lane positions, stuff like that. So I'm really curious to see how he does with Palafox again, because this mid jungle of Shopify in particular, I think they're really, really looking to bounce back and prove just how good they are after a really, really rough split and rough year, to be quite honest, last year.
And I kept saying last split too that like this Shopify roster, if you take all these players at their prime, at their peak, that's a scary roster right there. The problem is we haven't seen the consistency of their play. But Jet, to Emily's point, last time we saw Palafox popping off, it was with Damonte as a positional coach helping out on NRG.
Yeah, I actually was joking with him about whether or not he'd be able to bring back like prime Palafox.
Yeah,
so I had a stat pull to see what Palafox's record was when they were together and when they weren't.
Oh, really?
Absolutely.
I'm actually really curious about
Do you have the numbers?
I do have them, but I'm dislocating them. So,
okay, all right, here we
not
go.
as impressive as you think,
Oh,
unfortunately.
no.
So with Damonte, 63 and 66 for a 48.8% win rate. Without Damonte, 18 and 32 for a 36% win rate. So a lot better, but not Palafaker. Because I will tell you, Faker does win more than half his games.
Okay, good to know. He's actually like really high, right?
But
Isn't he,
the
like,
peak
63?
was so high. The peak was so high. It was actually LCS champion. It was World's quarterfinals. So that's the level they're trying to reach.
And I think the story for both of these teams is potential. Shopify Rebellion, we know the potential of this roster, and we're hoping that they can achieve that again. For the side of Dignitas, it's potential in a different way, Emily, because it's newer, younger players coming into the league. They have a lot to prove still because we haven't seen a lot of their tape.
Well, yeah, and what the big thing is like giving them a chance to actually play more stage games, right, together, which is always kind of the big deal with a lot of players who have talked about, okay, I want to be in a starting position, not just like swapping out, maybe I lose my spot on the roster. So we'll see finally, again, this roster together having more practice under their belts. I mean, Tomo and Isles have played together for forever, right? So then you have that kind of anchoring your team, which is also really nice.
Yeah, I actually learned a fun fact about Tomo. Did you know that he and Quid are friends? They go to like grab burgers and
oh yeah, I saw. They go like Santa Monica Pier and stuff.
How did that friendship materialize?
I need to know. I need to learn. If Dignitas wins, maybe we'll talk to Tom.
Look, the LTA brings people together. Okay,
It really
guys?
does. Yeah, we're all one big happy family.
We the
here.
North.
Yeah. But real quick point, because we the North. Jet, I noticed you had a Dignitas player on your fantasy roster. I had one on my roster. I went Shaden. Similar idea that he was just really low points. And I think that strength of schedule wise, they have a decent strength of schedule. Emily, do you have a Dignitas player on your fantasy roster?
I do not. I have contracts though.
Okay, so we're all betting, or we all have something riding on this match then.
Yes.
For all of our personal
I also
fantasy
selected Dignitas as my favorite team.
Really?
Yes. Because you can win the contest within people that have selected their favorite team.
Oh, so you
I think
smaller
I picked
pool of players.
I think I picked
say what's
Yeah.
not being said here, Jazz.
It's a smaller pool of players, but I was the original Dignitas jungler. I have to have a loyalty.
That's true.
Fair enough.
14 years ago.
Second time Jed has plugged that today. We'll keep track. But that's it for us here at the lounge. Let's throw it over to the casters to introduce the teams.
Thank you very much, Kangas, and welcome back, everybody, to the start of Split 2 here in the LTA. It's time for our second matchup of the day, so let's go ahead and meet our teams. First up, a scrappy squad looking to punch up and prove themselves. It's Dignitas. In the top lane, Surdy. In the jungle, Shaden. At mid lane, Kaney. At 80 carry, Tomo. And finally on support, it's Isles.
Surdy, you guys can hit your seats. Surdy, I have a few questions for you. The first one is, I've heard you've been to Korea with the team. What has that meant for you guys and the boys?
It was a lot of fun. We spent a lot of time together. I think it made us a lot closer outside of game, which helps us trust each other and communicate inside of game better.
What are you looking to prove versus Shopify today?
Well, I think that we want to start off the weekend with a quick 2-0, and I think we've been playing well, and we should be able to do it.
Sounds good. Hit the seat. I appreciate it.
And up against them, a team starting the climb back to their own personal heights, Shopify Rebellion. In the top lane, Fudge. In the jungle, Contracts. At mid lane, Palafox. 80 carry, B-Boy. And support, Seos.
Everyone can hit the seats. Contracts, I got you for a question here. Everyone, you guys can go for this one and get ready for the games. Contracts. So not only are you reunited with Demonte, but you now have Seos. What has that meant for you and the team?
No, it's been huge. I mean, we've been practicing now for about a month with Seos, and just building up that support jungle synergy. And I think we've been working pretty well together so far.
I like that. And expectations going into this split for the fans out here?
I mean, last play was an insane disappointment. I mean, we didn't play many games, but yeah, that level of play was like not okay with us here. So, just take it day by day, but big expectations for us.
Sounds good to me. Good luck with the games.
All right, thank you, Raz. Thank you, Contracts. Welcome back, everybody. It is time for game number 2. I'm still Captain Flowers. That's still Kobe. This is still LTA Split 2. And now we get to see 2 more of our teams kick this one off. Now, both of these teams are fighting for their shot at climbing up that ladder, right? You're talking about Team Liquid and FlyQuest in the previous one, 2 of our top squads that have been battling there for that #1 accolade. These 2 squads having a rougher time, trying to prove themselves, trying to really establish a name for themselves and their teams.
Yeah, Split 1 was very, very short for both these 2 teams. And as the desk was saying, now with Shopify having Seos here and having the roster here, very excited to see what they can pull off versus Dignitas.
And I also really like the fact that Raz brought up the fact, hey, it's not just Seos is here, but now with Shopify having Demonte as part of the coaching staff, if you remember back during that Energy team, the one that like smurfed on G2 that no North American fans in recent memory are going to forget, when Palafox and Contracts were both playing at their peak, if you turn the nameplates off, you'd be like, who are these guys? They're crazy good. there you had the element of Damonte like being in that environment, being there, the Palafox Whisperer, being able to get inside his head and really motivate him. And we've seen the effects not just on these players, but across the league. We spent all of First Stand as North American representatives talking about Spawn's effect on his team. The right coaches in the right places can really change a lot about how well a player performs. So I'm excited to see what this new version of Shopify looks like.
All right, let's see. This game will determine, is Damonte a puppeteer of the players or what? Because him getting back in there, kind of short timing for it, but definitely a big one. And they've got some fans.
Yup, this is Seos' family. They're on Twitter shouting them out, letting everybody know, hey, we're here for you. We're ready for you. We're excited for it. I love seeing the whole family get behind the players. Especially like when you've got a big family like that and everybody. Dude, when my parents first started watching League of Legends, because I was here, I couldn't believe it. I had no idea they even knew what the game was. They didn't.
And now I know your mom is a big fan, actually, and watches the games and texts all the time.
Oh, I get if the team she's cheering for loses, I get texts about it. There's some of these teams, I would not show them the stuff that she says.
You don't want to make Flowers mad.
You gotta
or
be,
his mom mad.
You got to be a harsh critic sometimes, but let's see who is going to reign supreme here in our second one. Let's get into it. Shopify versus Dig. We've got the Kalista and the Jace banned away. Honestly, in game number 1, I was really surprised that we saw Kalista get through. I figure at least in best of ones, that champion's going to be pretty heavily banned a lot of the time still. Over on the Dignitas side, that Gwen that you mentioned rising in popularity alongside being a flex. That's not going to be allowed through. I'm always happy to see a Yone banned. That is a champion that Palafox, even when his performances overall haven't been at their peak, he has still been able to find some really impressive performances on, so I respect banning that away from him. And Skarner, the last ban of the first half for Shopify.
I was kind of looking forward to seeing some Nefiri as well, because even with the hotfix nerfs, she's still good. She is still very, very good. And I would have assumed that everyone had put a bunch of time in on the champ. Because it had to be nerfed several times since the rework.
Really strong.
Already. Very, very strong. But maybe this game. Okay!
There it is. Nice call. Okay. We got the dome.
Instantly. Okay, thank you, Contracts. I was like, okay, who's been putting in the time on this champ? Even with the hotfix nerfs, Nefiri is still so good. Her clear is still really, really quick, even though it's kind of annoying that your little dogs like tank the camps if you try and kite them away. So they don't move a lot. It doesn't matter. Her clear is still very, very fast. And she is very non-committal because you can do a lot of poke damage, and you also have the untargetability now with your W being switched with the ultimate and being on a basic ability. So we'll see. And this is kind of what you want to see, Flowers, is Contracts on a carry jungle champion with a lot of outplay potential. His mechanics have been very good, so let's see what they can get done. I mean, Talia is a perfect example of a champ that Nefiri is amazing against, because the seismic shove is so easy to avoid with your W. You can just kind of negate the combo there from Talia.
And in the second game in a row now, 2 for 2 in these games for Split 2, where Varus is the first pick on the red side. Such a staple there in bottom lane. You're guaranteeing laning power, has a lot of good laning partners. I have been informed by producers that this is the first Nefiri ever in North American Tier 1 history. Those of you guys out there who have been watching for a long time are probably not surprised, because before the rework, nobody played Nefiri ever. Right?
Yeah, it's a fairly new champion that was very simplistic before the rework, and only very recently got a huge power boost with the ult and the W switching, and then the W not having that untargetability. So we'll see about that usage. Definitely going to need to use that versus a Vi Talia combo, because everybody else versus Vi Talia, you don't really have counterplay, and that is a classic combination. So we shall see about Kaney and Shaden if they're able to be super fearsome with that and roam around.
Now, one thing I'm worried about, man, looking at these first 3 picks on Shopify, where in the hell is the CC? Where is the setup?
Well, you got your Aurora ultimate for some slows from the Aurora.
Slows, okay, we got that.
And then it's going to come from the support in the top lane.
Okay, all right, well, it's going to need to, because I'm looking at these 3. The dog can throw knives. Ezreal shoots his little bang, bang,
Don't worry,
bang.
there's definitely like a Leona in the future.
Okay.
Or something like that for the side of Shopify.
I'm going to trust you here. Because Vitalia, that's great pick potential. Varus, Chains of Corruption, great pick potential. There's not a ton of like super hard like follow-up there on the Vi besides just the Talia. There's not a ton of AoE here, but there's still buttons. There's still go buttons. I need some go buttons.
Plenty of go
on
buttons.
Shopify.
All right, here. What's the last protection ban? The Nico. A little bit. Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's definitely going to be Leona or Nautilus or something like that beside of Shopify. Meanwhile, the Rumble also layered on here for Dig for Surdy. Definitely one Surdy feels very confident in. So the Vi also can do some setup for the Rumble. And let's see, Shopify reveal top lane plus, Leona or Nautilus or something.
Okay, what's it going to be? Do we slam the Mbessa and just try to fight Rumble here? Okay, looks like that's going to be the play for Fudge, saying he's ready to try to deal with that pick head on. But that does still mean we need that engage. There we go. There's the Leona. You called it. Nicely done on that. Mbessa does also give them a little bit of pick potential with a public execution from long range. But we've seen plenty of times before, you kind of need a little bit of setup for it. It's pretty easy to miss a lot of the times if your opponents aren't completely blindsided by it. Over on Dig, one last pick that we need to see. What will fill that support position? I am expecting an engage. We get an engage, the Rel for Isles.
Yeah, get that AoE set up for the Rumble. So it can be Vi starting it out, Rel coming over the top. And it is going to be another Brawl Flowers. With these lineups, we're going to have, I believe, a very good game for Fantasy with a lot of kills.
That's the best time.
Because this definitely looks like a scrapper for sure. And we get our first Nefiri ever in the LTA here. Fresh off some hotfix nerfs, but off a very profitable rework to the champion.
Yeah, for those of y'all who may have missed the notes on the rework, some minor number adjustments on the Q, which throws out those 2 daggers, on the E, which does your jump forward and scramble around in a little doggy circle. But the big change, your W and your R being changed around, the R now being that point-and-click jump onto a target that can no longer be intercepted by allies. You click the dude, you are going to that dude. The W, the even bigger difference, I think, Kobe, such a powerful buff to the Hound's Pursuit because it adds the 1 second of untargetability while still moving around. That is such an incredible outplay tool, especially against like what you were talking about, anything with any sort of a foreshadowing to it, like Talia's Seismic Shove.
By Talia.
You need to be asleep to be hit by that if your W is up. It is so difficult to lock this dog down.
It certainly is.
All right, let's do it. Back into the game. Let's see what these junglers are going to do. Shaden versus Contracts. Contracts on that Nefiri that we're also excited to see.
He's deep already, Flowers. I like it.
Behind enemy lines with the dogs. Now, he only has his Darkened Daggers. Luckily, there's not a collapse in time to really do anything to him.
Okay. I wonder how did those dogs... No dog actually died there, right?
All dogs go to heaven, Kobe.
The mini dogs, because if you're mini dogs level 1, you can't reset your mini dog. Okay, good. Still got all of them. And if you'll just stand and tank the camp, because if you try and walk away, then it will just target on your mini dogs.
So one interesting thing about this champion, too, when you're in the jungle, all of your abilities can be used to accelerate your clear speed. Even your defensive ability can summon extra pack mates temporarily, as well as give you bonus AD. But using it comes at the cost of, it's a 20-second cooldown, so if you get invaded, if you end up getting into a scrap afterwards and that button's not ready, this dog is very vulnerable.
And the second Q has execution damage, so you do want to use it like after Smite. So you'll see people do that, Smite first, and then get your second Q in there for the extra bonus damage. But early on, like you saw at the very first one, it also, the cooldown starts when you use the second one, so you just instantly use it. You don't kind of wait around because you want your cooldown to come back to try and optimize your clear a little bit there. And then the E, just jump over the walls. Now, the E is something that was one of the sizable hotfix nerfs, where the most recent one, they did nerf the cooldown early on by 2 seconds, which it still is amazing. Like, it was actually just completely broken before, where she could just constantly have mobility, constantly jumping around with it. So they did nerf that a little bit in the hot fixes, but still very powerful and still comparably a fairly short cooldown.
All right, Contracts with his level 3 has all three abilities now. Going for the invade. We'll find Shaden, who's taking a little bit of extra time here on these chickens. Palafox, ton of damage there onto Caney, forcing a flash out of the Talia very early. Now with Talia under this level of pressure, that means Contracts is going to be more confident than ever, moving into the enemy jungle, squaring off against Shaden here. Blast Cone to escape the second Darkened Dagger. Contracts still hanging around. You can see the control over the solo lanes from his laners means that it's so easy to get in the enemy face, counter jungle like this. It's still a little bit risky to try to fight for the red buff because they could still try to collapse. So instead, Contracts going to pivot a little bit, take the free camp, take the steal on the Krugs, and now come back to the red, see if maybe there's something there. But nope, that'll be secured by Shaden.
Yeah, a little bit close on the timing there. Contracts had just finished the Krugs and come back over. But Shaden, enough damage to finish it off and smite it himself to be able to at least save his own red. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, they were pushed up here for the Shopify duo lane side, but they're going to get their early recall off instead of messing around with them in the river.
The dog, also one of those few junglers that really, really likes the red smite because of the lack of innate CC in the kit. Just a very... I like how you mentioned it when the character was first released, like the design of Nefiri was, we just want a simple assassin character. So you don't need all this fancy stuff like CC or tricks. You just need the damage. And Nefiri has plenty of it. This champion will shred if he can get ahead of the curve of the game. I will be excited to see like how he wants to play this, if he's just going to try to power farm it till 6 to have the guaranteed engage mechanism there with the ulti. And there you can see that's what I was talking about, using the Hound's Pursuit to be able to accelerate your camp spear, clear speed just a little bit with the extra haste, plus the AD and dog buff while it's in.
It's a nice damage bonus, and so later on into the game, once you have your ultimate, if you're going for a one-shot, you can pre-W towards someone that you're looking to full combo, but generally later into the game, you would rather save your W for an outplay. If the opponent has any sort of CC or any sort of meaningful ability, then you're going to want to save it for dodging that ability. But if you have someone in your sights that you know is locked down,
Varus or something,
and you just want to burst them, then yeah, you can W early for the extra big damage boost and then just go for a full combo on them.
It looks really good in a highlight reel, but even better is jumping in and then dodging a Chains of Corruption or a seismic shove or something like that. So still pretty quiet early game here. I hope it's not the monitors again.
Something's been gnawing on those monitor cables.
You know, I was having internet problems at my house a couple of months ago. I was like, man, what keeps going on? Every time I try to stream or play games, I keep getting all these weird ping spikes. And I had to call the internet guys, and they came over and looked at it. And the guy came back, he was like, hey, man, yeah, I figured out what it was. It's definitely a weird problem. Turns out, so you know how we had a whole bunch of rain towards like the start of the year? He's like, yeah, man, with all the rain combined with, you had a couple of crazy squirrels in the backyard, and they chewed into the wire, and then the rain short-circuited the internet. So it was squirrels plus rain in LA. And I feel like
you got hit with the combo.
Yeah, I know, dude. I got a 1-2 punch of stuff that I never see in LA. I never see any squirrels around here. I see like lizards and stuff, but lizards don't eat wires. Squirrels eat wires. So apparently I had the only wire-eating squirrels, and it was like the only time in LA that it ever rained, and it specifically just destroyed my internet.
They actually singled you out.
Yeah.
They found you. Who doxed flowers to the squirrels?
They overloaded my side of the map.
Who informed these squirrels of the perfect cable?
I got destroyed by the squirrels.
I mean, the real question is actually, what did you do to offend the squirrel mafia? Actually, it's probably your fault for getting on their bad side.
Do squirrels like scorpions? They probably don't. Scorpions probably eat them. I mean, do they exist in the same habitat?
I'm gonna go with between a fight between a scorpion and a squirrel, I'll probably take the scorpion. So
okay,
we'll go yes.
Okay, update. It's not about squirrels and scorpions. We got an update for the pause situation. It is not a monitor. I believe it is Caney's audio that suddenly disconnected from the rest of the team. Kind of hard to play a team game without being able to communicate with your team. So we're getting him reconnected. And then once all of Dignitas are on the same channels again, we should be able to resume our game. Let's see. What do we have here?
You're delving into the
seeing
Twitch
if
chat
anybody knows about the
analysis
squirrels, man. I'm seeing if anybody knows about the squirrels.
All right. Well, Twitch chat Flowers is taking a peek. So if you have anything that you've been waiting your whole life to tell Flowers, now is the time. Now is the moment.
Raz says mods
Take your shot.
unpause the game. Raz is not helping anything. Lizards can eat wires if they want to. Man, I have never seen lizards eat any wires ever. I don't know. I don't know if I believe that one.
I mean, I believe. I feel like that they could if they You sure your neighbors don't have any no pet lizards?
Oh, well.
Because then it may be something where you actually offended one of your neighbors and they set their lizard on your
They
wires.
set the lizard on the wire. Man, that'd be messed up.
And actually, isn't Raz one of your neighbors, or at least close enough to deliver?
Raz lives nearby enough to ask me to help him throw away furniture when he doesn't need it anymore.
Okay, well.
So that's that's an important duty. I consider that a part of bro code. Dude needs help tossing a couch. You got to help him toss the couch.
There you go.
Oh, we got some comms.
So how's everybody's day going?
You're not supposed to talk.
Oh.
Okay, that's all we got.
Man, Cerny's just trying to keep the vibes up here.
You're not supposed to talk.
Yeah.
That was.
Hey, they're talking. We got some hand motions too. We could play some charades.
Straight to the point, man.
Let me see your lizard charade.
The lizard charade.
Show me the lizard gnawing on the monitor.
No, this is just like you gotta frill your neck and.
Oh, you're one of those what
You
was that? The one from Jurassic Park that had the frills and then spit.
I don't know. I call it a frillosaur. I don't really know what it is. Yeah, Velociraptor. That's a cool one. I'll be one of those. Those are pretty sick.
All right. Well, when we get the comms issues fixed, we might as well just double check all the monitors as well.
Yeah, I mean, didn't we just do that on the last? Do you think they replaced the monitors, or does everybody have their own unique monitors? I know the players have unique keyboards and mice and stuff. Oh, yo, Bob and George gifted 5 subs. Hell yeah, Bob and George.
Bob and
Bob and George, both of you together. Just
is that a joint account?
Incredible
Bob and George,
work.
Thank you. Coming together.
Incredible work. We love that.
Ransom subs.
From Bob and George both. Incredible stuff. Thank you so much. I want to know Flower's favorite Pokemon. It's Arcanine. I don't know any of the modern Pokemon. I know that they're like trash bags and ice cream cones and stuff. But I played the original ones back when I was a kid. Arcanine was my favorite. He was my first level 100. I just like big dogs.
It's a good one, yeah. Big fluffy dog.
Yeah,
also,
yeah. Big,
also not a very
cool,
frequent
big
answer.
Old dog.
Yeah. Also, that's not a very frequent answer. So I like you get some bonus points for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not being some basic Charizard lover or something.
No production. You don't need to trade to get Arcanine. You use a Firestone on Growlithe. That's actually what happened to my Arcanine. That's how he died. I traded him to my friend to give him the Pokedex
And he
info.
died from the trade?
He died from the trade because my friend dropped his Game Boy on accident and the link cable came unplugged and it killed the trade and the Arcanine died. I didn't play Pokemon for a year after that.
No.
I think
that
I
is
actually
tragic.
I developed childhood trauma from losing my level 100 Arcanine. Ripping
Are you
peace.
still friends with that person who killed your Growlithe?
I haven't talked to him in years, bro. I don't know what he's up to these
I
days.
wouldn't either. I don't blame you.
R.I.P.
And that does remind me, though, there was a duping hack because I used it.
Oh, yeah.
And it had to do with the timing where you pull out the trading cable. I did that with my friends on purpose to copy Mewtwo's.
Yeah.
Well, I had 6 of them.
We learned about that a couple years later. And if you do it wrong, the Pokemon dies. If you do it right, it gets copied.
That's funny. I never did it wrong, I guess. I always just duped them. Okay,
we're back in the game.
Let's
All
get it.
right. Okay. Thank you, Arcanine. You blessed the game from heaven to become unpaused. All right.
I feel like we're getting some backstory on some Flowers trauma at the beginning of your life.
Yeah. There's
This is where your trust issues always began.
There's some deep, dark things that lead a man to playing Skarner for a decade.
Yeah.
And it's
also, it was relevant because your story had to deal with the chords.
Yeah, it all comes
Anyways,
back
this
to
game.
these damn cords malfunctioning. All the cords should be working for our computers on stage now, though. So we've still got ourselves a dead even game. 10 seconds until the first Void Grubs spawn, and it looks like Dignitas is interested, but Shopify also turning their eyes to the topside river.
This is perfect because in draft we promised a bloody game, Flowers.
Okay.
We're delivering on the promise right now. Right.
Let's get some blood in the river.
Some grub blood.
Yep.
Purple blood will run.
The rivers will run purple with grub blood.
This is one of the things, though, Seos and Contract's kind of highlighting that the support play with jungle has been their best part. Let's see, though.
1 grub for Shopify.
Second charge for Contracts on his smite is coming up right now. So he has the second charge to protect these grubs.
Second grub secured without needing a smite. This should be all 3 grubs for Contracts and Shopify Rebellion. Nicely played.
So we did say, we actually didn't specify what type of blood would be spilled in this game.
It was grub.
It was grub blood.
Grub
Less
blood.
exciting, but still
relevant. Something.
All right, so let's see about this. Halfway to level 6 for Shaden for the Vi.
Okay.
And we're always looking for Vi combos, with Talia especially. Aurora's kind of annoying because very mobile champion, but maybe we can pass through, get some summoner spells. The other thing about Nefiri, though, because this is our first LTA or LCS Nefiri ever, is she scales quite nicely. So you always want to keep up your farm here on the Nefiri. Going to be doing a lot of damage, and Contracts has done just that. That's why Void Grubs are so nice, and so many junglers really prefer the Void Grubs because your individual reward is a lot better than the Dragons.
Yeah.
Just with the Golden Experience, but is going to accelerate him, so now has access to the ultimate. And we'll see how fearsome he can be. Once again, ultimate does land onto B-Boy there.
Unfortunately, though, for Dignitas, there was no way for them to combo that together meaningfully enough to get the kill. Yes, you hit the chains. Yes, Isles has the follow-up with the stun, but it's way too much later. They can't really do anything to really threaten B-Boy. He still has both summoner spells here, too. Would love to stick around long enough to clear most of these minions away. Does need to sidestep the Piercing Arrow. Last Mystic Shot will pick that up, and B-Boy can go ahead and take his recall now. No mana left to work with, very little health, not a whole lot of reason to stay in the lane any longer, but Shaden's moving in, smites him to interrupt that last little bit of the recall, but Shaden knows that he can't just fly in here. He will get locked up before we can guarantee the one-shot underneath the turret, but now they're ready to follow it up, and there's the first blood. They even get the money over to Tomo. Isles is burning down. Can Dignitas try to get their support out? It doesn't look like it. Oh, no! Isles, he's still shielded. If anybody would have stayed behind to protect him, surely they would have been able to get him away. Run, Isles, run!
They want to give it to the Battle Fox.
He's trying to get out. He's trying to get out. They want to give it over to the Aurora. The weirding misses. Isles is running him around in a circle. He wants to try to get away. He's finally going to die to the Aurora. Meanwhile, back over to the mid lane, it's Contracts versus Caney with a little bit more damage coming in as Contracts jumps over the wall. That dog is hungry, and he takes his first bite out of the enemy mid.
Isles used up so much of Shopify's time and Power Fox's time on the top side of the map that Contracts is able to get the counter kill on mid lane and burned Caney's flash too. The beginning of the Contracts 1v1 there with Caney, I feel like we want to get some earlier info on it even. Maybe we'll get a little replay there of how he started that off, because this is our highlight, Flowers. This is our focus. We wanted to see Contracts ripping it on a carry jungler here on the Nefiri. He does that. They get the kill into mid lane. The Nefiri gets one, and definitely well worth it there. Let's see, though. Isles now back at it. Gonna go ahead and face check Seos. He sees the ward go down, instantly can take it.
Okay, both our junglers on the board. I like this. Both of them trying to get involved, get a little bit active with these big playmaking ultis. As Dignitas clearing out some vision down here. Eyes on this bottom side Drake, I would have to assume, as we do have nothing up there on the top side of the map for another 45 seconds or so. However, the next set of grubs will be spawning soon, so doesn't look like anybody's actually too particularly interested in the dragon at all. Let's take another look at how the plays went down. Here's Caney face checking the dog.
Yeah, that is a very rough way to any of these ways to start face check. And so he actually was able to just jump right over there as well. Since you face checked, you got such an early lead. Contract's able to land everything. The Qs plus the E and W forward even, just for the extra damage there as he goes in with the ult. So huge stuff to get an early kill, but mid lane.
Okay, Shaden jumps in, finds Seos, Chains of Corruption to follow it up. Defensive Solar Flare means Dignitas cannot follow up further in order to secure the kill. Still a very slight lead for Shopify Rebellion as Contracts fires back a little bit, but those grubs have spawned, Kobe. Remember, it was 3-0 for Shopify on the first set, and they're looking to do the same again.
This is why that kill was so big, though. Contracts has Eclipse done. Shaden has Ultimate ready, though, so Ultimate being able to set up here as you teleport Surdy on over, who also has Rumble ult.
Okay, Contracts has to be careful about this Rumble. Heating up a little bit here as Isles is over the wall, ready to follow up too. Shopify would love to grab at least just one grub to get the grubbies, the little grub mites to spawn on the turrets. Contracts jumps in, steals one of them away, and now Surdy's been caught in the pit, has to flash out just to try to escape the True Shot barrage over the top, nearly lets the Ignite do the trick. And Shopify, with some patience, end up getting 5 out of 6 grubs. Tomo getting caught out by Palafox here in the mid lane, has to use his flash or surely would have died to the follow-up there from Seos. Shopify Rebellion coming out on top again.
Neferi looking like it's going to have a good game here. Contracts is able to sneak around back in, gets both of those other 2 grubs, so they get up to their 4 for the extra Void Might spawn, allowing Fudge here to do a lot of extra damage here to this turret. Plus, them being able to chase the rest of them out really sets up for the next possible kill, because no flash on Surdy, no flash on Tomo now after the mid lane play that Palafox made as well. And Shopify only need 1 more kill to get that feat of strength for the 3 kills. Contracts here right back out to it, but he's the same level as Surdy, the same level as the enemy top laner.
Now this is the first Drake focus so far this game by either team. Contracts is seeing if maybe you can just toss the Dark and Daggers over the wall, cheese it away with a damage over time and a slightly mistimed enemy smite.
Yeah.
Pretty hard to do, so Dignitas is still going to secure that for themselves. If we're not counting the one individual single lonely little grub, that is the first neutral objective claimed by Dignitas this game. So still a little ways to go, but honestly, very close game still overall.
Yeah, definitely a very close one. And still we'll see about this Vi ultimate from Shaden, if they can get it paired with either the Rumble or the Talia. You know, either one would be a good one for them to be able to combo somebody. Is always really hard though. Contract, you see how confident he is with this champ and the ability to avoid so many spells. With the W constantly going for invades with Seos here, so with the support at his back, takes away Raptors, leaves behind the deeper vision. One of the wards will get cleared out here by Shaden, but not the other.
And it's just so hard to punish contracts like this, particularly when you're looking at the composition from Dignitas. I mean, Surdy can't catch you no matter what. He's Rumble. If Shaden even tries to ult you with Vi, you can just immune when he's going to slam you with the ulti and walk away from that. You're always immune to Talia shove. The only thing that can really catch you that's not got such a indicator that it's so easy to reactively dodge it would be a Chains of Corruption from Fog. I mean, it's just so difficult for contracts to get punished as long as he's really aware and ready to react with this new Neferi.
Should be an exciting comp to watch play out too, since they have some explosive solo laners here with Palafox and Fudge on the Aurora and Ambessa. Definitely a ways down in the rest of the game though, if they can get some outer turrets down and open up some more room to play with here. Kaney now has finished first item for himself, and the Talia, one more reset here for him to get back out, but Talia could start making some of those moves to the rest of the team as well with the ultimate ready.
Hey, Fudge just getting this wave, crashed up here into the tier 1 turret. Gets a little bit of bonus damage there thanks to the grubs, but the turret's still got plenty enough health to continue hanging on. Shopify gold lead up to almost 1,000 right now. The plus 500 individual lead for the solo lanes in the jungle, but a slightly larger lead actually back the other way for Tomo, who is the lone Dignitas player to have a kill so far. Does have his own first item completed with the opportunity there. Going for the big lethality hits as Kaney's having to flash away back over in the mid lane. The feat of warfare is already secured as Shopify make their move and pick off Tomo. That one player I'm talking about that had some gold, they shut him down.
Yeah, Ambessa just rips him apart there. Fudge takes him out, and they can get back to top lane there to try and catch the rest of the top lane wave. Meanwhile, Shopify, with contracts chasing the rest of the defense out here from the bottom side, that outer tower is going down very quickly. Palafox should be able to acquire it, so that's first tower also achieved. That is the feats all for Shopify. Already they've got the extra bonus.
Shopify, man, the early game feeling really good now, 2,500 ahead. We do have the Rift Herald spawning in about 10 seconds. Dignitas want to try to control this topside river. They need to get something back here. Nothing has gone their way in quite a while. Herald spawned, but it's not like they have enough control to just immediately start something up. Kaney is in the bottom half of the map. Remember, he lost his flash. They're in that bottom lane potential engage. Fudge forcing Sturdy back with the help of Palafox. They get another flash. So now both solo laners of Dignitas have no flash available to get away from Shopify if they want to try to fight for this Rift Herald. Over on the Shopify side, every summoner spell is up except for Palafox's TP. I feel like they are so much better equipped for an upcoming fight.
And I really like how Seos is already integrating with the team. You can see him positioning very aggressively in a lot of these plays, playing forward, with contracts, with the solo laners as well. He's done a good job of putting out enough pressure as Leona to get extra vision without sacrificing his actual body in the play. So decently good indicators so far for Shopify here.
Yeah.
Incorporating him into the lineup.
And I mean, back in Split 1, we even heard, like, from the players, from the analysts talking about this day. Hold on, we don't have time to hear anything right now other than the sound of Isle's body hitting the floor. Seo is taking a kill on that one. 4-1 now for Shopify. But yeah, for a team that we didn't get to see a lot of games out of in Split 1, for a team that did have issues with not having Seos here, not being able to play with him, now that they're all on the same page, now that they've got everybody together, their first game here in Split 2 is starting off really good.
Yeah, and whenever a support is added to the team, I'm like, yeah, everyone's thinking about, oh, how is their duo lane going to be? But really, I always want to think about how is their jungle support going to be? And it has looked very good so far this game, so definitely high marks for them. Immediately after the Rift Herald, going to head on down to try and contest this dragon. Contract's jumping over very quickly here. Looks like Palafox does not have teleport, so Palafox going to have to walk.
Okay, Isles taking a little bit of damage there from that Nefiri. Dignitas falling back away from the Drake. They've got it down to about 2,000, though. Will heal up just a little bit. It's another TY for Leash moment. Shopify did it the first time in the second set of Grubs. Now they're doing it again on the second Drake. Dignitas is just doing the hard work for Shopify to show up and take the credit, man. This feels so bad for Dig.
That one was interesting to me because of the teleport difference, where Palafox did not have it on the Aurora up here. But Surdy did, and so I was thinking maybe Dignitas actually choose their moment there, and they instantly go for a Vi ult, they combo on somebody, they teleport really early on the Rumble to get Rumble down there. Since that dragon was fairly low, and it would at least take some time for Palafox to walk the duration down to the fight, but they did not choose that moment, and since you don't choose that one, it feels like it just gets consecutively more and more difficult to actually make your stand in the game at one of these objectives, because that allowed Shopify to just get Rift Herald plus run all the way down and steal your dragon from you. Definitely going to be a bit of a momentum killer there for Dignitas, who already were kind of having a little bit of a rough start there.
Yeah, it feels like we're not seeing any killer instinct from Dignitas here, really. Shopify, once again, looking for another play. Surdy, just there's no way out, dude. He's just 100% shredded by this Nefiri, who's getting really close to having that second full item power spike as well. It just feels like when you're looking at Dig, you're not seeing those Vi to Leah plays. You're not seeing a Weaver's Wall set up in a side lane for a big engage coming out from Rel or something. We're not seeing huge efficacy of these equalizers. Fudge jumps into the middle of everybody now, has to flash back away as Dignitas was ready to turn on him and burn him. And so Fudge loses both summoner spells there. Not exactly the outcome he wanted, but still not a death.
Yeah, I think exactly. I think he's happy to get out of that one. Oh, there's a lot of these teleports, Flowers. Once you click that button, you're like, oh, I need to get out of this one. But you still have to take the ride in, and he does escape with his life.
Teleports are like people who are scared of roller coasters but decide to get on them, and once they're latched into the roller coaster and it's going up,
like
no, I think I reconsidered. No, you're still going up there. There's no way out at that point. That roller coaster for Fudge, it was a little rickety. It didn't pass safety inspections, but he managed to survive.
He didn't get hurt.
Yeah, he's fine. He walked off. He's like, okay, I'm not doing that again, but I'm all right. Now, the problem is for Dignitas, things continue bleeding further and further away, and now with another turret under pressure, not even under pressure, that thing is underground, man. Another objective taken by the side of Shopify. 3 turrets to nothing. 1-1 on Drags, 5-1 on both kills and grubs, up 4,000 gold. 2 minutes until our next Drake spawns. Otacon is on the map, but he is in the top side river instead of the bot side, so opposite ends from that Drake. Can't just walk right next door and grab both objectives back to back. Isles and Caney trying to stay together to clear out some of this vision. It's very dangerous for Isles to clear out vision on his own with this Rel, because if they're waiting for him, he's just insta-dead. But again, Dignitas, it just feels like they're never anywhere first. And I want to see more proactive play out of them.
Yeah, let's see about that coordination. Shaden here onto the crab, but
Oh boy,
Tomo.
Tomo, he's just done immediately. Shopify go in and find the enemy AD carry. Now Isles and Shaden looking to keep the fight going, but it ain't going to work out in their favor. Contracts resetting here a little bit. Has to use that W to make sure that he stays safe. Hits another Darkened Dagger on the Canids. Fudge is ready to come in over the wall here with a public execution. Forces the flash out of the Talia as Dignitas full retreat. Contracts keeping the pressure on. Surdy, he arrived with a teleport, but wasn't able to get anything back for Dig, so now still full resources, but zoned away. A nice equalizer to burn these health bars. Low, great shot from Surdy. Flash Electro Harpoon to finish off that last little bit of damage on Seos, but it's not going to deter Shopify Rebellion. They instead move over to the Otacon pit. They're going to start this up 4 men strong. Now Tomo's back alive, but he's stuck into the base. It is a Hex Tech Rift, so Tomo will be able to join the rest of Dignitas much more quickly than otherwise. Kanelee finally going to drop a Weaver's Wall as Isles and Shaden jump into the fight, and Contracts has to try to get away. Another shutdown going over to Surdy, and Fudge melts. Big Dig has arrived to Summoner's Rift here in this game. They will take a couple of clutch shutdowns. They will steal away the Otacon, and they will show they got some fight left in them.
Dignitas been getting pushed around all game, Flowers, and they make their stand. It starts with Surdy just making a counterplay himself. He wants to get a straggler kill. He sees Seos. He lays down the ultimate, wants to get the kill while he didn't have any flash. He goes in, and off of that support kill, it feels like Dignitas, all right, fine. Now's the moment. We're going to actually make this contest at the Otacon while their magic-resistant armor is shredded, and it's a very nice Talia ult, and Isles gets the engage right up the middle as they go in. So Shopify just completely get destroyed right there by Dignitas, who also are going to grab this Otacon buff. Let's see what they do with it. Looks like they're just going to get their dragon for free on live right now with that Otacon buff. So some much needed W's there for Dignitas.
That is such a massive moment for this team. I was being critical earlier saying that we hadn't seen them be proactive. We hadn't seen the Vitalia combo. We hadn't seen the Weaver's Wall used in a way where it really set up a good team fight for them. And right there, yes, it felt like a late first big Weaver's Wall, but that was huge from Kaney.
Yeah, definitely was. And I really do feel like that moment was Surdy seeing Seos going over to the Otacon, and he's like, you know what? I'm just going to go for a play myself. He uses his ult, he uses his flash, he gets one, and it kind of like woke up this team almost. And Dignitas kind of rally behind that play. Let's see if it will be enough, though, Flowers, to rally back in this game, since they are still facing the deficit, fighting against Shopify here. And you are still facing a Nefiri that had a very good early game. So you're going to have to watch out for some of these engages.
Okay. Dignitas want to make their move on Palafox, who goes between worlds to provide himself an escape mechanism. Seos having a flash to get himself out as Dignitas, they're still using this momentum. They're still playing aggressively while they have these false lives, while they finally have this advantage in tempo here in the mid game after stealing away the Otacon.
Yeah, that's exactly what you have to do. Continue to stay proactive. When you have your Otacon buff, they try and use it. They don't actually get a kill, but they do get a summoner spell. So able to get at least the Leona flash. Of course, he does have Hex Flash, but last time Leona did not have flash. That's what led to Surdy getting the kill and then getting the Otacon, so maybe they can open it up again there. We also saw on screen again, there was an attempted like fishing Talia seismic shove on Nefiri. That always gets W'd. Easy there for Contracts, no problem. Meanwhile, the vision on Baron is leading to a little bit of uneasiness on Dignitas. Rightfully so. Isles comes over to try and replace some vision for themselves.
Okay, Isles want to just make sure that he's not ever too far away from anybody else on the team. Again, just very dangerous to potentially be caught out. Contracts still wanting to play so aggressive on this Nefiri. You love to see it. I especially love to see when you have a high damage type of jungler paired with one of these engaged supports, so that when those two have a gank squad going around, it just feels like the perfect recipe for setting up a pick, setting up something that could be a real game changer.
100% agree, Flowers. I want all of my supports to pick engaged supports.
Yes, please pick something that will lock up the enemy guy so I can kill him.
All right, let's take a look at this 1-3-1 from Shopify, though, because they've got both side laners pushing out there. Fudge taking care of bottom side. Meanwhile, Palafox already shoved this topside wave into tower. He's going to get his reset off. And they both do have their teleports, so continuing to try and get those side lane pushes first, so they have the early moves. So far, it has normally resulted in deep vision for Shopify behind the Baron, up in that red quadrant, which still does exist, a lot of these wards, so standing from that last pass. So they do have options here to try and look for some picks, maybe look for some deeper teleports. As we mentioned, both of theirs are available.
Okay, Caney just going to continue clearing all these waves out. Less than 2 minutes till our next Drake. The fact that the first Drake this game happened so late, I think just a little bit after 12 minutes, it was after both sets of grubs had already been fully claimed, means that the general soul tracker, soul pressure that we expect in a game is just always going to be that much further behind. Even if Dignitas can secure the next one, it's still only soul point, which means early as possible, you're going to be looking at, what, 33, 34 minutes soul? That's not nearly as impactful as one that occurs, you know, 8 minutes earlier than that. Even if it is going to be the Hex Soul, is very powerful, is very effective, I still feel like these Dragons might not have the same attention on them that they would in another game state.
All right, side lane a little bit dangerous here as some trailing members, Seos and Contracts here, do go, oh, didn't actually quite see the wall. There we go.
Oh, there you go. Eat the board.
Should be able to back off, no problem there, though. Meanwhile, moving in, see if they can actually find the pick. The wrap around from the other side here is going to get scouted out. Plenty of wards.
Okay. Both daggers dodged. Isles preventing any early unnecessary damage from that one. Fudge, keep your eyes on him here for an angle on this flank public execution. Dignitas all grouped up together now as Surdy joins with the team, wants to start buffing up that heat bar a little bit. Fudge hit with a piercing arrow, but nothing more. And it's Shopify with control over the river. 15 seconds till the Drake. Palafox backing away as a root onto Seos. Follow-up Solar Flare on the Caney doesn't do a whole lot. Seos the only one taking meaningful damage here, down to about half HP on the Leona. Surdy scrapping back and forth with Fudge. Palafox again just trying to go in for some serious burst. Caney down to 1/3. Contract stepping forward, threatening here with an Fury. Remember, again, if he uses that ulti, teammates no longer block it. It's very strong as Fudge constantly putting pressure on the enemy team. If they try to step up into this brush, he's going to jump out on the Mbessa, try to go for a quick combo, quick chunk of damage. Surdy again getting chunked by Palafox. This is his only job in the fight. Every single time somebody walks up, he does the QE combo over the wall, tries to get a little bit of damage, force him back. Isles, speaking of a little bit of damage, that was multiple little bits of damage. That's a lot of damage, forcing him all the way back with no big engage mechanism. He's already gone, and so is the Drake. Between worlds from Palafox, trying to catch out Surdy, but again, without the Leona ulti, without something more, it's so hard to lock these guys down with a pretty CC-like comp.
Yeah, poke damage traded across, but in the war of attrition, it is Shopify Rebellion that do win out, getting their second dragon, evening up those objectives. There was a moment for Dig Flowers when they had burned the Leona ultimate and chunked Seos to 50%. They did have a bit of an advantage, and the Varus ultimate comes up back quicker than the Leona ultimate does, so they're kind of looking for that timing.
Yeah.
But by the time that timing came up, Caney had been chunked to 50%, and Isles had also been chunked to 50%, and they could not go for the small window, so Shopify, in the end, still are able to get another objective, and very close to getting the death cap for Palafox on that Aurora. Can be a devastating ultimate there for those big flanks.
Yeah, Palafox does so much damage with these snap trades of just the QE combo, and you can see there's nobody on the enemy team that can really face check it and afford to tank it. Oh, speaking of face checking, we got a bit of a problem here from Contracts. He has to use the W, then he has to flash still to try to escape. Now here comes the Weaver's Wall. It still knocks him back a little bit further. Seos and Palafox trying to get away now too, as Dignitas may have overextended. The weirding connects onto Surdy, takes him down to 25% HP. Shopify Rebellion barely getting away from that one.
Seos is the freaking GOAT! Did you see that Zenith Blade? He Zenith Blade Caney off the Talia wall, and Caney had to flash over the other side. He saved his teammates and was able to earn the Dignitas mid laner's flash right there. That was a quick play. I believe it was the Zenith Blade from Seos that was able to knock him off the tower there.
Wow, man, that was so close for Contracts. That can quickly turn into such a different game state if the dog gets fully caught there, if he just doesn't manage to get away. But now, speaking of getting fully caught, got to be careful about that one. Nice sidestep there on the seismic shove. Again, using the iframes. Such a powerful tool, dodging away from any of those telegraph spells. 1,500 gold lead still for Shopify, but that's significantly less than what they were commanding earlier on in this game, what felt like 3,500 type of a gold lead. Dignitas still definitely has a chance in this one. 2.5 minutes until our next Drake is live. Tomo's going to be the target as Palafox goes in between worlds. Tomo having to flash away to survive that, as now a little bit of additional damage back onto Shaden. Isles with a disengage. Shaden going all the way in, but he's separated from the rest of the team. Contracts again with a Hound's Pursuit, getting himself out of danger, making sure that he does not fall. Shopify, however, has taken a ton of damage on 3 separate health bars. Fudge and Seos still the healthy ones, separated from the rest of the team. Remember that these are the only 2 players that have meaningful CC on this squad. So now Fudge is going in with a public execution on Surdy. Wants to find a little more on him. Contracts nearby, may be ready to follow up, but with a Weaver's Wall defensively, Dignitas arrives yet again in time to save their team.
So many people just getting jumped here, but not actually going down. The battle now is going to provide them a way into the vision here for Baron. Fudge now level 17 on that Mbessa, but they could not finish anything off. The Weaver's Wall from Candy comes in to peel for the rest of the team.
Ooh, Shaden. He will walk up there. He sees the red silhouette in the brush. That's going to be multiple red silhouettes now. Fudge jumping forward, but needs to be a little bit careful. Still has half the cooldown remaining before the public execution is once again ready. Dignitas stepping back up, further forward into their own jungle. Solar Flare lands on Caney. Palafox over the wall, tons of damage down on the enemy mid. Needs a little bit more, ain't gonna find it. Caney surviving, Seos very low. Sturdy trying to cook him up here with a Flame Spitter. Seos barely getting away. Isles wanted to go for the Flash Shattering Strike, but he gets the Ignite, and it still works out. Isles making the kill happen. Now Surdy ready for Contracts, who was looking for an entry point here on the side of the fight, does not get it. Surdy now needs to be a little bit careful about those Darkened Daggers flying through on the back end of the trade. Palafox again just smashing him with the weirding, but took some damage of his own. Fudge, public execution, ready to go again if he can find a target for it. True Shot Barrage hits 3. Kobe, we are seeing so many spells, so many ultis, so many fights, so many low health bars, but even when there's a kill, nobody has enough of an advantage to push it into something after.
What a scrap, Flowers, this entire game. Just trading cooldown after cooldown, and we're 23 seconds away for the Dragon arriving. With the Hex Gates, we should be able to reset and have another fight.
All right, okay, here we go. Dragon in 14 seconds. Dignitas looking to arrive slightly faster to the bot side river, but with Contracts on the Nefiri, very, very scary here. Has a fully evolved Super Boots, dodging away there as Shaden tries to jump in with the Vault Breaker. Shaden, full commit onto the enemy jungler. He knows the Nefiri no longer has the defensive spell. Contracts looking to get away. Shaden's going to drop first. Contracts staying alive with a shield reset on the second cast of the ulti as he re-engages onto the enemy lines. Fudge trying to get away off to the right side at the same time. Shut down for Seos. A 2-for-1 trade for Shopify. But their jungler is low. Enemy jungler is dead. Shopify will maintain control over the bot side river.
Yeah, Contracts immediately recalling there to try and reset and get back out to Baron instead of the Dragon. They don't want to waste their time by the Dragon. They're going immediately to the top side of the map. We'll see after the replay, though, how that turns out. Now here, the reason they go for this, Contracts W used now, so Shaden wants to use his ultimate while that ability is down to lock him down for the Rumble ulti, but he's so deep in the rest of the team, and Fudge goes for the counter initiation. So Fudge actually takes the 3 members away from it. Here we go.
All right, Dignitas wants to try to stop the Baron. Massive amount of damage. Doing to Seos in the execution with a rain of arrows. Tomo working together with his mid laner and support to pick off the enemy support in time. The Baron is down to about 3,000 HP. Shopify Rebellion do not want to leave this one away as Isles is ready to go in here for the crash down. Contracts with Palafox trying to finish it. Baron is going to be secured by the Nefiri, but now Contracts has to try to get back out of the wall, and Shaden's ready to stop him before he can go through the Hex Gate. Dignitas, they may have lost the Baron, but they will get 2 back in response.
Oh, I love it. This game is insanely scrappy. Constant fights. Dignitas aren't done there. Flowers are going to get the mid tower. They're going to get the Dragon as well afterwards in payment. And it's going to be about how well can Shopify actually use 3 Baron buffs. The key factor is they do have 2 of the Baron buffs on each of their solo lanes here for split. Oh, actually, Fudge does not. It looked like Fudge did not get one. So Fudge
may have still been dead during when it was claimed.
His death timer must have been too long to just barely not be able to get that one. So, okay, that actually greatly reduces their split push power, though. Fox still has teleport and has his. Holy moly, let's take a look at it. It's the Chains of Corruption that sets it all up.
Yep.
Change into full seismic combo. Nicely sniped there by Dignitas over the side of the wall, but since they don't have their jungle here, their smite here, Contracts is going to go back in. Fox, he goes for his ult down. Isles gets his W, and it actually Contracts and Fox both dodge it to get into the back of the pit and try and finish that one up. And then Fox actually snaps right back. So quick movement from him on the Aurora, but
yeah,
it is just the Seos kill and the Contracts kill and trade for the payment. Yeah, it's kind of like, Dignitas got a decent amount off of that with the mid tower plus the dragon getting picked up. And honestly, doesn't seem like Shopify will get to do too much during their Baron buff.
I was watching the death timer. The Baron, when it was smote, Fudge still had 2 seconds.
2 seconds
so off
away.
by 2 seconds from being able to get that buff. And like you said, pretty big drop in the efficacy of what you can do with that when now, hey, that's our guy that wants to be separated from everybody else now without the purple buff. As Shopify will continue moving up as a unit into enemy territory here. Isles, yes, it looks like he could be in a bad spot, but he's real. He'll just crash down over the wall. He's fine. And then Shopify now pushing down bottom lane. They've got the wave here. They've got it baroned up, but Dignitas has scrambled enough troops nearby to make sure that Shopify can't just try to force this through. It's still a 2,500 gold lead for Shopify. Back over in mid, Surdy will be left to try to defend it, but with Contracts already here, with them having 5 Void Grubs, it should be enough damage to guarantee the kill onto the tier 2 in mid. They will secure that one. Now with another wave about to crash into bottom lane, Fudge and Palafox want to put the pressure onto this as well. If you could walk away with grabbing 2 tier 2 turrets, you'd feel pretty good about it, I would have to think, considering the way you got the Baron. But Dignitas, they're going to stop Shopify from taking any more. But like I say, 2 tier 2s feels good.
It is. It's like it's a pretty decently close trade in the end, even though it does put a lot of pressure with the Dragon Soul coming up next. And it is a Hex Tech Soul, which is very annoying and very powerful in the hands of a Poke Varus. That super long range proc of it might be a very big determining factor. So we'll see in 2.5 minutes here as they get right back down to it, because that will be the final determiner. There is a Dragon Soul coming up about 20 seconds ahead of the Baron that is going to come up next as well. So there's a little bit of a timing window there where Dignitas have way more pressure towards the bottom side of the map, and Shopify wouldn't be able to answer with the pressure on the opposite side. So would have to kind of keep that in check and at least keep vision for themselves.
Checking in, because we're expecting this massive battle here in about 2 minutes, there are some pretty important items that are up. You can see Guardian Angels active on both the Ambessa and the Vi. You have the Seeker's Arm Guard unbroken for Palafox's Aurora. So many of these like one-shot, one-use type of items that can really be game changers in a team fight. And I'm hoping that everybody has pressed their tabs, checked their scoreboards, making sure they're aware of the situation that they're finding themselves in. Because oftentimes these can be the difference makers in moments like these. If somebody wasn't paying attention, if somebody overcommits onto something that's just going to get back up because of Guardian Angel or a Stasis, can really, really backfire, as Chains of Corruption not going to get a whole lot from Tomo there. Dignitas continue to try to contest the wave as Palafox goes in between worlds. Public execution from Fudge into the middle of everybody, but he's all alone. Has to flash back away. Nice solar flare landing. Isles taken so close to death. Has to flash out. As Shopify, they might not have got any kills. They will force everybody from dig back.
Yeah, what matters after that fight is flashes traded. Fudge uses his for the 2 carry flashes, both Tomo and Kenny using theirs. And since the ultimates should probably be back up before the dragon, but the flashes won't be, I think that really is the biggest deal right here. No flash for either the Varus or the Talia is a huge, huge objective win.
And I really like that timing from Shopify, taking it exactly like you're saying, where you're still going to have the 1 minute to get your ulti back before the objective, but there's no way that flash will be back in time. Fudge is going to face check a Brush. This is not what they needed. All the work they put in to get the Summoner Spell advantage. That was way too close to losing the Guardian Angel. Fudge surviving thanks to the shield on Maul of Malmortius, keeping him going in that, wow, way too dangerous face check.
Ooh, yeah, Ma and Eclipse, and able to jump his way out there just barely, because that's the one flash that they did use in that play.
Yup.
And so if he lost his Guardian Angel and his life there, that would have been a nice comeback for Dignitas, but they're unable to finish him off, so it is going to be the Shopify Dragon. And now we're at full Dragons.
3-3.
3 apiece, and Baron coming up.
All right, it's one of those games, brother.
It is definitely.
It is one of those games. 3,000 gold separating the teams, but man, 41 minutes into a game where Drakes are 3-3, I just don't feel like 3,500 gold is truly that meaningful. Like, it's coming down to execution. It's all going to be about who gets their team fight around this next objective, around this Baron. It's Shopify with control over the river right now. Dignitas trying to fire back a little bit as Shopify tries to clear their control wards. Hit him with a big piercing arrow, maybe land a couple of electro harpoons. You're going to feel a lot better about trying to move forward and contest them for vision afterwards. Seos in the pit, popping that sweeper, just making sure that there's none of those tricky wards that sometimes people know to place right out of the range of where the common control ward placements are. But we have God vision. We can cheat. We know that there's no red side vision in that top side river. It's not blocked out, except all the way back up there in that very, very top corner of the Baron pit.
Okay, teleport is ready for Sturdy, who's pushing out on the bottom side of the map. Shopify here. See, they're going to see if they can actually get it.
Nice job there on the solar flare. Canids getting caught out. Palafox goes between worlds, but he jumps back to the other side. Shaden now in some danger himself. He can kill the enemy jungler. It's going to be big. Seos drops, though. Tomo doing a ton of damage as Shaden revives thanks to the Guardian Angel, but Fudge is ready to clean up another one. Tomo taken low, taken down. Isles here with the very front line as Fudge is about to lose GA2. B-Boy needs a little bit more damage. He's going in back after Isles, and there's no way out for the enemy support. Shopify Rebellion killed 2, and they don't want to stop there. Palafox jumps in point blank range onto the Flame Spitter, but because he has the Seeker's Arm Guard, he thinks he can outplay it. Surdy still cooks him, makes it a 1-for-1. It's 3 dead on Dignitas' side, only 2 on Shopify. Shaden lost his Guardian Angel, but his character is still alive, so it would still be a smite fight. Let's take another look at how it starts, because it's crazy start to finish.
Oh my goodness. So Seos trades his ult here really nicely. As he got Seismic shoved in, he got the ult off on Caney. Then Palafox gets a little dizzy there, flashing over, bounces back, hits on the Hex Gate, and then, as you say, first Guardian Angel gets procced here. Fudge goes in. His is going to be the second one procced, but they got Shaden's flash out, and they got the shutdown onto the Varus in trade for Fudge's Guardian Angel, so that allows B-Boy to walk up and play way more aggressively. They get the lead in the kills. But then, Surdy over here, as Palafox feels confident because of the arm guard you mentioned, goes right into the Flame Spitter, but Surdy's happy to use his flash to ensure that he at least gets that trade kill. They couldn't get the Baron, though. Yeah.
Rose's reaction.
That's everybody watching this game right now. Oh, what 21 kill, 40, almost 4-minute banger. The Baron was not taken in the aftermath, so we get the return to that party, Flowers.
Back to square one. The party ain't over. The party don't stop. Palafox has brought an hourglass to the party now. The arm guard may have been broken, but he's ready to keep the stasises going. Guardian Angel timers are still going to have a significant amount of time left before those respawn, before those are useful once more. Interesting to also note the final item here in the build for Tomo is the Serpent's Fang. So making sure that he can reduce the amount of shielding on contracts, on Fudge. There's a lot of potential shields here for Shopify's side, particularly on the front line. So just being able to burst through those, nullify that efficiency, I feel is very, very good. As, ooh, public execution, Fudge jumping in, popping Surdy. That might be the catch right there. Contract's ready to follow it up, jumps in after Tomo. Between worlds from Palafox, Isles is down, and now the follow-up continues. Shaden's getting dove, and Fudge is going in. A little bit more damage is all they need. B-Boy's got the bullet in the air, and Seos don't care. They'll chase Keeney all the way into the base. Shopify just killed 4. It's Tomo against everybody.
Now they're sticking around to finish clearing off these minions as Fudge and Palafox wait to get inside. That tower's going down. Shopify, they're taking down the base.
The Fudge factor finds it. The big public execution to land onto Surdy. They get the huge pick on the Rumble. The Dig cannot scramble to... Fudge, I wasn't done yet. I was trying to give you credit, brother. Tomo with a good snipe. Tomo with a double kill at death's door. 4. Tomo keeps it locked.
I want to hear what Tomo said. Get him out. Chase him down. 1v5 pentakill. Go get the rest of them. Go get them. Here we go. Hex gates. Somebody's coming.
Oh my God. Okay. Shopify looks like they might still be able to grab this Hex Soul for themselves, but you can see Surdy's coming down with Isles. They might just go in for the equalizer punish on this. Hex Soul already secured for Shopify for contracts. Dignitas nearly close enough for the punish on that one, but no, Hex Soul over to Shopify.
Don't count your chickens before they've hatched, Flowers.
I suppose so.
They will remain uncounted because Dignitas now going to start out Baron in trade for that Dragon Soul that was picked up for Shopify due to Tomo's antics here, defending the base, getting 2 kills for Dignitas, allowing Dignitas the hope still in this game.
Okay, it's Hex Soul plus a 5,000 gold lead for Shopify, but Dignitas with the Baron, this is going to buy them time. This could get them to where they need to be. Here's another look at how Tomo defended it, 1 versus 5.
All right, the ultimate, boom, right onto Fudge, lands the arrow right afterwards. That's 1, but he's not done yet. Another arrow, another shot, Califox.
He 2-tapped both of them.
Yeah,
it was RQ on Fudge, and then it was Q auto on Palafox.
The Serelda's Grudge slow.
Actual Legolas cosplayer. Guy is insane. 5, 3, and 4 here on the Varus. Full build. Those arrows hurt, man. And I talked earlier about how on Dignitas there's no true tank that could like deal with the poke that came out from Palafox. But when you look at Shopify's side, it's not like there's anybody that's not Leona that can really suffer those arrows, right? Like, yeah, Bessa's got Guardian Angel. She's got like high base stats, but nobody's building a ton of defense here. There's all a little bit of armor, but I still feel like we're going to see that type of damage from Tomo for the rest of this thing, and Shopify's got to make sure they're respecting this guy when they go to close it out.
Sneaky, sneaky here. Look at these 2 members looking
Sneaky.
for their pick. The pick
oh no! Contract's in some danger. Shattering Strike to follow it up. He's already used the Hound's Pursuit. He's down! Shutdown credit to Shaden. Dignitas finding a clutch pick on the enemy jungler 48 minutes into the game. They've got a 5v4 for the next 60 seconds.
Those are the plays that can win you the game. They've got the pick, and they've got the Baron to do damage after the pick. See how many towers they can take with this.
Okay, Palafox just trying to keep them away here. Make it scary to face check the brushes. Make it scary to step up a little bit further. That last little cannon minion finally going to die. Baron still active for a little bit longer. About 1 more minute they'll have this. But it is difficult for them to try to commit all the way towards the tier 3 turret here. Fudge and Seos ready to frontline here for B-Boy as they defend. Limited opportunity to do a whole lot here with the short range of everybody not named Varus.
Yeah, Contracts only has 20 seconds left on his death timer, so he'll be back up by the time the next mid-wave does get over there. Looks like the power play for Dignitas will be done, but because they have the Baron buff and they're pushing on top side, a little bit of extra pressure. Nobody gonna overstay this time around. 49 minutes into
Minute
the
49!
game.
Let's give it up for minute 49, Kobe.
Let's
we
go!
are going. This one is going the distance, 15-13, 49 minutes into the game. We got Baron spawning in 3:15, and we've got the Elder Dragon, the great equalizer. The game should end once I die monster.
It's true they have designed the game now, so there should be no chance of 90-minute games. Yeah, it was possible in the past. You know, maybe we'll be able to get close in this one as we constantly trade. Okay, you talked about key abilities though. Guardian Angel procs are back up for both Vi and Ambessa. Here we go though. Poke damage goes down first. Spell shield is gone for Tomo.
Huge. Stopping that spell shield, preventing it from being able to protect him from any kind of the engage combo of Shopify. Could be the difference maker here. They know Tomo is the cannon that they've got to worry about on this enemy team. Although also, Kani now full build on the Talia. Again, 3,000 gold, 50 minutes into a pro game. Just does not matter that much. Inhibitor respawning in the mid lane for Dignitas. Isles and Shaden looking to go in. They want B-Boy. Weaver's wall over the top. Kani's ready to join in, but he immediately has to pop the stasis as Shopify's ready to turn and burn him. Kani gets back away. True Shot Barrage over the top of the lines. Will not finish him off. Nobody from Dignitas falls. Nobody from Shopify falls. But right there, Kobe, I loved the attempt from Dignitas because they didn't want to just play around, stare at each other and fire skill shots for the next 2 minutes. They wanted to see if they could find that catch. Ezreal, however, both summoner spells ready, was getting away, but he was only doing it because he spent those spells.
And it's a bit of a trade since Kenny used his flash there as well. Now you have 2 carries on opposite sides that are both going to be the prime targets there. Ezreal won't have flash backup for that Elder Dragon fight, but neither will Kaney. Really going to be about who can get into the better position for the engage here.
Okay. 45 seconds on our Elder Drake spawn. I've been informed this is now the longest game so far in the LTA North or South this year. Dignitas and Shopify. Tomo's in some danger. They're going between worlds as he's got to try to flash over the wall to escape. The shield, it's there. It keeps him alive through the damage over time, and Contracts can't close the gap and get on top of him. Now Dignitas scrambling to regroup, protect their AD carry, but they're so far behind in terms of health bars. Palafox is also low, but he'll be able to teleport to recall to join the rest of his team.
Really heads up play by Shaden to interrupt there on Contracts. Once the ulti goes off, you can't stop the dog, but while it's channeling, while the beams are locking on, he gave him the bump, actually protected Tomo there, allows for this reset. So here we go again, Flowers. We're still in store for another fight, 52 minutes in.
Seos jumps in, Surdy immediately with the stasis to make sure there's no follow-up. A beautiful seismic shot, and Tomo's on a killing spree. Surdy stays alive, and he's got teleport to rejoin his team again. Tomo staying away, fires off Chains of Corruption, doesn't get a whole lot out of it. Shaden has to use Vault Breaker defensively. Shopify may have lost a man, but they have control over the Elder Drake pit. Shaden's got to watch out now. Contracts and Fudge firing back as B-Boy wants a little bit more damage, and Palafox already has the ulti. Shaden's about to drop, but Tomo's already on a rampage, takes out Palafox. Isles tries to get away. Contracts is eating these guys alive. Kaney dies next. Shaden's running. Surdy's trying to cut the wave. He knows he's got to scramble and pull off something crazy, but the Rumble is down. They're dog food. Contracts is eating good. Shopify Rebellion. It was a bloody one. It was a scrap, start to finish. But with their 3-man push, this time it's only a Vi to hold the line. And I feel like that's got to be nigh impossible. Shaden trying to kill the entire wave. He'll clear out everything, but the next one has already arrived. The ace is there. The death timers are far too long. And in the longest game so far for the LTA, Shopify Rebellion are starting off split 2 with a win.
The smiles on their faces after that one. Oh my goodness. 53 minutes. They're definitely sweating on both sides after those fights in the back and forth.
Awesome stuff from Shopify to start off with a dub, get themselves some early momentum. Yeah, I know it was bloody. I know it was messy. There was some back and forth. There was some punches thrown, some punches landed, some punches missed. But it was a punchy one, man. These guys coming out here, they finally got Seos here on the roster. They got DeMonte on the coaching staff, who's worked with Palafox Contracts before. I love the fact that they're coming in here hungry. We heard from Contracts at the start of the day that these guys really want to show what they're made of. They didn't like last split's results, and I hope we can continue seeing them put some wins in the column.
100% agree. They came out clearly with the attention. You could see in the early game, they want to be proactive. They wanted to be aggressive, and they were able to.
Shopify Rebellion starting off with a 1-0. Dignitas honestly fighting back a lot better than I thought they would after they fell behind early. They seemed very inactive early on in the game, but it was really the Otacon that I think brought them back and made that game go for the 50 some odd minutes that it went for. So credit to Dig for being able to scramble like that. I want to see them be more active in the early stages so they don't have to depend on an Otacon fight like that. But for Shopify, I love seeing the killer instinct we got out of these guys. Contracts breaking out the first ever Nefiri here in North American Pro League of Legends, and he did it with style. Now, let's check in on that interview right now with Contracts.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. I have Contracts here for our post-game interview. Congratulations. That was a crazy game, and we have confirmation longest in the LTA so far this year. First reactions after that one.
Man, we trolled so hard. I had 2 really bad calls that game to go Baron and then ditch the soul, so I'll take accountability for that one. I made the game exciting for the viewers, but yeah.
Okay, well, hey, we love somebody taking accountability, so first off, props for that. Second of all, the big story around the block is Seos is now here with the team. You've had time to practice. Last splits in the past, not a lot of stage games. What's the practice been like so far having Seos with everybody else?
No, the practice has been really good. I mean, I think we've been making a lot of progression, especially since he came here about a month ago. Just working on the support jungle synergy. I think he's a really good player, and there's a reason he won 3 back-to-back championships in Brazil. So excited to work with a caliber player like that.
So how does that affect your role then? Because talking with Demonte a little bit before coming on, he was saying that you take a leadership role in the team, you have a veteran presence. So what's been your focus to get on the same page as Seos as the new member joining?
Just having open communication with each other, just making sure we're on the same page, see what he wants to do, what I want to do, and just try to find a good balance in between that.
Okay, cool. Well, we'll be tracking the jungle support synergy, but I mentioned Demonte. He has joined back as coaching staff. You were with him at NRG. What's it been like having him back on the team?
Oh, it's been good. I mean, Tanner is the ultimate vibes guy. Like, he just uplifts everyone in the room. It's like such a good person to have on our team, so I'm very grateful for that.
So Emily, one of the analysts, pegged him as the Palafox Whisperer. Is this true? Has this floated into the team? Are you aware of this nickname?
Oh yeah, well, not the Palafox Whisperer, but I mean, yeah, you can call it Palafox. That's I want to say a solid name. Yeah, I mean, like I said, he uplifts everyone in the room, and Christian Palafox is no different. I mean, he takes a lot of energy from Tanner.
Okay, good to know. Good to know. I gotta say, final question here. So I know that you're a big One Piece guy. You've done poses after it. You got the hat on in some photos. I just caught up on the anime, so I gotta ask one Piece fan to another. What is the One Piece Contracts?
Just smile and laugh.
Smile and laugh, everybody. All right, we got one more thing for you. Speaking of smiling and laughing, April Fool's was a little bit ago. We have a fun game mode in-game with all the new skins, and we have a surprise for you as well, Contracts. I'm going to reposition here, and you are going to grab this crank because we have a fun Shaco surprise box for you. Are you ready?
All right. Am I going to get jump scared? I'm really scared of jump scared.
I'm not going to tell you.
Oh, the suspense is already killing me.
Okay, that's the prize you get, everybody. Well done, Contracts. Well done. All right, and now we're going to throw it over to a short break. But before then, a reminder that during LTA North Split 2, you could win a trip to League of Legends event or a set of Player of the Week statues. Use your MasterCard to make a purchase from the in-client store and save your card on file to be entered to a chance to win. Going to throw it to break, but up next, we got C9 versus 100 Thieves.
Red Bull gives you wings.
In the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets burst.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
What fuels me? What fuels me is mainly my competitive spirit. No matter who I'm playing against, I want to win, and no matter the stakes. And at least for my ambitions, I always want to do well internationally. And in order to do well internationally, I have to make it. So that's always been my goal every year. First time I noticed I was very competitive was probably when I was like 6. I was playing badminton, some badminton tournament. I just started crying after I lost. I would definitely say like being competitive has helped me succeed. Like when you want to win more, you work harder towards it compared to like if I didn't care as much. What fuels you?
Welcome back to LTA North, where we are going to have Blabber and C9 Kia taking on 100 Thieves. That was very cute. All the little baby pictures of him playing badminton.
Incredible.
I know. I always really love when you get to see kind of a sneak peek at a player's childhood or like life before it got taken over by League of Legends.
And that man has not changed at all when it comes to competition. He talked about how he cried in his loss, but also last time he won an LCS championship, he was crying with the win. He truly, deeply cares about finding success, and he really believes on this C9 team.
Yeah.
Now, what is
going on? We are waiting on Blabber.
Yeah, what's going on, Blabber?
I thought this was going to be something where they like pull something else out of the car, but no, it was just his water bottle.
I thought they were pulling Jack out. I was like, who's in the trunk? What's going on?
Just one of these days, I would love to see C9 do the full like clown car where they just have like all of their staff and Jack and like everyone in there. Just
free ideas, by the way.
Constantly coming out.
We're sending you free ideas.
Anyway, yeah, Blabber is kind of the core of this team, right? The central player, the player that they brought up themselves. But I'm going to shift focus a little bit and talk about our mid laners here.
Let's
because
do
I
it.
think this is an interesting matchup, and in particular with Loki, I was not only impressed with kind of the peaks we saw of him with C9 last split, but also listening to their comms, especially when they ended up streaming scrims. He is incredibly vocal and seems to communicate really well with Blabber.
Yes, and I was personally pretty surprised because coming into the split, there was a lot of conversations like, oh, like maybe he wasn't even the best player in the LCKCL, but then he comes in, and I thought that outside of like the first Yone game that he had was a genuinely positive player for the team. Really aggressive, worked really well alongside Blabber, playing up against Quid, somebody that actually has quite a bit of respect for Loki. When he was talking about ranking the top 3 mid laners, this was in the LTA North stage, so this is the first leg of split 1. He actually had Loki in his top 3 of mid laners. He respected them quite a bit. So it's great to hear that from someone like Quid, who is, of course, an MVP of the league formerly, and on top of that, had a monstrous split 1. So I feel like this is a great competition to have here.
Yeah, and so here you see his little ranking that he did with you, Raz, I believe, in that interview. I think the other thing that's just super impressive about Quid, if you listen to his What Fuels Him, he was like another MVP. Like, right? He like always really, really wants to prove that he is the best mid laner in the LTA, and then hopefully go to international competition to prove himself against international mid laners as well. And talking to him, he is another like really, really fierce competitor who is incredibly hard on himself, even in some of those games where he's winning player of the game. He's like, well, I could have done this, I could have done this, I could have done this whenever you talk to him. So it's a really interesting mid lane matchup between two incredibly explosive mids.
And kind of taking a step back a little bit, I wanted to hit on the idea of what has really driven these teams to be successful. From 100 Thieves side, they are fearlessly backing Quid in whatever he does. He walks forward, they walk even 2 steps forward alongside him. The same could be said with Cloud9. If Blabber goes in aggressively, they follow as a team. I think that's been something they've been far more aligned on as a squad.
Yeah, and it's really important, right? Because again, we see both of these teams going up against each other. They went up against each other, I remember, in that tiny like best of 1 to qualify as well, and that was really interesting because 100 Thieves got a bunch of time to kind of like relax and you know, I guess take time to regroup and gather to get that higher seed. But Raz, did you know the LTA Fantasy is live right now?
Wow!
Our all-new daily fantasy app allows you to compete against other LTA fans, us on the broadcast, and Commissioner Mark Zimmerman himself by assembling the best possible squad. Select a player, then select a champion you think they'll play that week. For a chance at bonus points, the top 100 fantasy players in each conference at the end of the split will earn a skin. Rosters lock Saturdays at 9 a.m. Pacific, and you can sign up at LTAfantasy.com. Now, I just had Contract scoring me a bunch of points by playing the Fury. So that's pretty
nice
good.
One.
And I know you and I both have players in this match.
I have a lot of stakes in this match. Now, it was sad. I feel sorry for anyone that has to go up against you because not only did the Contracts have like a 50-something minute banger and then he had Nefiri. Me, I'm sweating. I have like both Blabber and I'm pretty sure I have Loki and Thanatos. Because they were steals.
I'm pretty sure we can bring it up, but yeah, because I also have Thanatos. I was like, why is he so cheap? He's so good.
It didn't make any sense. So you have to buy him now and then wait on, of course, inevitably he is going to get much more expensive. So this is my squad. Shinny and Redbird not doing so hot day one, so we're going to ignore that one. But Loki and Thanatos, I'm riding everything on you guys. Also, I forgot that I had 10 more points to spend, so it's 40.
My approach was that I didn't pay attention to matchups at all, which is actually sprinting it. Don't be like me. But what I did do is I was like, okay, I want to take a look at what the top scoring positions are going to be.
Yeah.
And so that's actually how I ended up picking FBI. And then Contracts I thought was also kind of a steal, especially considering I did consider this, how long Shopify Rebellion games tend to go.
Yeah.
But then Thanatos at the top. I think the big thing about Thanatos for me, can use this to talk about him as a player a little bit. We always knew that he was really strong in lane, right? That was always his, what he was incredible at previously. And then the thing that I kept kind of harping on him about was his ability to communicate with the rest of the team. I think that has also improved exponentially, and we saw that already in Split 1 with him back on C9.
Yeah, seems a lot more aligned with the team. I feel like a big part of C9's team fighting getting a lot stronger. And honestly, in Split 1, it looked better than even FlyQuest, was because Thanatos was on the same page. And it was not just him getting a massive lead and then really trailing as the game went on. No, he expanded that. So that's the scary part about C9 and why, like, I have them as like a top 2 team in this league, is that I feel like, yes, they're making their trips to Korea and really grinding, but also the player that was the major focus in Thanatos has gelled incredibly well.
Yeah, and I think now let's be real, both of these top laners, these 2 specific top laners, are very happy to not be in lane swaps anymore.
Yeah. I mean, you've lost your power.
I have lost all of my power. I am no longer an analyst, now that lane swaps don't exist.
Someone take her badge away.
But I think the big thing is that these 2 players specifically want to, I guess all top laners want to duel in lane, but like specifically Sniper, Thanatos, they want to be able to best their opponent 1v1, right? And we saw Sniper have a lot of trouble in lane swaps previously, even when 100 Thieves, I think, had improved on them a bit. By contrast, I think Thanatos sometimes dealt with them a bit better, but then it was how he was linking up and communicating with the rest of the team in team fights. So it's kind of interesting because I feel like in some ways they had similar strengths and similar weaknesses.
Yeah.
And now we get to go see them go head to head.
You know what's funny? So now with lane swaps being, sort of dead. It's like level 1 dead, but then of course once 4
level
minutes
3,
hit,
it's not,
then we're going crazy. But like we're seeing a lot of the old top lane champions that are doing really well for both these 2 guys. Renekton, Gnar, Aatrox. We're seeing a lot of the old guys that.
Jace, I think Jace has been banned from our games thus far.
But at least Jace was working well in lane swaps, whereas.
Yeah, that's true.
Whereas these 3 champions that worked really well for Sniper and Thanatos are now back on the table. So if you're a Croc lover, a Croc appreciator, this is the time.
There's a lot of Croc appreciators.
There's a lot of Croc appreciators out there.
That is a really adorable sign.
These are great signs, by the way. Appreciate all of you guys out here coming in day 1 and also bringing in some banger signs. So appreciate all of you out there.
Yeah, I think I really loved the fan art. Did you see the fan art competition too?
There's a fan art competition?
Not competition, but there was like a big thing, where people were doing LTA fan art in these like cards, like trading cards essentially, this template. It was really, really cool.
It was very cute.
I saw some for all of the teams. It was very nice.
Definitely a good chance for you guys to check it out. Now I've heard that we have power rankings. I'm not sure if that's something we want to bring out immediately. If we want to do that, I want to name and shame.
You can name and shame me.
Well, I want to see what it is. I didn't want to spoil it for myself. But let's bring it up. This is the power rankings coming into this split. What
He's
does
not
Kangas
here
say?
to defend himself.
What did he say? I'm looking.
He said, this is for the entire split, by the way. But Kangas has 100 Thieves first.
Oh my God. Kangas is oftentimes
belief.
wrong, guys. He's oftentimes wrong. I'll put it out there.
That's a lot of belief in 100 Thieves. I mean, so here's the big thing for me. 100 Thieves have been such a difficult team to pin down because I feel like in some of their matches, you'll see them make mistakes, or when they do make mistakes, it'll be very large, visible, and obvious ones.
Yeah.
However, they keep sneaking in there, right?
True.
Like they keep punching up when people think that they are not going to. So I don't know, maybe Kangas is onto something. I have them back at 4th. I'm sure all the 100 Thieves fans are booing me right now. The C9 fans might be booing me too because I put them at 3rd.
I think we're fairly similar. The only one being our top 3.
Check. Emily, Lounge, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
All right, this is Kangas coming in here. I've been told I'm allowed to defend my point, okay?
Oh, wow, okay.
All right, listen up, everybody. Let me start off by saying I'm tired. I'm tired of pretending that 100 Thieves is not the most exciting team to watch in this league. Whether they win, whether they lose, they bring excitement. And I'm also tired of the disrespect, okay?
Oh my God.
They have made deep runs in playoffs consistently, and yes, they've yet to really make that final push to prove that they can be the best team, but they have been ramping, and that means that this could be their split. And I'm also tired of pretending like they're not the mercenaries of best of ones. And what's, Azale, the first 3 weeks of gameplay?
It is best of ones.
It's best of ones.
And
They're off to a
Kangas,
good start.
How many people did you draft from 100 Thieves on your fantasy team?
That is beside the point. Okay, all I want you to take away from this, they were really expensive.
Thank you, Zale.
Okay, I wanted Quinn. He was really expensive.
But aren't they worth it? That first place team, you know?
Okay, you really
want
take
the
it away.
quality over the quantity.
All right, anyway, point is, I'm tired of the disrespect, and I'm tired of doubting 100 Thieves. I am a believer now. What do we think? LTA Arena, do we believe in 100 Thieves? That was actually not that loud.
That was pretty good.
That was still good.
Believers.
But I see a lot of C9. We're going to do it the other way. Do you believe in Cloud9?
That one seemed more
Well,
positive,
Cloud9 did
Kangas.
bribe everyone with little flags.
They did. Did you see? Wait, can somebody pass me one? Hey, you. Oh, there we go.
There's
Thank you,
bribery?
sir. All right, check this out. So Cloud9's buying
Bribery
fans
is
right now.
very legal
Whoa.
here.
Look at this.
I want a flag.
Do you want one of these? We can bring you
Yeah.
one to all the loungers. That's actually a nice material.
Yeah, it
too.
is, yeah.
All right, maybe where's Portillo? Portillo said that he was gonna have the players show these off as well. I don't think we
Okay.
saw that. So.
Oh, we'll see
Maybe
about
they'll do
that.
it in walkouts.
Wait a minute, Azale is
Thank you.
awfully quiet about his
Thank
power
you, sir.
rankings.
I'm trying to pass it back. Thank you.
There we go. Okay, there's power in the fans right there. Azale, defend yourself with your power ranking.
He's not going to defend himself.
Not gonna do it. Not gonna do it.
I think it might just be back to us, whereas
It's back
we've
to
been
us.
abandoned.
So it seems like the production has just bailed Azale out. We're gonna have to
Yeah.
attack him on his power rankings and what's happening on his fantasy team. But yes, of course, as we're experiencing a small delay, but we will get to it, guys. I appreciate all of you, and we will talk about one thing I am always excited for when it's 100 Thieves versus C9 is like whenever they go up against each other, they're always just like clangor of games, you know? The first one I saw, I think it was 2 years ago. It was either a year ago or 2 years ago. I can't tell time anymore. It was like some Elder Dragon back and forth. Meech was on the roster. He gets like a triple kill in Elder.
Oh, God,
like,
yeah, I remember
They
this.
then end the game, like some insane end game. And it feels like whenever 100 Thieves go up against Cloud9, it's always something.
Yeah, and I think the expectations are still wildly different too, right? Where like we talked about how 100 Thieves is this kind of scrappy roster who are always punching up. C9, a staple organization of the LCS, now LTA North, has one of the largest fan bases here, and also just has an expectation of excellence to kind of return to what we talked about with Blabber. One of the reasons why, and another reason why he hates losing is because he hasn't had to, like obviously he's had losses, major losses in his career, but like he came on to C9 and was very successful almost from the get-go. This is a very successful organization here. So it also is really interesting to watch these two teams go up against each other specifically, I think because of mid-jungle that we kind of called out before, right?
Yes.
Whenever I think of River and Blabber going up against each other, I do still, despite the fact that both of them can play the opposite style, think of it more as River, a jungler who really wants to take some creative pathing, maybe give up some camps to get some early ganks in that you might not be expecting from different angles. While, by contrast, Blabber is so good and efficient at farming and knowing when he can go in his lanes, but also focusing on bringing himself into a powerful position for mid-game skirmishes and teamfights.
100%. And taking a step back, just something clued me in what you said, just about like Cloud9 trying to achieve like previous heights. 2023 spring was the last time C9 ended up winning a championship.
Yeah.
Like that was, of course, Berserker in the roster, the whole run around the stadium kind of thing, right? And it's been such a long time since they reached that kind of peak again. It was like 10 Worlds appearance, 6 LCS champions, like 7 times runner-up. This is an organization that has been there multiple times, and now they're experiencing a slight drought. And now, of course, like having multiple roster changes to try and get back to that stage. So this feels like the closest we've gotten there. Of course, getting like semifinals in Split 1 and then feeling like you were just one team fight away of making the finals. Like this is exciting for Cloud9, whereas for 100 Thieves, they were in the finals.
Yeah.
They're the team that has like won an LTA championship before and are trying to be able to do that with a roster that everyone doubts, myself included, consistently. So it is a really fun story for both of these organizations at the start of the split.
Yeah, and I think the big difference in terms of bringing a little bit more stability to this 100 Thieves roster has definitely been in their bot lane. FBI coming on to this squad, I think, has been absolutely massive.
Yeah.
For the first part of the split, we're like, well, he's very quietly having good games. It's like, no, like he's not very quiet.
He's having great games.
He's just having like incredibly stellar games, and it is allowed for that to be a stable carry force for them.
Yeah.
Because I think even when Tomo did come in and perform better than his predecessor Meech, it still was a bit volatile. I think FBI does remove some of that volatility and again allows space for players who have been the core of what they want to do, like River, like Quid, to shine as well.
Exactly. And last split, I felt like he was the second best AD carry in terms of performance next to Giannis. And that's saying a lot. If you can have that level of performance consistently from your bot lane, whereas like we already knew 100 Thieves mid-jungle was incredibly strong, that means a lot. That means that you're, like right now we're saying top 14, but like that means you are definitely chasing a championship, and that's saying very little because they were in the finals last split. So I'm excited for that. I think it means a lot. I think the pool of teams that are competing, because these are just two teams, obviously FlyQuest and I mean, we just saw Shopify, but I think a lot of teams are fighting for it.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, we'll see how that fight ends up going.
Yeah, and as just to remind our audience, we are having slight delays as players kind of prepare their peripherals before their first match against each other in this LTA North Day 1 split. But yeah, I think the big thing for me from 100 Thieves was adding that bot lane, like you said. And I'm also curious to see what they've done since Split 1. Because we've talked about a lot of teams that were like, okay, they need to improve, they need more time together, they maybe haven't had a lot of time together. This 100 Thieves lineup made finals, but then couldn't get past TL even when they got some early advantages, right?
Yes.
And so now I'm curious to see what they've done to improve on that.
It's a big question. I'm also wondering just like what champions are getting picked, because we also talked about the patch notes that, you know, dropped a couple days ago. We've already seen the Furia. You benefited greatly. I'm a little, you know, a little sad. It is what it is.
Nice fantasy pick for me.
Gwen, we've seen Gwen already being played by Impact, but just like Gwen jungle is something that I was really interested in, because it's like it's a solid flex. It's a very good flex, but how you can fit that into a composition, as long as you have a jungler that's willing to play it, I think it's also just very good for competitive. So there's a few things that I'm looking for. I'm not expecting a Yorick. I'm just going to say that right now. Of all these champions, I'm not expecting that.
He did get hit a little hard with the mid-patch nerf.
Yone also experienced like a really big shift in how he plays. Sure, like they kind of released a little bit of the crit kind of nerf that he had as a champion, but then they kind of weakened how his E operates. So somebody who really enjoys Yone, Loki, and actually Loki and Quiz, both
of our mid laners here, yeah.
Literally both of them. Probably not going to play. I'm interested to see if they're detracted at all by the changes. They're just about to. It looks like they're gearing up for the walkout.
We're lining up. We'll see walkouts imminent for both of these teams. Really quick, remind me, Raz, who did you have?
Ooh, I'd say 9 for this one.
Same.
Yep.
So yeah.
All right.
We're mirroring each other in predictions down the line, I think, until the last game.
I think a lot of our power rankings also were very similar. You had 100 Thieves 4th, I had 100 Thieves 4th.
Yeah, maybe just share a brain. That's kind of cursed.
It's possible. It's possible. Though I don't think you want my creative, For You page kind of brain.
No.
Very creative, by the way. Very creative. I'm a creative person.
That's good for you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate your creativity, guys. All right, we are going to toss it over to Kangas and Azael for our walkouts.
Riot Games Arena! Please welcome to the stage your next competitors. Up first, coming off a finals appearance, proving that they will take what is not given. 100 Thieves! In the top lane, Sniper. In the jungle, River. At mid lane, Quid. AD carry, FBI, and support, Halo.
Take your seats. Just a question, quick couple questions for Sniper. You guys can take your seats. Not the finish you wanted to split 1 in the finals. What do you need to improve on the most here to win split 2?
To win split 2? We just gotta keep our consistency. I feel like we were pretty consistent in split 1, and just not choke in the finals, because I thought we just all choked. We definitely should have won, but we have a second chance at least, So let's do it. Starts today.
There's also been a lot of lane swap changes between splits. You're going up against Thanatos 1v1. What can we expect?
I mean, he's obviously a pretty good 1v1 top laner, but I definitely think I'm better. But at the end of the day, let's see who wins today. That's all that matters.
Any solo kills?
I mean, who knows? If I got my champions, then I might bust out a solo kill. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Sniper. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
And their opponents today, they rebuilt a roster to re-establish a legacy. Make some noise for Cloud9! In the top lane, Thanatos. In the jungle, Blabber. At mid lane, Loki. At AD carry, Sven. And support, Vulcan.
Thank you, guys. You can take your seats. I just need Blabber for a second. Another split with Cloud9. Didn't end how you wanted it to end. How do you win here, split 2?
We just gotta play better. That's about it.
Anything specific?
No, I mean, there's no more lane swaps, so Thanatos is gonna 1v9. Yeah.
I also don't know if you've seen LTA Fantasy. I picked you on my team, $13, very expensive. I also picked you to play Vi. So is that what you're going to play for the point multiplier?
Yeah, I got you for the points. Don't worry about it.
Okay, he promised. Let's see Vi. Thanks, Blabber.
This is collusion.
That's collusion. You can't do that.
Disqualified Jat.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. But either way, welcome everybody as we're getting ready for our next game. Welcome, Riot Games Arena. Thank you for bringing the energy and the noise to those walkouts. Yeah. Round of applause for yourselves right there. But we have a big matchup ahead of us, Azael, because 100 Thieves taking on Cloud9. This is a reminder, the seeding match going into last Split's Brazil portion, and it was 100 Thieves that actually took that tiebreaker match.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think all of our top 4 is actually very, very competitive. You were talking about the power rankings, how you had 100 Thieves first. A lot of people have them 4th, myself included, but I don't actually feel like there's a big gap between any of those teams. So to me, I wouldn't really be surprised if any of the top 4 do actually walk away with the title this season. And I'm hoping that that remains consistent throughout Split 2, because if we have 4 competitive teams here, it's going to mean a really exciting playoffs, and it's going to mean more growth of the skill of the region.
And we also have joining us on the caster desk to defend his collusion with Blabber on stage just moments ago. Jat, what was that?
Yeah, I mean, I read all the rules. There's no rule against collusion.
There's no
I
rule against
figured I'd take a
collusions.
chance.
I'm not sure if your mic was catching that for everybody at home, but no rules against collusions according to Jat. We'll see. But either way, the matchup's going to be exciting. Again, I had 100 Thieves as first, but Azael, I do agree with your statement that you really could be any of the top 4 teams. It really feels like we have a top half heavy league and then a bottom half heavy league.
Yeah.
And yes, I'm rooting for 100 Thieves. I'm putting my bet on them. But C9 is a terrifying opponent to go up against.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Sniper obviously was confident in his interview with Jat. But that being said, I feel like he was kind of the weak point for 100 Thieves in Split 1. I feel like he took a little bit of a step back from where he was last year. The rest of the team, though, looking really, really strong. Can't talk enough about how good this bot lane was for 100 Thieves in Split 1. Ayla really stepped up, played incredible, but the addition of FBI gave them a true second carry threat, which is what to me elevates them from, you know, someone who maybe has an outside shot to a true title contender.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when I was discussing with the teams on pros who was going to be the top 4, it was no longer C9, TL, FlyQuest, and then maybe 100 Thieves. It was actually a true top 4 with the 4 teams, as long as you guys can hear me.
I believe we were able to catch you there.
I think everyone but us can hear you. So everyone else can hear you.
Okay, we're solving the issues. There we go. But we're hopping into draft here, so while we're making sure that Jan's audio is going through, I'll catch everybody up on what we see so far. C9 on the blue side, 100 Thieves on the red, and it's going to be Yone banned away with that Jace, and then the Rumble on the other side. Notably, no Vi ban yet.
We'll have to see what Cloud9 does, but I think more realistically, it's back to power picks in these situations, or it's about teams trying to experiment a little bit for what they're going to need come Fearless, because this is the positioning phase. I think a lot of it is just getting refamiliarized with the stage. Personally, I don't think these teams should really be over-prioritizing, picking their one tricks right away. I think actually they should be trying to build some confidence with champion depth on stage.
Well, I mean, I think it's going to be really interesting to see what the different priorities are for these teams, because at the end of the day, when you know there is no lane swaps, obviously, you know, people talk a lot about what that means for top lane, but it can also mean a tremendous amount for the bot lane 2v2 if you can get these really aggressive bot lanes. Gwen, though, ridiculously strong in this patch. Yes, it has gotten some nerfs, but it's still so powerful because the early game is no longer weak, and it still kind of scales to infinity. The buff on the early uses of the ult slow is actually so powerful for Chasedown. It's really difficult to deal with this champion. It's tough to bully in lane.
And I also think it's a true flex for Cloud9, which makes it even more of a powerful first pick. It's something Blabber's played in the past on stage, and also something he's been spamming a lot in solo queue.
Answer is going to be Varus here, so range into that. Gwen notably can make herself immune to a lot of that, depending on the scenario.
True.
I just want to point that out.
Yeah, yeah.
And River might not give you the chance here, Jat. It is being hovered right now.
It makes sense that River would lock in the Vi. He is the master of creative gank pathing, so Jarvan and Vi both very good at that, and I think not a controversial statement to say that Vi is the most popular jungler on the patch.
Yeah, it's definitely really popular in pro play. You know, Vi obviously opens up for pairings like Ambessa and Ahri. Those are the two of the most popular ones, you know, the guaranteed setups for the follow-up with the ultimate. And when you see Vi coming through, you know the potential of dive, so considering a safe AD carry like Ezreal does make a lot of sense here for Sven.
And also we know about Quid's playstyle, likes to play aggressive mid laners. I love seeing Quid on things like that, Ahri, so I love that it already sets them up for that. Let's see what C9's answer is going to be. Now they want to play with some of their own range, as Ezreal's locked in.
For sure, and I also think with this this no lane swap world we're living in, it is a lot more dangerous to blind pick melee support, so I think we'll see a lot more support counter picks. Makes you a little bit hesitant to lock in something with Ezreal right now, and if that Rise hover is to be locked in, it would be at least one of the solo lanes. It could be both solo lanes, but nice blind pick there, Rise.
Yeah, I mean, they need AD in regardless, right? So, you know, somewhere on the top side of the map, they are going to either need an AD jungler or they're going to need, you know, an AD top laner, you know, potentially. So I am kind of expecting 100 Thieves to take their pick here and then just target some of these AD junglers. I think that is the most likely option to just try to limit that and try to force C9 to be a little bit AP heavy on that top side.
And right now the hover is the Azir. It's locked in, so it's not going to be this aggressive big combo with that Vi. It's instead going to be the Azir.
I think things like Xin Zhao and Fury's already banned out, potentially like Viego or a Pantheon ban could make a lot of sense from this position, because I am still kind of assuming that it will be Thanatos playing it, even though it is potentially a flex.
I think if they flexed it to jungle, Thanatos still has his bread and butter with Renekton and Gnar, would be okay. They'd be a little bit low range and low on CC if they go that way, but at least they'd be on powerful champions. And it makes sense they're banning the jungle.
Yeah, it could come down to support big then, because they're going to want some way to engage fights. They don't really have that right now.
Yeah, and I mean, that can come from support, obviously, but when you are playing Ryze, you have this point-and-click CC. You want to have some sort of powerful jungle pairing that can really work well with you to try to capitalize on that. Also going to be interested to see what that final ban is. I am expecting it to just be like a Viego or a Pantheon ban, given what we have seen. And it is just going to be targeting some of these difficult matchups for the Gwen on the top side, banning out the Jax, and could even look towards a double ban on top side.
It's tough, though, because I don't think you can fully ban out all of the jungle options. You already mentioned the Pantheon. J4 is up there, too. They only have one ban left to lock in here. So I think either way, C9, they could get a very powerful AD jungle, and it's Kindred, actually, that's banned.
Yeah, still banning out the big AD champions. Sejuani could also be a tank pick. There's, again, lots of flexibility for what C9 has left here. And the 4 pick is going to be pretty interesting, because it's going to be something that they have to commit to as that Gwen flex is being held. So most likely they have to blind pick support here. But it's tricky, though, because giving support counterpick to Sven Vulcan can still be very powerful.
Yeah, the Kindred ban is interesting because no one is playing that, globally, but obviously it is a Blabber pocket pick. That is something that he has had a lot of success with over the years here. So as you say, do you answer top right now and kind of commit to that, or do you commit to getting support counterpick? I think they're going to assume that it is Gwen top and probably go top here on 4, and then try to guarantee a winning bot lane on 5. Don't think we're getting it. Don't get baited.
Yeah, so this is Sniper's
see, though.
favorite champion. We get Sniper Rivet.
Oh, I wonder how spicy we're going to get, because we're seeing a lot of combat sums these days in solo queue and Ignite TP and things like that. So it could get really, really spicy if they want to kind of go at it up on that top side. Also, if Gwen is playing Ignite TP, which is pretty common, you can be pretty vulnerable to some of these ganks. Not having that additional movement obviously was detrimental to Impact earlier, as he got ganked a number of times.
That is so awesome that he's willing to throw down. But this is also the situation where you would want to flex something. If he's, quote, blind picking Riven top, Thanatos should have something to counter it. But if you're playing Riven versus Gwen, I love it with a champion like Gwen that Thanatos has picked more recently. Lee Sin jungle, Gwen top. And that is a high execution team comp there for C9.
Yeah, this is pretty spicy. I mean, they do have really good engage. Alistar to be able to set it up. Lee Sin can kind of act as that secondary engage. They can play through side lanes really, really well. I like the 1-3-1 a ton for what Cloud9 has. Renata, though, as that final pick, so good at these hard engage style of comps.
And just your point, Jet, when you have that counter pick and support, it's the Renata to punish the Alistar.
It's going to be very difficult to play early on for C9.
Yeah, it's really hard as Alistar, Ezreal in this lane. You're going to be getting pushed in. Alistar can't really go aggressive without committing something like a flash, because if you're just going for headbutt pulverize, we're expecting Ayla to get handshake on every one of those to deny that, and then you're going to take so much damage on the way out. But I do think Cloud9 definitely has a lot of power through side lanes with Ryze and Gwen. You can move around the map. You can really attack 100 Thieves in transition.
And one of the things I was most impressed with C9 last split was their ability to team fight and group as 5. This is a very strong comp for that, as well as playing to the side lanes, because you have that big Alistar engage. You have that Lee Sin to be able to look for fish picks. And I don't think that Ryze is a bad team fighter. If you're in a traditional front to back, you can still just throw out your abilities at the enemy front line.
I mean, Ryze is definitely not a bad team fighter, but it does take a lot of time, right? This is a very heavily scaling pick. You are really low on range, so you have to be positioned well. You have to be able to put pressure on champions like the Varus and the Azir, because if you're just kind of slowly walking in, you're going to get poked down, and it's going to be difficult. But once Ryze gets a couple items, gets the tier stack, gets the Roa stack, you do become an absolute beast in these team fights.
We're also definitely seeing a lot more Catalyst and Roa champions here, as we saw from Quad.
Yeah, I mean, Roa definitely a lot stronger. Double Ruby Crystal in the Catalyst makes it a lot better for the early lane, a lot better to buy those components. You're getting more mana back as well from the damage that you are taking, so those buffs definitely quite nice. And I think we're going to be seeing a lot more Ryze as a result.
But here we go, everybody. The rematch from last split, the seeding match between 100 Thieves and C9. One of the finalists versus one of the favorites. And we're in for opening week.
And already my eyes immediately jump to top lane to see what summoner spells they end up taking. Thanatos picks Exhaust Flash on Gwen and Ignite Flash for Sniper.
I actually think this really does make a lot of sense. You know, when we're seeing on this patch, there's such spicy top lanes. People are going double combat sums. It has such an advantage. And when you are playing against Riven, it's actually way more beneficial taking the exhaust in a matchup like this because you're higher consistent damage. And Riven is so dependent upon, you know, that upfront burst. If you're able to actually time that exhaust well during the ultimate, especially during that R2 when he's throwing out that wind slash, you are going to cut so much of that damage down.
And also for C9, Blabber now getting spotted on his Raptors. Normally he is one of the CEOs of Full Clear. He's really big about getting level 4 before doing something. But when you have no TP top laners, there is the chance of an earlier gank. Getting that quick bit of information for 100 Thieves' side, seeing Blabber here on Raptors would be pretty big.
I mean, it's really interesting, right? Because River's starting top side. You know, he's going to clear down towards bot. You know, the other option is he goes for something risky, like a 3-camp gank right up on top side. But you don't see a lot of those in pro play. And if you go for that and it's avoided, you're going to lose a lot on that bottom side because we can expect Blabber to be taking these camps away. And we're just going to have to see how this early laning phase goes because double combat sums, you don't have TP to bail you out of bad trades. You have to have confidence and really know the matchup well. Any mistakes are so amplified in these kind of situations.
Exactly. River's early game decision is going to be very important to see how safe is Sniper in this top lane. We heard him saying, you know, maybe he can find the solo kill. He thinks he's a better laner than Thanatos. Well, sometimes having that jungle in your back pocket is the difference.
I mean, at the very least, he knows Blabber started on the bot side of the jungle. Blabber actually did 3 camps into recall before running up top side, so it's going to be a little bit slower. Should still give him a window to gank if this wave doesn't bounce completely back towards Sniper.
Yeah, and he got the early longsword recall. People kind of started doing this a little bit last split, where it became a bit more popular. And if you are going to get into some of these early skirmishes, if someone does a 6-clamp clear and you actually reset and get that longsword, can make the difference in some of these early fights here. Sniper with the early push, but Thanatos did a good job of kind of holding the range minions out of that tower range. So it's kind of stalled in this neutral place, but Sniper knows it's going to push back towards him. It's not really an issue right now, but Thanatos just going to slow stack the wave and use this to dissuade trades because now you can't really trade into this as Sniper because of all the additional range minions. You'll just take so much damage, and with him knowing River's down on bot side, he basically has to slow play this and just collect the wave out of his tower before he can really do anything else.
And the biggest thing here is that his jungler is pathing away from him, so he plays it smart, wants to keep this undefeated career record on Riven.
Yeah, that's impressive. Yeah, that's actually insane. 6-0 on the Riven. This is what he is known for, this pick. And it's obviously a very situational pick. You can't always bust it out, but it is so exciting to see people bring out these pocket picks when they find the opportunity and really try to shine on it.
And we've been so focused on the top lane. Bot lane going poorly, but not a disaster as of yet. Only an 8 CS advantage as that wave crashes. And Blabber just doing a little bit of a cross towards his own Raptors as they'll be respawning soon.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I expect. You can also see, though, the sustain is still there for FBI. He still has his potion. He still just popped that, and now he has a biscuit available. Sven obviously is going to be playing teleport, so FBI and Ayla have to have the push to be able to get a preferential reset. If they ever weren't pushing, it would be a disaster given that matchup. It's also an exhaust on Alistar, so they are playing double exhaust here, which is going to make it very tough for the Riven to ever really have one of those pop-off moments in a team fight.
Also TP on Ezreal if he gets too poked out in lane. So they're definitely in it for the full defense moment and a quick swap out of those tough lanes, actually, now that the lane swap detection is deteriorated on the top turret.
Yeah, 4.5 minutes. We've seen this happen before, so now we have the delayed swap. Was Ven top lane, Vulcan answering as well.
Look how defensive Thanatos is actually going with his buy. Double cloth armor on the first base here, so you know, maybe even just working in towards the Seekers, or we'll just sit on that for some time. But clearly, you know, is very worried about this Vi-Riven combo that is going to have so much setup, so much burst, especially once they do hit 6. Of course, you know, you can use your Shroud to kind of avoid some of those engages, but it's still going to be tough. And he realizes, you know what? My job in this matchup is to farm, to get experience, and to outscale the Riven. I don't have to actually play for the early game and for a faster one-item power spike.
And I think it puts Blabber's Lee Sin in a bit of a strange position, too, because you know his duo lane, Ezreal, Alistar, is full defense, going to be losing that matchup. Now his top laner is just going with a very defensive build. So Lee Sin doesn't scale well, but I think because Ezreal and Gwen do, he's kind of just there as a threat to not play too crazy, but for the most part, there's not opportunities for places he can gank.
Yeah, I mean, I think, there's potential opportunities they could look, maybe playing around with the Rise. If they can move to a side lane, if you get pushed, go with a Realm War play, overload a side lane. But in general, I do think Blabber's job is more just matching where River is and looking for counter ganks, allowing them to scale. I think Cloud9 is going to have supreme confidence in what their late game is going to be in a situation like this, where they're playing double exhaust against a Riven. And it's going to be very, very difficult, I think, for Sniper to find a good moment in a team fight, where Riven is so reliant on finding that one moment where you can flash in and one-shot someone. And Exhaust often just says no. You don't actually get to play that style.
And I would like to think of junglers as, does the team play to this jungle in the composition, or does the jungler play to the team? I think this is the latter here, as now they're starting up the grubs. We have neutral objectives. River's in the area, so it's not going to be a trade for the Dragon. Instead, he's just going to be hanging out, and that's 2 grubs down. Blabber's happy with that.
Yeah, they're going to take that because they've lost push in both of their lanes. They'd rather their duo lane and solo lane can go back to get experience. I think that's considered a win for Cloud9.
Totally.
The fact that they had the time to move, don't even end up losing that cannon wave as Vulcan's able to share it under the turret. And still, it's I think less about 2 of 3 grubs. It's just denying that that grub feat. But the fact they got 2 is great. Fight.
Oh, now we're finding a pick here onto Loki, potentially. Out of position, flashes away. Out of damage range. Quid cannot follow. Sniper wants some more, though, right now. He's still committed on the Blabber. He's got the damage! First blood! Broken wings, breaking knees as Loki tries to go back in. Flash from River. That's 2 kills to 100 Thieves.
And that's what you get with Riven experience. So many people thought that play was dead. Even Blabber ended up dying with flash up. Sniper just had his ult on. He had the extra stats, and he just completely murders Blabber there.
I mean, that was fantastic from Sniper. He gets Prio on bot side. He roams up. He interrupts the Realm Warp there from Loki, and then the flash was forced, but they're able to actually chase him down and get 2 kills in that spot. That is such good news for 100 Thieves, and didn't even have to use the flash on the Riven to do it. Again, he had push on bot side. You can see Thanatos is collecting the wave with the Q3 there, interrupts that Realm Warp, and then Loki has just got to run. The ult doesn't finish him off, but it's okay, because even with Blabber disengaging the Azir, Sniper knows he can continue chasing Viper. The Riven, the Vi is coming in, and Riven can just kind of chase him down and finish him off.
Yeah, maybe Blabber didn't flash because he could have just flash followed and gotten the kill anyway, and then River still sneaking that kill with the QR. What an insane double kill there by 100 Thieves.
Coach Golden Glue's very happy about that one as well. That's 2 kills on our way to 3 for that feat of warfare.
Yeah, and he managed to find a fight with none of the exhausts in it, which is very nice for the Riven as well. You can see Bramble is the first completed item there for Thanatos. So he grabs the Bramble, and now he's going to be working into the first AP item with the Phoenix Codex.
But we actually just got word that we have some pregame comms from Sniper, so let's take a listen.
Okay. I mean, if he's that confident, then I'm going to destroy him. Yeah.
Ooh, the
slow-mo. I'm going to destroy him.
That's like some cartoon villain shit right there. He's like, ha ha ha, he's falling into my trap.
I mean, listen, this game state at this point for 100 Thieves is incredibly favorable because we already know that the Riven has the Prio on the Gwen and the Varus Renata has perma Prio over the blind pick Alistar lane. Then they're able to get a kill and flash mid lane, so Quid gets to move around. They're going to be first to objectives, first to chip down turrets. It's really about how much of a lead can they accumulate with this current game state.
And I will say, in Thanatos' defense, he didn't die in that 1v1, so I don't think that this one's on him right now. But currently, it is a slight jungle lead for Blabber in just terms of clear speed. He's going to be going towards those next spawn of Raptors, but the bot side, like you said, with that support counter pick has gotten a sizable CS lead itself.
Yeah, I mean, they're always going to kind of have the push, but still, this lead obviously very good for 100 Thieves, but not that big of a deal. It's just 800 gold at this point. You got the early 2 grubs, so there's no worry about 6 grubs or anything like that. It's just 1 dragon going over to 100 Thieves, so it's going to be on them. Continue to push the pace, and it's also not like they can't win in late game. It's just going to be, I think, harder specifically for the Riven to really find angles, so there'll be more pressure on FBI and Quid to maybe do some of that heavy lifting in that late game. And we'll see how this matchup goes between Thanatos and Sniper. As Thanatos with the exhaust, I think that also scales a lot better in the 1v1. So, when you are on 1 items, 2 items, can the Riven realistically win an all-in against this exhaust Gwen? I'm kind of not thinking you will be able to, but we'll see if Riven, Sniper Riven can prove me wrong.
Yeah, I'm skeptical as well if they're on somewhat equivalent items. Because at the moment, Bramble Vest versus what I just saw as an Eclipse being completed for Sniper,
not you don't want to fight for a while.
Yeah, and that's it. C9 is really going to have to pick their moments here. Vulcan in particular, as he's so good at finding angles on Alistar, but because all 3 lanes are kind of losing right now. It's just full defense mode, trying to not fall too far behind.
I mean, you have double tier, right? You know, mid lane and bot lane don't want to fight. You want to stack Roa, you want to stack tiers. You know, top lane is going defensive build. You know, realistically, you're not trying to fight probably until
they scale
at least 1 item, if not 2 completed items. You know, once the Roa and everything is fully stacked. So C9 is just going to try to sneak at least 1 grub, and then that denies 4. And if you get 2, that's great. But I think you just take 1 and you leave if there's going to be any chance of a fight.
I don't think you want to fight this one, but instead they're engaging themselves. They caught River with nobody around him. Quid has the Emperor's Divide. Now they're re-engaged from 100 Thieves. They got ultimates on days. Vulcan's going to stay alive for quite a while here. Does not give the reset for River for the bailout. And now we're re-engaged onto FBI, who got caught away from his front line. Sven punishes him for it. And C9 win the fight.
Yeah, C9 able to take the fight. It's pretty close. We'll see if they can find Ayla.
He's flashing. One more auto. Oh, the shield and a sidestep. Ayla's out of there.
He hits him with this Sven mode as well. The question mark frog there. Close fight. Cloud9 going to be pretty happy with how things did work out. They did get 1 grub, 2 grubs still remaining, so we'll see who actually gets back to that. Meanwhile, there was an all-in that happened between Thanatos and Sniper. Both the flash and exhaust was used, and the flashing knight on the other side traded, and it was kind of just a disengaged fight there.
Yeah.
As you know, as soon as that exhaust goes down, I think Sniper kind of had to pull back and realize he had to wait that out. And we can watch this fight one more time. This is just River. Yes, 100 Thieves are stronger in this point, but he's so sectioned off from the team that Vulcan just takes his opportunity to go in and get that massive chunk on him. But the bailout really complicates things.
And that's really about Cloud9 trying to find the right window. It looked like it was just going to be a 1-for-1, but then FBI also ends up getting caught as the cooldowns come back for Vulcan, and at that point, they can just fully chase down the rest of 100 Thieves. And from what was kind of a losing map state, because they just found the right angle where they had the numbers advantage, they might get more here too. Ayla in the flash.
Back to live. Ayla's going to go down. Looked like he was just trying to get vision down in the river.
And they even give it to Sven. Sven tagged him with the True Shot Barrage there from back at his tier 1 tower mid, so he even gets that kill. So Sven now accelerated. And yeah, 100 Thieves were in the better spot. You know, C9 didn't have the item completions. We're going for scaling, but it's about positioning as well, right?
Yes.
And I think 100 Thieves were just too overconfident in that spot. C9 laid a trap, and they didn't have to commit to the fight, but Vulcan saw the opportunity, and they were able to take advantage of it.
And that's credit to how adaptable the C9 roster is. Okay, Sniper's actually fine right now. The fact that we all saw that they were backing up, but Vulcan sees the opportunity, and then they change their decision in the moment. Not a lot of teams have that quick decision-making, and I'm just impressed with how quickly C9 as a team commit to plays like that.
And just taking stock of the current game state, they have escaped, I think, some of the most difficult parts of this game. They were able to survive the early laning phase. They only lost 1 plate bot before swapping, and then lost 1 plate top, and they have 5 of the 6 grubs. Plus, Vulcan is unlocked on the map now. They've got a few picks.
Sniper
no flash.
Has no backup around him. Can they lock down the Riven? Very slippery champion, but I don't think he's going anywhere. Pick in the side lane. Blabber with the kill.
I'm pretty surprised Blabber actually took that kill. I feel like you definitely want to give it to Thanatos when it's, you know, this really spicy top lane, but 100 Thieves trying to get something back in mid. They'll at least be able to take 2 plates here, but Loki is closing in. Thanatos likely to be able to farm at least 1 plate down on bot side too. Remember, no TP to be able to answer, so it does mean unless Quid is heading down there, you're giving over even more gold. So the plates are going to be equalized. They're +1 kill, and they're first on the Dragon.
Ooh, making a play into the mid lane instead. Sven, chain CC, well executed Thieves.
Nice pick. I think Sven was trying to get a little bit of information to make sure that Blabber wasn't getting collapsed on,
first tower.
Drake. And they can get the first tower from this.
I'm pretty sure that's feats of strength right there, because they got the first 3 kills first, plus the turret. All right, not too bad for the Thieves.
Yeah, nice play by them, getting something back. They find a force here. The Q flash doesn't connect from River, but he's able to follow with the ultimate. And Sven didn't have flash from that previous fight. He used it actually chasing down Ayla, so they track the summoners. They're able to get the punish. The shutdown goes to FBI. So 100 Thieves, you know, battling back here. And have opened up, you know, 1.4K gold lead. Has slowly extended over the last, you know, 8 minutes or so.
I mean, I'm thinking we're in for a very bloody game. It was looking for a moment there like Cloud9 had survived and they were taking that Drake, but we know 100 Thieves is just so good at finding fights and finding plays, as we see when they picked off Sven and took the mid turret. So look for them to continue to try and make big plays like that with River and Ayla probably trying to go for them.
And I'm so excited now to see how Sniper is going to be able to pilot this Riven throughout the rest of the game. Obviously, you know, he is a Riven player. You know, he might be able to find those moments.
Thumbs up.
Hex Flash comes out there. Was that the real Flash and he was trying to Hex Flash? Did the Hex Flash just expire and he real Flash?
I think it might have
I think that's
been.
what happened. I think he was trying to Hex Flash from the brush, and the cooldown came up and he flashed out of the brush.
Hey, we've all been there, Vulcan. If that is what happened, I've done it too.
Maybe we can get a replay and check that, but that's what it actually kind of looked like to me. But anyway, Thanatos is in a really good spot right now. He has actually finished his one item. Obviously, Eclipse is really cheap items to get that fast power spike, but now you're on Bramble. You have the full one item. So here's where it's going to get a lot harder, I think, for Sniper to fight for Prio. And you can see down in bot lane, Sniper obviously knows his team is topside. He's having to play defensive. He's having to sit back a little bit more. But they do still have this really good line of vision throughout that river to at least cover Sniper. And if you're not seeing anyone on the map, just allow Quid to take the tower topside. Allow that Azir to continue scaling. We haven't talked a lot about him, but Quid is in a great spot. And this guy has been looking like he is an MVP form once again this year.
And you'll always take gold on Quid if it's giving gold to someone else on the enemy team as an exchange because of how good he has been in team fights. So Sniper does the correct mature play there, just giving up the turret as bad as it feels to give it up to his lane opponent in the Gwen, because he would have just completely died under the turret, and his team gets so much more for him giving that up. Not only do they get the top turret for Azir, it looks like they're going to be able to get the Rift Herald uncontested as well.
I gave props for C9's adaptability in the play. I'll give props to 100 Thieves as well for adaptability in game plan. They identified Sniper as not getting super far ahead despite getting that early game gold lead. It's stabilized, so yes, play to their scaling, because Azir really is the scaling champion on their team. If we're talking about how they're going to adapt and play more of a mid-late game-centric team fight here, the range of an Azir will be very valuable.
Yeah, Azir's really big. I'd also say Renata, to me, is up there as one of those really powerful late-game supports. You know, if you can hit a really good hostile takeover, it can be so devastating in these team fights, and the Bailout has a tremendous amount of value for some of these aggressive picks, like the Vi or the Riven. We can see another tower going to be going down here. But again, Cloud9 just looking to trade. And as long as they're not trading way down, they're still feeling pretty good. Cole about to cash out here. One more CS for Sven. You can see the tier is almost fully stacked in mid and bot. And 5 stacks on the Roa as well. So Cloud9 scaling it up. And we'll see if he can actually Tokyo drift this the whole way. But mid lane tower is already gone. So.
Yeah, he's done. He's done. That was still nice turning, though.
Yeah,
smash into the first wall.
Some drift right there. I don't think, by the way, this is a side tangent, I've never pulled it off. I don't know how to do it. The Herald, I avoid it whenever I have to click on that thing. I don't think I've ever gone the correct direction. I know they made it easier. So
you need to make sure you're clicking the direction you want to go, otherwise sometimes you could stop and start in literally the opposite direction that you want.
Every time?
Yeah, so you got to kind of spam the direction you want to go.
Okay, all right, you'll have to coach me on that later. But either way, that was some good driving right there. Right now, it's still pretty dead even game, all things considered. So we're going to be looking at the timers here. It's about a minute for the Dragon, and we will not have the Otacon spawning exactly with it. So that could be where action happens next here. This is where the teams need to start thinking, how do we reset? How do we get our vision priority if we want to go for that drag?
Yeah, and we've had a small period of low activity as well. You can see all flashes up except for Vulcan's because he wasted it and saw his Hex Flash. But pretty much any combat summoner these teams need is going to be ready to go with that 45 seconds on the Drake timer. Both bot lane turrets down as well, so pretty easy access around the Drake pit. And I hope, knowing it's a 100 Thieves game, that we're going to see some action in that area.
And right now, they have actually a later reset. FBI is backing at this point. Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. So that means they're going to have to kind of retake the river priority, because for this instance in time, C9 do have the ability to get in there and try and drop their wards down.
And I mean, it's an interesting point you mentioned, Jeff, because 100 Thieves was the bloodiest team in the world in Split 1, right? And this has been a very kind of slow, controlled, methodical game. You know, some of that is obviously them playing a bit more reserved, but also Cloud9 is trying to play very risk-averse and not necessarily taking fights. But it's definitely not looked like 100 Thieves game until maybe now.
Okay. That's actually kicked down from Blabber. Quit flashing in. Gets flash out from C9's jungler. But now they're onto the mid laner. River picks up the kill. 100 Thieves find their pick.
And that's the second play where 100 Thieves just keeps going. It looks like the first engage isn't going to give them a kill, but then they just keep going. That play wasn't even started to Loki, but because Loki was around as they all dove in for Blabber, they just took the guy that was next.
Yeah, I mean, I have to give so much credit there to Quid, because River Q flashes in, then ults, and just gets disengaged by the ulti. If that was the end of the play, that's super beneficial for Cloud9 because you're trading, ult for ult and you're up one flash. But then Quid flies in, gets the flash off Blabber. They turn on Loki, they get his flash, and they get the kill. So it becomes that plus the dragon there for 100 Thieves. The gold lead not really building, but at least they are slowly working towards potential Soul win condition.
And this is how tight this matchup is. That's basically the inverse of what happened around the Grubs, where Vulcan finds the angle to go in for the big play. This time, River and Quid find the angle to go in for the big play. It nets them the Dragon. Now they have 2 in their pocket. Yes, they were not getting those early Grubs, but Dragon stacking a very strong win condition, and it will be... Is that Infernal Soul? Yes, that is Infernal Soul.
Yep, a lot of damage going to be thrown around. Big power spike for Azir as well, with the Nashers being completed. I still think it's going to be a very bloody game. As low as it's been through the first 20 minutes, knowing that this slight gold lead, I think, is a little bit canceled with Sniper maybe not being as strong as the Gwen and later game team fights on this teleportless Riven. But, I mean, I've generally been impressed with the way 100 Thieves has played this game, especially Sniper playing weak side this entire time. It's just a matter of how, what windows can Cloud9 actually find to come back in this game, and what is Vulcan able to do?
And I think they're getting very close to some of those windows, right? You can see the tier items fully stacked here. Roa's about to take over to that 10. And then once the Nashers is completed for Thanatos, those 2-item power spikes, I think, for C9 is where they're going to have a lot more confidence taking fights, and maybe we're going to see them flip a switch and get a little bit more aggressive. And we'll have to see how 100 Thieves can deal with that, but still, Quid is the one with the biggest gold lead on his team. That's where you would want that gold to be. He's on that early 2 items on the Azir. This guy just has been such a monster for the team. Whether he's playing early aggressive stuff, scaling stuff, he always seems to be able to find those plays and make things happen for the team.
And yes, Quid is the most important for the win condition of 100 Thieves, but I also got to say pressure on Sniper here to not die in the side lane. But actually, we'll get back to that. Loki getting caught out in his own jungle. The trap is sprung, and it might answer 1-for-1. Shut down for Blabber. C9 answer in kind, and they do get 1.
Oh, Ayla tried to flash heal and get the bailout, but couldn't actually get in range there of River, so cost them a little bit extra, as those are 2 summoners down for him trying to get in range for that bailout. So yes, going mid lane for jungle is a trade up, but with the loss of the summoners for 100 Thieves, I do think it's pretty even, if not favored for Cloud9.
Oh, Sniper actually jumps back in. Vulcan's over the wall. Yeah, you don't want to extend that fight.
And look at Quid, that's where they have to answer right now. It is going to be C9 moving to Otacon, though, trying to force the issue. River's dead here. There's no Hex Gates or anything to get him out on that map that fast, and Loki has teleport, so he can always join the play.
Yeah.
And it is 100 Thieves moving over, though. It looks like they still want to contest.
It's directly on a ward, so Quid could teleport there, and River ends up trying to make a big move.
He's TPing top. Sniper's going to get in there, but it's too late. I mean, this Otacon is going to go down.
4K?
Maybe they can win the fight after the fact. Loki teleports in. Quid gets a little damage. As now Ayla, hostile takeover onto everybody. We are going to get a fight. Sniper jumps in, buying time for River. Quid in the 1v1 against Loki, and he's winning it. Sniper buying so much space. There's the exhaust. That's 1 down. Thanatos jumps back in as FBI and Blabber are fighting on their own down there. Blabber almost outplays him. We got a fight on 2 fronts. FBI's all alone as he's going to get chased away. As now they re-engage. Sven trying to buffer the ultimate and will fall. Couple GAs popped as now Thanatos continues the dive, flashing in, shut down.
It is a couple kills, but they also got 3 of the withdraws there, so they removed a lot of those GAs. We'll see if Gwen can get out.
I mean,
Sniper's going to find him.
Hop over the wall.
Yeah. Broken wings from Sniper. He's going to try and follow.
Gold is still positive for Cloud9 through all of this, so it ends up being worth it. Very high amounts of action. Sven doesn't have his withdrawal anymore, and he's actually already back on the map. So still a win for Cloud9, but this game just got really interesting.
And an interesting fight as well. Once we get a replay, you'll see it splits into 2 different fronts, and FBI is never really there with the front line in front of him.
Yeah, and part of the problem was Thanatos was chunked down so low from the damage he took from the Otacon, as well as a little bit of chip damage from Quid. And then, as you say, the fight really becomes split. Vulcan couldn't find a moment to go in here as he pops his ult early, gets hit by the ult. The Chains of Corruption's there from FBI locking him down. So Vulcan can't really find anything, and 100 Thieves on the top side are able to take out Loki very, very early.
Yeah, Quid, I was watching the top side. Solo killed Loki, so to speak, even if it was just the withdraw. So Loki's having a difficult time getting involved in this game with the range and engage that 100 Thieves has. And River does a very nice job closing out on Sven's Ezreal, even though he timed his heat quite well. It's a lot of gold for Thanatos there. 483 on that shutdown kill of Varus.
Now 900 up over the lane opponent.
This is an important dragon fight. I mean, Cloud9 definitely want to stop the stack towards Soul. 100 Thieves already on 2 dragons here. This one's spawning. Both teams really strong point.
And no stopwatch for Quid, so it's a little bit of dead gold in his inventory. He's not that much stronger than Loki at the moment, so Cloud9 definitely in a good position to start this Drake.
And this is tough for 100 Thieves, because they're the comp that doesn't scale quite as well.
No exhaust ready as well for Cloud9, so Sniper might have an opportunity.
Watch for the engage. We're going in straight on the Blabber. If we can pop him, that is Dragon, but instead it's answering back. Blabber gets the kill instead, as Loki's still alive. Sniper trying to get on top of him, but he's got Vulcan playing goalie. As C9 now fighting their way out of the pit. Looking at Sniper, big damage. There's the bailout. They gotta get a kill. They got it! Sniper lives! 1-for-1 trade so far. Junglers go down, but Cloud9, they got the objective.
Wow, what an insane sequence. River probably went in a little bit early, ends up getting himself executed, and Cloud9 walk away with the Drake, but then people just kind of dance around Sniper before the bailout ends up saving him and making it even.
Yeah, River had to use his flash right on the entrance, and no one can really follow up as he's going in. Sniper decides to actually target Loki here, but Loki relatively tanky on the rise. Even with the hostile takeover hitting them, this is not primary targets because neither of them are ADs. You're not hitting the Ezreal or anything like that. So the hostile takeover got very low value from Ayla, and Sniper just couldn't quite finish off Loki. Cloud9 did a good job kind of just bouncing back and forth with Zen zoning them, and as they force that bailout, they're able to lock down Blabber and get the kill. To make sure Sniper stays up.
Definitely some greed there by Blabber. Flash autoing for what he thought was going to be the killing blow. Ends up just giving the kill over. And look at this. 1,000 gold difference. 2 Drakes to 2 on both sides, with the feats being on the side of 100 Thieves.
But keep in mind, we keep saying the danger of the scaling from the Ryze, the Gwen, the Ezreal, and now they bought themselves at least another Drake. Like, C9 could give a Drake over and just let themselves get to a 3 or 4 item power spike before really going for another push.
I will say, though, Loki hasn't been finding side lane plays. Maybe now finds
Sniper.
Yeah, Thanatos finding the side lane play onto Sniper. He's played a very calm game up to this point, but eventually he will get picked off. The rest of the team's not able to save him.
Yeah, that's really big. It's a 45-second respawn timer with no TP. We'll see what more Cloud9 can push for, but that's the kind of play Loki needs to look for. He needs to get Realm Warps to the side lane, because in the straight up 5v5, he's just getting outranged and he's getting poked down before he really has a lot of value. River's behind him.
He bounce in! They caught the AD carry, and he's out of there! 100 Thieves with an insane pick right at the Baron, and now Quid absorbing the ultimate from the Lee Sin, and he finds his own engage. They're getting on the Blabber. They take him down. 100 Thieves are doing it 4v5. Are you kidding me?
What a turn by 100 Thieves. You think with their Riven down, they would play passively, but that's exactly when they decide to go in.
Man, River found such a sick angle there, and Quid also timed the Zhonya's to immune the Lee Sin ultimate there. And then as he comes out, he's able to flash on the other side, so Blabber just kind of kicks him away to safety. Both of the mid-jungle, they're playing insane from that spot. Sven just gets under zeroed, and like you said, they turn a losing spot into a heavily winning one. Now they're up 3K, now they have the Baron, and now 100 Thieves are in control.
The best thing about 100 Thieves when they're at their peak is their team fighting. The start of this looked like it was going to be, this is how Cloud9 broke open the game. First they pick off Sniper, then they control vision around Baron, get another pick, and win. So that's what C9 is doing here. They're looking for another pick, but River, with the sweeper and the controller, knows he's not on vision and finds the perfect engage onto Sven.
I mean, that was just sick. And then watch this. You could think, hey, maybe Blabber has an opportunity to actually get some follow-up here, turn this around. Really nice Q in on a River. Ward hop gets the kick off onto Quid, but Quid perfectly times the Zhonya's, then flashes out. So Blabber's just sitting there mashing R to try to kick him back into the team. He gets kicked out to safety, gets that kill. It's beautiful team fighting there from 100 Thieves. Really showing up in a big moment.
Good job, Snipe. Good job.
Sniper started
Good job, Snipe. You put them in the position.
Sniper Riven there.
Oh, yeah. Exactly.
And look at this. This is kind of expectations versus reality. 400 Thieves, especially last year coming into the spring. Average power ranking was 6th. You know, average power ranking was 5th, you know, in summer. And they were able to really outperform what people expected. You can see they finished 2nd in spring. They made Worlds in summer. This is a team that has been growing a lot faster than I think people expected. And to me, you know, they're no longer, you know, outside that conversation because of how much better this bot lane is looking, you know, this year than last.
And a big part of that being when they are performing at the highest level, it's Quid, it's River. These are the two that I always love to hype up from 100 Thieves. Quid has had an MVP performance. Jet, you even hinted at it. He might be back in that form. And if he can, that can deliver a win to 100 Thieves here. This is a substantial gold lead, finally.
Yeah, 4,300 gold, 4,200 gold, but 3.3K is just in the mid lane.
Yeah.
So Loki's really struggled to find plays on the rise here. He's no match for that Azir in team fights or in side lanes at this point. I mean, when Quid gets the death cap, it's going to be even more extreme. But at the moment, it is kind of Quid running these team fights.
Yeah, he really is. And what I want to see more of from Loki is kind of overloading a side lane, right? You know, you push out mid, you move to a side, you threaten that side, get priority for your team there. If someone's overextending, like Sniper or Quid or whoever, then you try to make an odd number play. You try to play with Thanatos and Loki, or even, you know, Realm Warping and Vulcan as well, and trying to get picks. Those are the kind of plays where Ryze really succeeds in the later stages of the game. It can be very difficult versus a Varus and Azir to just walk straight at them. And I did think Cloud9 was going to be playing more heavily in that 1-3-1 style, but they haven't really been able to find very much in that kind of formation.
And even when they picked off Sniper, it was the whole team collapsing onto him. It wasn't in a 1-3-1 style. But like I'd said before, they have time. Because they got that 4th Drake, they give this one for free. 100 Thieves pick it up and are now on Soul Point. But we see Thanatos picks up the Rabadon's Death Cap. We see that Loki is getting close to a 3rd item. So I think C9 are playing patient because they know the next one is going to be far more important.
I mean, they've had to play the majority of this game off their back foot, starting with the laning phase, and now again, just kind of hoping that they can get the item power spikes. It's a 3-item Ezreal to a 4-item Varus. It's a nearly death cap Azir to a 2.5 item Loki Rise. So it's tricky.
On the Loki, just big damage, big poke. I don't think they want to commit under the turret. But yeah, you can see, I mean, that wasn't even a fight, and Loki just doesn't have the range to deal with the Varus the Azir.
I mean, that's even with Locket being used there, as well as the safeguard from Blabber. They're just getting that chunk. You know, if they can see the Cloud9 team walking at him, it's very difficult to actually close that gap. Of course, Ezreal can try to get some poke back himself, but it's going to be pretty difficult. And Ayla just uses the redemption, kind of resets the little bit of poke that Sven has been able to land here, and they just are just going to continue this push.
And now over the wall, Thanatos jumping away from River and Sniper. The turret is the focus. We are sieging it down, and we get it.
Blabber completely chunked out. About 2 Quid pokes takes him to 1/3. But I'd be remiss if I didn't mention what everyone always says with late game Lee Sin. You always have kick. Just in case. You never know if he's going to get it. But with the way Quid is just styling on him with Zhonya's, and also with the fact that Ayla can bail out anyone he kicks in, you know, maybe he doesn't have the kick.
I mean, it's tough. It's tough. But, you know, we've talked a lot about Quid. Obviously, I want to mention FBI as well because, to me, again, this was that massive change for them in Split 1 compared to last year. Really boosted them up into that contender territory because he has been so consistent. He really kind of does everything you would want from an AD carry. He leads the league as far as damage per minute, as far as damage per gold efficiency. He really does not die very much. He's positioning well. He's pumping out damage. He's laning well. He's kind of just been quietly the full package here.
Yeah.
He's not as flashy as maybe some of the other bot laners that we talk a lot about, like Yon and Masu, but he has been fantastic for the team. And it's so important, even in just creating that additional second threat, opens up more opportunity for Quid to get things done too.
And he's going to be max items pretty soon. He's still sitting on that 4.5 items right there.
Ooh, do we re-engage a C9 here? Vulcan looks for it. Hostile takeover will land onto just the cow. He pops the ultimate. Unbreakable will keep him very tanky, but not tanky enough. Exhaust onto Sniper. Vulcan still in trouble, and Quid finds the shuffle! C9 are fighting from a desperate spot here. Down 2 members. 100 Thieves bulldozing over them. Double kill to Sniper's Riven. Can he still live? Jumping away from Sven and Loki. They're going to waddle back to their base, but 100 Thieves are bringing it to C9.
They are a force of nature in these team fights. They can just mow through Cloud9 front to back because they have the Renata if anyone tries to turn around. They're timing the stopwatch from Quid's Azir perfectly, and they might try and end on this push.
I think this is it. It's only 2 members. Yes, they have some wave clear. It's Ezreal, it's Ryze. If they can hit the wave, that can do a lot of damage. River's low as well. They got the wave down pretty much right there, flashing forward, and under the turret, the stasis. 100 Thieves are going to have to try and survive this. They get 1. Loki's still alive. Sniper flashes in, gets the stun, still falls. Loki with the shutdown, and 100 Thieves have to realize, nope, we got to cut our losses, get out of there.
That got really risky. I mean, they're going to try to TP. They want to chase. We'll see how much more they can get here. They saw the river was like 1 HP on the map, but Loki guesses wrong on which way he will exit. River very lucky to get out, and then Sniper saw an opportunity to try to end the game, couldn't find it.
Is there an angle for Baron here?
I think that's what they're trying to do. It's a really late reset from River, but they don't actually know when River reset. I think they're just going to flip it because they're in a bad spot, but look at 100 Thieves, they're just going to push down mid potentially.
I mean, Ryze can kill it pretty fast, but they're hoping that they can stop Gwen and Alistair from approaching, so that way Varus could solo push them off Baron. It's a very tricky situation, and River is also approaching. It would be a smite fight if C9 tries to finish this.
It's going to be a smite fight.
Ryze's health.
It can come down to 50-50. One Q could just kill Loki. There it is! FBI finds the snipe! And Quid trying to keep himself alive. Thanatos cannot stick on it.
Still on it.
Sven teleported in. They're still committing to the Baron. River's into the pit. There's no damage onto the Baron. Who gets it? River steals the Baron! 100 Thieves are still in it! C9 thought they had the play. They can't find the objective.
But Cloud9 win the fight. They kill off Quid and they kill off River, so they lose the Baron. But now look at the respawn timers, and it's going to be the Dragon coming up, which Cloud9 will have the extra man for. Blabber barely survives, and he's got to get back out of the map. 100 Thieves are going to try to potentially rush this.
It's Soul, though, so Sniper's just going to try and do as much damage as possible if they think they can burst it before Blabber gets there.
This is so
Lethality
risky.
Varus.
It's too slow. They should not be doing this. You're just going to leash it for him.
I mean, there's the Hex Flash
Chain of
coming in.
Corruption will miss, and everyone from 100 Thieves say back away, but can they actually get away? Vulcan's there. If you can find the headbutt, no flash available, and it will just be thanks for the leash. C9 will put themselves on Soul Point.
Oh, this is getting really spicy.
Yes.
Dude. It's a 7K lead, but Cloud9 are still alive. If you're a 100 Thieves fan, thank you, River, for the steal here, because if Cloud9 got the Baron there and the kills, this game would be looking very different. As it is, 100 Thieves still have a massive gold lead. This Shroud, though, is so big for Thanatos, keeps him safe. Quid overextending a little bit, and there's this skirmish on the other side where a massive shutdown comes in. That's 1K in the pockets of Thanatos, who already had the death cap, and that Smite steal, very close thing, but River comes out on top, and that is just a game of inches, honestly.
It really is, and also not finishing Blabber. Blabber getting out with about 5% health there, which allows them to push them off this Drake. If you zoom out and say, okay, what are the results of the last 3 minutes of craziness that we saw? It's still 100 Thieves having the advantage in this game. They have the gold lead, they have the Baron buff, and it is 3 Drakes to 3. The second of 2 bangers in a row we've had. Last game was 53 minutes. This one's going at least 6 Drakes, already 37 minutes in. Let's see what they can get done with this Baron. We have River trying to push the mid wave in, even though he's no longer having a Baron buff to buff the minions, and he might still try and engage under the turret with 100 Thieves having Baron.
We'll see if he can loop around.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on Thanatos to try to get something done here as well. You know, he is the only one with the lead, and he's got that 5 items completed, still sitting on the Bramble, but if he can find backline with that death cap completed, he is going to be able to cut through them, no problem. But it's so difficult for him to find any sort of an entrance. You know, they have no angle, and Sven is just getting poked down.
Yeah,
they're going to have to give double inhib.
At least, I mean, Sven completely has to go away. The Varus is just chunking him if he's able to get any arrows onto him.
And we're back.
They're just on the turrets.
We're back to it. Chain of Corruption lands. It's on the Blabber. No one else is going to follow up on the engage. Vulcan will find his own, though. Unbreakable Will. He can take a lot of damage. Thanatos on the side there, and Quid actually shovels him back in towards the team. Vulcan's down. Thanatos has to find him, but he doesn't. 100 Thieves find the engage. They find the way, and they will yet again slay their rivals in C9. Doubters beware. 100 Thieves are back.
It started slow, but it ended in true 100 Thieves fashions. Non-stop team fighting. Quid gives us a highlight at the end. Fantasy points, 100 Thieves take him down.
And they get Sven. 100 Thieves will take it. GG, 100 Thieves. What a performance from the Thieves. They've been doubted for years. And yet again, what's it gonna take, Azael? When are you gonna start
doubted
believing?
anymore? I don't know what you're talking about. I just finished saying I think they could easily win the title this split, and I think everyone kind of sees them as a real contender, and for a very good reason. They have, I think, easily the best mid laner in the league right now. Their mid jungle is nasty. Their bot lane is looking really good, and we have seen this team grow and grow and grow.
River is just a magician. He continues to find fights where other junglers wouldn't even be looking.
That flank was incredible. But with that being said, we're going to have an interview with Sniper at the fan zone after this.
River is the standout for me in that game because it looked like they had lost it when he found that big engage.
I mean, it was Sniper getting picked on the side, and we set that up. We were like, okay, Sniper, as long as he doesn't die in the side lane, as long as he respects the Gwen, everything's going to remain stable for 100 Thieves. He gets picked, and it doesn't matter, because River and Quid are able to find the play regardless.
Yeah, and I thought that Cloud9 would have been able to get more done through sides that game. Low-key, this game, very ineffective. Mid-gap was enormous in this one. Got completely outclassed by Quid on the river. Quid had some really big moments and perfect Zonias multiple times. The 9 kicks in from Blabber. Was always able to play around the Shroud from Thanatos and find him when that was down, really punish him. That top side fight over by the blue buff, he's the one that goes in with that Shroud on cooldown, swoops him back in, gets that kill, and again, Quid just showing up for 100 Thieves.
Speaking of, let's break down this week's Pagoda moment featuring Quid's Shuffle, because what a play this one was.
And this was all about timing. So they go in, finish Sven, and at this moment it looks like Blabber's going to go in for the perfect kick. He then just stopwatches it. Blabber's stuck there, and then instead of getting kicked, he's able to flash backwards and shuffle Blabber into his own death.
Yeah, I mean, it's just perfectly played there by Quid. The timing was on point. And not only is he actually avoiding the kick and avoiding that and getting the shuffle back in, he had 3 people with it. So he gets the damage out on all of them. Quid just monstrous in this one.
But now it's time to check in with that interview with Sniper.
Hello, I'm here with victorious top laner Sniper. After you're now undefeated on Riven in pro play, what made you think you could pick Riven in this specific draft?
Initially, well, I don't want to say too much, but I was playing this matchup quite a bit like in solo queue, and I always thought it was like Riven favored. So as soon as he first picked Gwen, I told my team, okay, we're gonna win 100%. But yeah, like my older brother Viper, he also told me this matchup was good, and I already know. So yeah.
I agree. One thing I would say, I was wondering actually though, is if you considered Gwen possibly flexing into the jungle and how that kind of affected your draft. I don't know how much you could say.
Yeah. So I thought we were gonna pick support on 4, and then we just picked Riven because it was like last second, and I was kind of panicking a bit. I didn't really know what I wanted, but I was like, yeah, like they're gonna flex Gwen, guys. Like they're just gonna go Renekton on 5, and then I'm like, it's fine, you know. I'll just like try not to int. So if they went Renekton, I think it still would have been the same result, but yeah.
One thing that I noticed from this game specifically is you did get a few early advantages, but then you actually almost ended up playing weak side Riven, right? Where you're getting kind of chased around the map, where your team is kind of gathering a bunch of objectives. What was that like? Because it's very, I would say, atypical of some Riven performances that we see.
I mean, I was playing weak side, but like I shouldn't be down as much as I was down, which was like 50 CS. We also called the Alistar roam that they could be bought, you know, when I died on that one timer, because Gwen got tower and he was up like 40 CS. So yeah, I would say I played weak side pretty bad this game, but luckily my team got my back and I wasn't completely out of the game, you know. I still had clarity of, how to win.
Yeah, one thing that I think has been the most impressive about your rise as an individual player, but then also the rise of 100 Thieves, right, compared to expectations, has definitely been how you all have grown as a team, and kind of especially some points in your map play in this mid game specifically. How much have you guys been working on that as a unit, and what has been the key to success in terms of your improvement?
Obviously my teammates, I feel like I've learned a lot throughout my career so far as well, thanks to both of my coaches, especially Spooks. He's like very, very hard on me, which I get tilted a lot of the time because of it. I feel like he's targeting me or whatever it is, but honestly, not just him. All my teammates just want me to improve, and not only myself, but we all want each other to improve. We're all like best friends outside of the game, so just having a really good relationship with each other and just trusting each other.
And coming off of your kind of disappointing end to last split, what was the key takeaway in kind of using that friendship you guys do have and using those bonds you do have to look at that and regroup for this season?
I mean, to be honest, I feel like even if we're like inting in game and we're not like playing good or anything, we're still like gonna be friends outside of the game, especially honestly everyone on the team, but especially River and like, yeah, mainly just River. I feel like we're gonna be friends for like the rest of my life, I'm not gonna lie, because we just have like a really good connection outside of the game. So obviously it sucks we lost, but like, you know, like, we're humans. Like, we all want to, like, just be friends with each other. So, yeah.
Well, I remember interviewing River one time, and he said, you bring a youthful energy that he really appreciates. We're going to bring that energy over here because we actually have this fabulous Shaco box right here.
Yo.
And you're going to actually end up turning that crank.
This one?
Yes. And getting a prize. I'm going to move out of the way.
Yeah, no, you're good.
This is all you. Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
Wait, is someone gonna pop out of this? Or just keep going? Okay. What the? Bro, why'd you have to do that?
Other way. Thank you, Cypher, so much for being such a great sport. Congratulations. Don't miss any LTA action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. Scan the QR code on screen, click the link in chat or the Uber Eats button on loesports.com to access the champion shop featuring exclusive deals and 50% off on Uber Eats. Lyon versus Disguised is next. Thanks, guys.
AT&T has a new guarantee because most things in life are not guaranteed. Like common courtesy. Really, Brenda?
I know you can see.
When they say,
I'm on my way.
no way. Pretty blue, though. Or a fun night at the movies. Yeah, that's not guaranteed.
Yo, hold on. Let me put you on speakerphone.
You know what AT&T guarantees? Connectivity you depend on, the deals you want, and the service you deserve. Or we'll make it right. That's the AT&T guarantee.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Running through every block, we cannot ever be stopped. Put that on everything. You gon' remember the name, remember the day. Look at the gameplay, made it mine as a name change. Ain't a game that I can't save, only win-win, that's a landscape. I cannot be stopped, I'm like a savage. Shooting for your spot, I gotta have it. Hey, glory in my veins, I'm like an addict. See me Hall of Fame, I'm not your average. I'm on your neck, hey, give me respect, hey, hey. I'm on
You
your
guys can
neck,
fight.
give me respect, hey.
Gwen not coming.
Nice. No flash. I'm gonna base no bot.
No, we don't.
Oh, okay, I'll go top. My bad.
Holy.
They go. Carry ribbon flash. I'm okay. Okay. Why isn't it, guys?
Why's dead?
Kill back. I'm fighting Liban.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm watching. I have Q. We're fighting Ribbon, guys. She's low.
Yeah.
I flash. Ribbon no flash. You have combo? No Q. No, 3 seconds. We can kill.
so strong, guys.
Okay,
so
I got
Go.
Go far. Nice, guys. Okay.
We can
vote, guys. I still vote.
Go no.
Play together. Alisa is here. I'm marking Alisa, okay?
I help it.
Lane's ulted.
It's good.
Yeah.
I got good ult.
Yeah.
Alisa.
Watch Gwen.
Yeah. This good angle.
Just hit front for now. Hit front. Don't dive to the...
Gwen.
Hit
No
front.
W, Gwen.
At least I'm done. I'm coming Gwen. Kill Gwen.
Look Gwen. Guys. Look Gwen.
I'm W.
At least no flash. I got him.
I'm W.
Look, Ezreal.
We can't follow.
I'm fine. Ezreal no flash.
Nice. We can end, no?
Just
I'm
looking at
Alisa dead. Nice flash, guys.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Kill Alisa. I got him.
Ali done. I'm looking Rise.
I'm
looking Rise too. Gwen dead.
Yeah, we got
Kill them all.
Just write the checks. I am the one and I'm coming making the weight, mounting the pressure enough on my plate, moving the muscle, I'm making my way, leaving my opponents in disarray. You didn't know what you're learning today.
What fuels me? I get to see all the people that I care about be happy and celebrate with me, and that means a lot to me. I think the first time I played LCS and my brother and my parents came out to watch and my girlfriend came, it was just really cool to see them in the crowd cheering for me. The day I first got signed to C9, I was making a Twitter post about my LP, and I was kind of just hoping for the best, and then in the middle of the day, randomly, I got a DM from Jack, and it was just like, hey, like, we're looking to sign you for Academy, and I remember me and my brother just like running out of my room into the living room and like screaming and just being really excited. So even now, when I play in the LTA, I'm still starstruck that this is my job and this is my life that I get to live, where people are supporting and cheering for us and we get to compete every day. What fuels you?
Love to hear from XU. Also, his family is in the crowd today. Welcome back. Before we get started, we want to shout out to some amazing LTA art player cards. So hats off to Sakuri and all the other artists that contributed to the project. Head to the link on your screen to check out your favorite player's card.
Yeah, and the beautiful thing about this website is when you click on the art, it showcases, of course, the artists for those individual points, and then you can go to the About page and see the artist names as well. Like, it's incredible. And so, like, I love how this split, it's about what fuels you, because not only did we get to hear that from XU and how his friends, family fuel him, but also just seeing the artists, which I believe are like the lifeblood of passion and fandom in our league and industry. It's a great example of it.
Yeah, love that stuff. Loved the presentations the fans sent us before the day as well.
That's
I've
true.
loved a lot of day one. We had 2 banger games right off the bat. Now we have DSG and Lyon Gaming, who didn't get much stage time in Split 1.
Yes.
They didn't perform. That was the way the format worked. Very condensed format. Now we're going to have way more games. But I feel like kind of throwing out Split 1 for these teams because they didn't show much positive, but they also didn't have an opportunity to show much positive.
It's crazy, because for Lyon, it's funny. You talk to those players at the beginning of Split 1, it's like, we had 3 days of practice with the team. So, like, they didn't really have much, and you can see that in their play. Like, their second series was significantly better than their first series in Split 1. For DSG, they had a lot of young players, so the more time and repetition they get, the better that it is.
3 days of practice. 74 days of practice. One of those numbers is way bigger.
It's a lot bigger.
We got to talk to Licorice a little bit as well between splits about what their scrim schedule is, because it is a little tricky when some teams are in season, some teams are off season, some teams are about to go to first stand. So they had to really make sure that they were structuring their practice properly so they could still find some improvement. On the other side, though, Castle is a player, Raz, that you've had a lot of opinions on throughout the years.
I was a doubter coming in when he was joining IMT. And I was hearing like interesting things. Like, other people within the industry was talking about how mechanically gifted he was. But then from the VODs I saw, wasn't the case. But when he started playing on IMT, he was a demon. Like a solo kill gremlin.
Yeah.
And it's interesting to see because in both teams we're not expecting much. On IMT we didn't expect much at all, but he was finding plays in lane and insane angles in team fights, and he was really giving them chances. Whereas in DSG, with the very limited time that we saw him, especially when they went up against 100 Thieves, he was finding solo kills on Sniper and stuff like that. So, like, he is somebody that you really have to be watching on this team.
And it's someone that you're really tempted to play around, I think, because he's able to win his lane so often. In the little bit that we saw of DSG, I actually felt like XU was tunneling a little bit too much on helping Castle when he was already winning, and the rest of the map was falling too far behind. It's a tricky balance because you want to gank lanes that are winning, and you don't necessarily want to take losing fights, but it's complimentary of Castle. It's just about managing to use his pressure properly so they can actually win the game.
I agree. You have to play a holistic game, and you don't want to, like, sack your bot lane while doing all of these things. I remember being able to watch, like, funny enough, IMT scrims for one day, and they were just talking about how, like, hey, Castle has a lead on Jace.
Yeah, what are we going to do?
What are we going to do with it? Like, that is always the question, and for DSG, it seems like the same point, whereas for Lyon, their support is now in the country. And that helps a lot.
Yeah.
He is no longer trapped in Mexico City. He is now able to, like, see the team, give feedback, and receive feedback. That's a lot for Lyon. They were also, both of these teams went to Korea and boot camped.
Yeah.
So they should be completely different than they were in Split 1.
You can see the teams getting ready to walk out on stage. The instant that is about to happen, we will send it to the casters. But let's talk briefly about Saint.
Saint is insane. Like, especially on Ahri as a pick. I think something that is really striking for this team was when they got him, people were very excited, and the stats tell that tale.
Absolutely. There was a lot of discussion about Saint or Loki. Loki ends up going to C9. Saint ends up coming over here. And again, we just haven't seen that much of him, but maybe this is going to be one of the stars of Split 2.
Exactly. In their losses, you just have to watch any of those games. Saint was doing well. And so really the question is going to be if the glue of this team in Audieland and Lions really can like get a proper setup fight for him to thrive. Because at the moment we're seeing him and Henna have good individual team fights or laning phases. Yeah. But we need to make that turn into a strong team fight and set up for an objective. But no one is questioning how good of a player Saint is. So I'm really excited to see it. And you know what?
It's time for them to walk out on stage. Kangas, let's hear it.
Riot Games Arena, get ready to make some noise for your final Day 1 competitors. Up first, the pride of the LTA, now with their entire roster in person. Give a roar for Lions! In the top lane, Licorice. In the jungle, Audieland. At mid lane, Saint. At AD carry, Henna. And at support, Lyon.
Thank you very much, Kangas. I am going to talk to you, Audie, really quickly. The rest of you can go back to your seats. Thank you. In coming into this split, you guys did not have a lot of time to practice previously, had a big Korean boot camp. What is the team atmosphere like, and what have you guys improved on going into this split?
I mean, we improved a lot since the last time we played here. We all are excited to play right now. Like, it's been a lot of time since we take a stage again. So now we are really starting to play, and we're just gonna do our best.
And then I wanted to give you the opportunity to kind of sell your team and yourself to the crowd, right? Because we saw so little of you. So why should we cheer for Lion?
I mean,
and you.
To everybody, to be honest, we all in the competition are doing our best to just show up. So I think not only us, every team is just doing their best. So just cheer for everyone you like, and that's it, no? Let's have fun.
You're so wholesome. Thank you so much. Good luck today.
And their opponents on the Rift, holding the LTA North promotion slot. Give a toast to Disguise! In the top lane, Castle. In the jungle, XU. At mid lane, Abadaga. At AD carry, Scary Jerry. And at support, Hoo-Hee.
Hello, Hoo-Hee. Thank you very much. The rest of you guys can sit down and chat with Hoo-Hee for a minute. Hello. Welcome to another split of LCS/LTA. I heard you celebrated a birthday recently, so happy birthday.
Thank you, thank you.
And then going into the split, Disguise is another team that we were not able to see a lot of. So how was your boot camp like, and what was your preparation going into the split?
I think our Korea boot camp was really helpful for us to know each other. We get to know each other. We got to hang out a lot in a different country, learn a lot about each other, and I think I'm just really excited to pull that off on stage and show what kind of improvement we made.
I was watching your content and seeing some of the words that Castle was teaching Scary Jerry. Did you get in there and kind of try to fix that up?
Yeah, I mean, you know, like everyone usually teaches like bad words, but like, you know, like I did my best to not do that. But yeah, I think we just have like 4 funny guys. Like they joke around a lot, so you guys should definitely check them out.
All right, all the best today. Thank you so much for catching up with me. Have a great game.
And that's your competitors for today. Disguise taking on Lion, 2 teams that we did not get to see a lot of last split.
I mean, they got 2 weeks in split 1. That is it. So, yeah, I mean, they touched on the analyst desk. Lion in particular had almost no practice leading into split 1. They had 3 days together as a team of practice. They had over 70 days leading into split 2. So both teams have had a lot of time off to really prep up, you know, in total.
23 times.
There you go.
Can I get some water?
What?
Water.
What?
Water.
Water? Water.
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 Saying water.
Hey, you hit. Yeah. Water.
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 I could take a sip right now.
That's some
actually.
synergy right there.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But yeah, they've had a tremendous amount of practice now since we last saw them. Some Henna fans from Korea showing up. Shout out to y'all.
Welcome.
For showing up here in LA to support Henna.
That's awesome.
Who has had, a pretty good pro career. This is a guy that I think a lot of people are overlooking and not really expecting as much as they should be. He is going to be, I think, individually extremely talented. I think that Lyon in general has a lot of really good individual players. People should be excited about Saint. Saint was actually considered to be one of the best prospects here. Exactly, Saint and Henna, more fans there in the crowd. Saint was considered to be one of the best prospects in the LCKCL for mid lane. And talking to Chronicler and the guys who cover him there, they actually were expecting him to get an LCK spot. He had actually a much better time in the LCKCL than Quid, than Loki, than some of these other guys who have been doing really well here. Quid in particular, if you look at his trajectory, this guy is the limit for Saint. So to me, the real question around Lyon is how can the team gel? How is their communication going to look? You have someone from Argentina, someone from Peru, someone from Canada, and 2 Koreans on a team. And, English isn't going to be as easy of that kind of like meeting point as it is for some other teams. So we'll see how well they've really been able to adapt. Because individually, I think there's a lot of talent on this team. The question is, how does it all come together?
Yeah, maybe water's a code word. Maybe that's like that means go in. Or something like that. Adapt.
I can see it.
Well, we'll talk about adapting here in the draft because we have our first bands locked in, and wouldn't you know, Gwen locked in blue 1.
Gonna be that first pick. We saw that last game as well. Did not work out for Thanatos, even though individually, had a solid game. Wasn't really able to find that big contribution in those team fights. Jax, an immediate answer here from Licorice. Considered to be a pretty good matchup that definitely can outscale. I do think the early game can be difficult still, but we'll have to see how he's going to be able to make it happen.
Plus, it's a melee top laner for the Sejuani, so you're able to help get those stacks up. Can be dangerous for the Gwen. We saw in that last game, C9 banned away the Jax so that they wouldn't have to play that matchup, but Castle will not get the same. You see the Katarina hovered right there. I think there's somebody in the audience that's going to appreciate that one, as instead it's going to be Varus locked in.
Yeah, Varus going to be locked in. Got the Los Ratones.
Los Ratones here.
Let's go.
Nice. And a good flag.
Okay.
Some guns right there. Nice.
We'll see if
How
it's
much
going to be...
you curl, man? How much you curl?
Watch out. Kangas is going to make you do his grip test.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't bring it with me today.
That has never happened before. It's the first for everything. We'll see if one of these teams can get their first big win on the stage. Of course, they did have individual game wins, but it was best of 3s in Split 1. So none of them got a series win. They didn't really get that kind of like celebration moment where you win on stage. So this would be a first for either team. And I was immediately wondering, is it going to be that double melee pairing with the Sejuani? We saw Silas come out from Saint the last split. He has played 6 Yone games in his career, so this will be the 7th. And this is just such a strong top side now for them. And when you're looking over at Skarner, who has received a lot of nerfs, Skarner still had quite a pretty high priority at first stand, and if you play it really well, you can make it work. But I do think this champion is kind of weak now, and I do think that it's going to be almost impossible for them to win 2v2s, really in mid or in top.
What I will say is scaling-wise, there's a lot of physical damage currently. You can just opt into armor here for the Skarner and become hard to kill.
Well, Jax has a lot of mixed damage, I will say. Jax does do a lot of magic damage, and we could see potentially Henna come out, with an AP bot laner, if they think that that is going to be a concern. So that is always an option on the table. But of course, there is quite good engage. You can also do things like, ranged AP support and things like that if they are really concerned about it. Going to be curious to see if that is the direction they do go. Instead, they are just kind of banning out some of these standard AD carries, and it is going to be Alistar and Azir joining that ban list. Abadaga has always kind of been known as more of that kind of control mage style.
Yeah, typically. But what I will say is, because a lot of this game in particular, and the first 3 weeks here, it's going to be getting to know Lyon and DSG and their styles, because we did not see a lot of them last split. Already, Lyon is indexing into this strong topside style, but now they lock in the Nico. You were talking about the potential of a support that has that AP range, and expecting that to go to Lions, that does fit the bill.
Yeah, it absolutely does. It's not exactly going to make the Starner worried about stacking MR or anything like that, but still does bring a little bit of that mixed threat. Can be good engage, can give you a little bit of that power as you are coming in here, and it's going to be Victor in the mid lane for Avidaga. Again, not really a big surprise. His 3 most played in his career are the Azir, the Orianna, the Ryze. It's that sort of style that this does fit into. Gives him some pretty powerful team fighting, some really good wave clear, and it's also important to have wave clear in the comp when you do want to be playing through side lanes as well. Rakan would fit the bill for what they need. They do need some hard engage. Starner can work, but more so as a follow-up engage usually, rather than that primary engage. So I do think it's a really well-rounded composition here, and we're just waiting to see what the final pick is. And it's going to be Kai'Sa, so it makes sense. You're just looking pretty much full dive here over on the Lion comp, which really does again make sense with some of the bans that they had here. Things like the Ivern, the Azir, the Alistar are really good as that counter engage or tough to actually lock down. Something like Victor is a lot easier to find. You have 2 low mobility carries over on the DSG side, so Avidaga and Scary Jerry are going to have to position really, really well. Because if you get caught by any CC, any sort of stun, everyone else is going to be there and you're going to die instantly. So it is going to be very, very tough, and that makes Hui's job and Xyu's job and Castle's job really to be that counter engage and to create space and to prevent that follow-up from coming through. So I think we're going to get to see exactly how well coordinated Lion is with a comp like this.
Exactly.
Because it is all about timing those engages, all going in together, playing as one.
I'm happy you bring that up because this is the test. Can Lion pull off a composition that, while yes, on paper is terrifying, if they find that engage, you have to follow up on each other's plays, which means you have to be on the same page going into those plays. Whereas DSG, if they play more defensive, if they play back and just absorb the engage, try and win the fights after the fact, could be success for them. And speaking of Huki as well, talking about roles and players, Huki, a veteran on this roster on the Rakan, can make action happen for them.
He's going to need to. We'll see if he's going to be able to do it. I do think DSG have got to surprise us if they want to climb up the rankings here. On paper, this team does not look like it has a true carry, right? And I think that is going to be the big question. That's going to be the big concern for DSG coming into this split. Can Avidaga, can Scary Jerry, really develop into someone that you can count on to carry games consistently? Because if you don't have that on the LTA stage, you're just not going to be a contender. That's the reality of it. You need your AD or your mid laner at the very least, ideally both, to be able to be someone who can get you across the finish line and you can count on to win you games. I definitely see that potential more on the Lion side, at least on paper, but we'll have to see how much have they developed.
A game to reset expectations for both of these teams as Huki gets chunked out. But I want to highlight the fact here, Scary Jerry has had a career in Collegiate and NACL playing at the Tier 2 level. His Varus win rate, very high. One of his best champions throughout his time in Tier 2. So when you're trying to set up, you're talking about you need a true carry on your team to win in League of Legends. Getting Scary Jerry in something he's comfortable on, very important step 1.
And it was the lone game win that they actually had in Split 1 as well, was on the Varus. So definitely agreed. It is really important, especially when you've been kind of struggling at this level. He did not have a good Split 1, to be frank, but that it is just a couple weeks that he played, right? So it doesn't mean that he can't actually get there. Avidaga as well, worth noting, is playing Grasp, so he's going to be playing Grasp and Q start. Gives you a very strong level 1 here on the Victor. Auto, Q auto, and you're just going to be stacking up that Grasp, making these trades really, really difficult to deal with for Saint. So Saint is just going to be playing this quite defensively. You can see he is playing Fleet. He's on D-Shield. I'm assuming it's also probably just going to be Resolve secondary for second win to really just kind of get through this early game, because it's all about on Yone, can you survive to be able to get your farm and get your resets in and scale up? And then you have threat, once you're level 6 and once you have some items, you can really start to take these trades with the Soul Unbound where you can kind of pressure these control mages. But if you are not in a good enough spot where you can actually threaten these really aggressive trades, then you kind of just get locked into your tower and beaten up.
Kind of like right now, he's heavily getting chunked. And Saint was one of the standout players from the Lions roster last split. So already off to a back foot here, but it is the range matchup for the Yone. Bot lane's working out for Lion, though, because they have gotten the shove, and it looks like they're about to get a second one.
Yeah, not a surprise there, is you do have Huhi playing this Rakan pretty weak in the early levels, and you've got a Nico over on the other side, so you've got that range advantage. You should have the push here. And Licorice kind of trades his health to try to get this wave in, but couldn't actually fully crash it. It's only 3 minions that won't actually result in a freeze. What will result in is a slow push. Maybe Licorice does lose a little bit, and he is worried about losing too many minions of experience. He wants to make sure he gets the TP back in to get the melee XP on those first 3 pushing out from blue side, so that's why he's going to commit his teleport. But Castle's going to have a much better buy if he can actually reset this wave with the help of XU.
And XU is on the top half here. If you noted, Licorice actually dropped the ward in lane to TP back to, so he's not going to have the deeper vision, although there is actually a ward, I think that was placed by Audio, I would assume.
Yeah, and I mean, this is where it gets a little bit scary, though, for Castle, right? Because he did have the advantageous early laning, but their 2v2 is not great, and there's already a longsword advantage over on Licorice's side. So, he has to be able to either, collect the wave here or try to get it fully reset, because it's pushing away from him, and his jungler's also going to get pushed out. So now with the wave pushing away from him, Castle's job gets actually really hard of how to navigate this, right? Because you're just going to be losing minions, and if you step up too far, you're going to be very nervous about a potential gank here. So Licorice can just kind of hold this wave and try to slowly build up his advantage.
And we also saw that XU had looked to contest. Saint fighting Abadage, doesn't quite have enough damage, but that was close. And now Adi actually going for a potential dive. Flash available for Castle. He's stunned up, flashes away. Arctic Assault has been used, but it's first blood regardless for Audiland.
That's really well done there. Audiland using his prio in jungle, being able to push out the Skarner from that side. And then even though Castle laned really well in the 1v1 early on, Licorice TP's back and has that additional buy, so Castle can't really crash once his jungler is pushed out. And then it's just a great path here from Audiland, wraps around behind the tower.
And a big knockup there. Teleport in from Abadaga. Welcome back to lane, Victor.
And that really sucks for Abadaga, because you TP right back, you lose half your health. And now Saint is going to teleport back with full health, so Hui's got to kind of come in and look for a little bit of bailout, help him reset. But again, this was spotted, so he knew he was in the area. I just think he was assuming, oh, he's going to try to come through Pixel, like, I'm going to be okay. So he wards Pixel, he says, all right, no problem, I'm fine. Did not expect him to come in from behind. The Counter-Strike lands, and then Audiland holds on to that Q, he holds on to the flash. So even though you use the flash defensively, you're not going to be able to create enough space there. Really great pathing on the Sejuani, really great use of that prio, and this was definitely one of my big concerns for DSG.
Nice.
Okay, so we got water,
Agreed.
We got nice.
Nice, that's all you need. That was nice, he's not wrong.
Hey.
Accurate statement.
I love simple, easy to understand sentiments. Audiland as
That's
well,
a pretty good
career record on Sejuani, very impressive. Actually looking for a play mid lane here, well buffered by Saint.
Yep, Saint going to be able to stay safe there, and Audiland now coming in, so this
Oh,
could
he
be
hits
danger.
all 6! He goes up because he knew he was close enough and has Sejuani in his back pocket. XU flashes trying to get to safety. Saint has to go back in. Abadaga doesn't have the damage to kill, and XU just barely lives.
And Abadaga, if he was 6 there, it would have been so much worse for them, but he's about a minion or 2 off of level 6. XU should not be around here, though. He is so low on health, and Lions is in the area. Abadaga now hits 6, so maybe he can actually use this to try to get prio and then come over.
Licorice and Castle, meanwhile, fighting bot side. Everyone's health bars are so low right now. It's Lyon currently on the grubs. Castle misses the snip, has the needlework. Licorice dodges the first, dodges the second, and does survive.
Yeah, just tagged by a bit of the third, had to flash the second there, but still great job by Castle. He has been winning in that isolated 1v1, got the advantage early, obviously then gets ganked and gets killed, but to be able to force out that flash, this is a counter matchup. Jax, can have some struggles in the early stages, but definitely outscales in the 1v1. It is really hard for Gwen. It's definitely preferential, at least in solo queue. But Castle doing a great job, and if you can get ahead of where that Jax is, doesn't really matter how the matchup is supposed to go. He still has that teleport, so he TP's down towards bot side, already has the Haunting guys, and is going to be able to crash that wave on bot side, and potentially even help them get some prio, around a dragon if they want to look towards that, or really, at the very least, just more camps.
But there's something I want to highlight. The fact that Licorice did not TP in, he walks down, will catch his wave. I wonder if he'll head back topside at some point here, because Dragon's up, and then you could have TP advantage to try and fight for that.
Well, he didn't have his teleport. It's just coming back up right now, so he didn't actually have the option. But it is definitely an advantage that they will have, right? He can go towards topside and answer there if he wants. When Varus shows topside, now it is a 5v4 potentially on this bot side, and they know it. will Lyon try to actually force? DSG just going to say, you know what? All right, we give it up. And they're going to have to try to take a slight advantage on top side. We'll see how quickly Scary Jerry can push this out and if he can get some plates.
Saints trying to stand Hoogie for a bit there, but that's one of those moments. Rookie AD carry from Scary Jerry. If he just stays off of Fog of War, there's a chance that Lyon don't go in for that because they think, oh, it's going to be a 5v5 they have set up. But like you said, once he shows immediate answer, is it a plate? I don't even know if he's going to get a plate here.
Yeah, he probably will if he's in range, but it does get a little bit dangerous. And yeah, it's true. You know, if he just bogged a little bit longer, maybe they could actually play to finish if they think Varus is moving down. But at the same time, you know, if you knew Varus was on the top side anyway, you would have to show through mid first, so may not have worked out. But then decides, you know what, actually I don't want to give up that plate, don't want to let it die to minions. So now up here with Hoogie, we'll see if they can look to go for another.
Oh, turret and Chain of Corruption as well. Ooh. Licorice dodges out on the Q. You'd imagine that's the empowered one as well, so yeah. Dodging a big chunk.
Yeah, that is actually really important. It's just a little bit slow there from Scary Jerry. I don't know if he used the ult early and his Q was just barely on cooldown or something like that. But obviously you do not want to be missing that in that situation. That is, you know, 300 plus damage probably that you would have done on Licorice, and it would have put him in a point where he can't actually reapproach the tower. And on the bot side, Lyon trying to keep this pressure going.
They're still poking though. Licorice does still need to be respectful up here. He just wants the XP for right now. It's going to be really hard to actually get the minions.
Yeah, no way he's going to go for minions in that spot. Audieland looking mid lane though. Saint does have his ulti.
Ooh, and they land it. Chain the CC beautifully, but Abbedagge is still alive. Snaps back and he lives.
Nicely done, Abbedagge able to survive in that spot. Resolve definitely helping out a little bit. We'll see if Saint wants to go for it. I do wonder if Audieland could have gotten a little bit more damage down before he just kind of backed out and tanked up that tower. Because when you look at the actual buy, you know, it's just Zerker Greaves and a dagger. It's not like there's that much damage behind what Saint is doing. So he tried to allow Saint to finish him off, but maybe
Saint just does it himself. Well done. It was the setup just to get the health bar. Saint with the solo kill.
Yeah, Abbedagge pretty greedy there, and Saint definitely punishes. I mean, Abbedagge had TP, right? But he wanted to greed out, finish off the wave, didn't think he could be punished. Ends up losing his flash. Of course, it is a trade of flashes, but gives over that kill. Great job surviving the initial play, but then just went a little bit too far. Tries to hold on, gets tagged, gets taken down. And now Saint has that advantage. And you know, equally, it is very hard in the early game for Saint. But if he gets ahead of the curve, all of a sudden, you're getting quickly towards that Blade of the Rune King. You start shrugging off all the poke. And then it just becomes this really nightmare scenario for the Control Mage where you can never threaten it all in. He's always sustaining back up. And every time the E is up, you're going to lose a bunch of health. And that gets really tough to deal with. So it is a very snowbally matchup, really, in either way.
And he's going to be healing up any poke damage that you land on him at that point because of the lifesteal of the Blade of the Rune King. So that is the big spike here for the Yone. As yet again, just pushing Abbedagge back. No Gravity Well anymore as the Grubs are on the map. It looks like Lyon are jockeying for it.
Yeah, they definitely would like to fight for it. They know they have that stronger mid laner right now. He's getting pushed on top side. But Castle still just winning out in that isolated 1v1, even after the gank, has maintained a pretty big CS advantage here. You know, up over 20 CS. Licorice kind of struggling to farm. And when he went up towards that top side,
Glacial Prison. Xu's trying to keep his support safe. Lions doesn't have the damage. Now Xu with Scary Jerry behind him are shredding through Henna and Audieland. But here comes Castle flashing forward for the kill. One over to DSG.
Yeah, Castle with the TP does get a kill. Does cost him both. We'll see what Licorice can get on bot side because now he gets some time by himself to try to collect plates. Gets at least one, if not two plates there. Only saw him get the one, but I wasn't sure if one was already down. Nice side step.
Missing Scary Jerry. Doesn't have the flash. He still has a cleanse. He's got everything. He should be fine here. Saint jumping over the wall, maybe predicting the flash?
I think he was trying to predict a flash there. You know, saying that Scary Jerry would flash from that position. Ends up not finding him. Could have probably just taken the forced flash instead of trying to go for kind of the bigger, flashier play in that spot. We can watch this one more time. This is a look here over on a Hoogie who's sitting at about 60% health. Audieland does hit the initial interrupt there. And then great ulti from Xu to really stop the follow-up because Henna was the one who kind of needed to be able to get in and finish him off. But when he catches that double ulti there, Castle comes in with the TP, flashing forward. Lucky that Henna gets out as well. It's just great deal. And you can see Toast happy about that one. He's like, okay.
All right, we got one. Let's go. You know, we're all about the short and sweet mic checks.
I didn't even hear anything.
Yeah,
so.
I'm not sure. Either way. Also, a quick note there, Henna did cleanse a little late there, so then also had the flash. So now down both summoner spells. This next dragon, it could snowball. Like, DSG could also get the next objective because of how hard it's going to be for Lyon to fight now.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to keep themselves in a good spot. Again, they're up here on that top side. Saint looking to try to defend, but Fui's been doing a good job of just kind of putting on this extra pressure here up on the top side, using the demolish. He's gotten at least 2 demolish procs up on that top lane tower to help them chip it down, get those additional plates, and now X2 up here as well. So they're just going to be giving the dragon on the other side, trying to trade for gold. And he will get the big Krug, but he didn't get really many of those little ones. So Saint just continuing to fight here.
Yeah,
And now Lions is coming.
Yeah, Lion's behind. They see the Sejuani, but do they read? There's also a teleport coming in, so we are just fighting. XU whiffs on the Impale, but they still have the damage. Abadangi's taking turret, though. Does still live through it. Teleport completes. Licorice is in the fight, but so is Scary Jerry. Abadangi is repositioned into the minion wave and will survive. Licorice almost dies. DSG get away with it.
Yeah, really well done there from DSG. They put the pressure on the same bot side.
Bodyland 1v1ing Castle. Interesting to see, as now top side as well. Licorice goes back in, and he gets punished. XU with the kill credit dies to the turret, 1 for 1.
Yeah, we're going to be able to get that one bomb, but they're going to lose the tower very likely, as well as Scary Jerry gets another, and Castle gets a plate on bot side. DSG getting a pretty big advantage up here as Lyon is getting a little bit fast and loose with it. I mean, they're kind of just taking these random fights without really the setup there. And it does really lead you to wonder how the comms are in some of these plays, because they go up there, they're trying to really force in this situation, but they don't have the damage kind of synced at all.
Hey! All right, Saints. Still flash on Scary Jerry, and now he will be forced to burn it. He held that for so long.
Yeah, it is going to get that flash out, so still good from Saint. We can watch... Oh, never mind. Thought we were going to be watching the top side play there. But, you know, they were able to get this TP in from Licorice. It looked like, hey, maybe they're going to be able to punish. But it was a really good job by XU and Scary Jerry chaining their CC. You slam him against the wall, then you hit him with the Chains of Corruption. So Licorice lost basically all his health, and the Counter-Strike expired while he was CC'd, and was never really able to do anything after that. And the lack of farm on Licorice is really concerning here. Only 90 CS, 15 minutes in on this Jax that is a champion that needs a lot of gold. Like, you do not have a tremendous amount of utility. You need to be in a strong point, and he just is not right now.
And also, they haven't quite pulled off the team composition goal. I mean, we highlighted it. This is a dive comp, and that fight topside, if Licorice finds the perfect flank, maybe they can pull it off. So they're looking for things, but they haven't pulled it off yet.
No, I mean, we haven't really seen Henna be able to actually get grouped up with these melees and dive in on the backline on one of these targets a single time so far. So we'll see if they can find an opportunity for that later on. But DSG opening up a 2,000 gold lead. It is Lyon with the 2 early dragons. They're going to be feeling really good about that.
And also, I see here that with that turret taken, now there's also the Feats of Warfare, or rather Feats of Strength buff for DSG. Herald's going to be up in 15 seconds, so that's where we expect to see action here. We have a reset coming in from Saint, so let's see who he gets picked off.
I mean, honestly, if no one from DSG is going to answer Licorice, I don't think you should fight. I think you should just allow him to try to get pressure on that tower.
Now, instant cleanse from Scary Jerry, but it's not enough! Lions with the kill credit from that rocket belt, but either way, a pick for Lyon. His teleport comes in from Castle, so DSG might be forced to keep fighting, but Lyon back off.
Well, they're going to lose the tower on bot side as well, so they TP in here when there's not really a play to be made. I mean, Scary Jerry shows on the midway without side brush control, gets punished for it. That is one of those mistakes you just can't make at this level, because it's not just the kill, it's the summoner, it's the fact that they can't actually do the Herald. They lose the tier 1 bot, and they're going to lose damage on the tier 2 as well. So Lyon gets so much out of this pick, and just like that, it went from a 2,000 gold lead to only 500, with so much of that, you know, really going into the pockets of Licorice. Multiple waves, plus that tower gold is going to put him in such a better spot than he was.
Yeah, Herald started up, don't expect to contest. So we actually have Raz on standby with this guy's Toast to hear about his thoughts on the game so far.
Toast, toast, toast. This has been a back and forth game. Please tell me your thoughts as you're co-streaming here.
I'm just really nervous. Every single fight, I'm like pulling my hair out.
Cause like Scary Jerry got like 2 kills up topside. He was bringing it back, but it's been back and forth. You've been watching this team for 2 splits now. Is this every day for you?
It's every day. Like, they would scrim, and I would treat the scrims like real live games as well, and I would like be really happy when they win, and then I realized it doesn't really count.
I appreciate that, brother. You go ahead with your co-stream. I'm going to send this one straight back to the casters.
That's the first thing you learn as a League of Legends fan.
Yeah.
Scrimbucks, it's all fake.
They don't matter.
It's all
None
fake.
of them matter. Welcome to the league.
But luckily for Toast, he still has a lot of hair left to pull out. So.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
That makes one person on the broadcast.
Exactly.
Out of all the ones whose voices you can hear right now.
Well,
if you're listening to
Raz
this.
has some too.
True.
Let's be fair.
True. Also, Toast, how's that welcome mat that we gave you last split? Oh, he's distracted doing something else right now. Okay.
It's like he's streaming or something.
I know, right? Imagine. His team's playing.
Focus up.
Speaking of, we have Dragon spotting here in 20 seconds, so let's focus up on who is advantaged for that. We are seeing summoner spells available on everybody from Lyon, but Scary Jerry yet to have his come back up and almost gets engaged right there. Is fine.
Yeah, not going to be able to find a go button just yet. And Licorice again pushing down towards bot side. Castle has no TP, so it has to be Abadaga who answers. And Lyon are going to summon the Heralds here, try to crack that tier 1. If it gets a charge, it is a dead tower, and it should be able to get that charge. Saint's just going to kind of push Puhi back. Castle will get found.
Licorice finding Castle, and there's Hannah over the top! They found the play! This is the power of the Kaisa, and they might find even more. Audioland goes in onto XU, but now disengages with the rest of the team. It's just the one pick. That could be Dragon.
Yeah, and this is exactly what they wanted from Hannah. Back-to-back plays, they're able to get him involved.
He's still in there, and he finds Licorice, but now Lions! The Paw Blossom onto 4, and the rest of the team will clean it up. 2 more to Lyon.
Oh my God, Lions on stage for his first game here in the LTA. He had to play remote last split.
Yep.
He's here, he's looking good. That Pop Blossom just tore disguised apart.
Lions, welcome to North America and welcome to the LTA. We have missed you 3-1-1 on the Nico support with an insane find right there because DSG he almost found a big play onto Licorice, but then it gets turned around.
Yeah, I mean, it's the counter engage. The problem is there wasn't really a lot of follow-up. Scary Jerry and Abadaga weren't immediately in range. Then Lions uses everything there. W, Flash, Protobelt gets in range. Audioland comes in. Saint goes over the top with his ulti as well. They wipe the fight, they take the dragon, they get a tower, and they are just massively ahead now. It was a 2K DSG lead not long ago at all. Now it's about a 3K lead for Lyon, a 5K swing nearly in just a couple of minutes, and oh my God.
And we see the difference that more time together has. Days together as a team. This isn't days practicing together as a team, mind you. This is days together as a team where they actually had the roster built. And neither of these teams had that much time to even know who they were playing with before they had to play on stage.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a huge difference, building that synergy, and especially, for Lyon on their side. Lions wasn't even here in person, and I know they only had a couple of days practice, before that split 1. DSG did have their Korean boot camps. They had a little bit more time, but obviously still looking to build upon that. And looking for that consistent carry that they're really going to need to find if they want to start getting some wins here in the LTA.
And look, I'm just really happy that we did the Toast check-in before that play happened, because I imagine he's lost a few more hairs since then. Lyon, 3 dragons with a 3,000 gold lead, now 2.5, but still the point stands. They got the lead, and right now the game's in their control.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and Saint is just kind of running away with it. Does have the shield bow, has the Blade of the Rune King, so it's very difficult to burst him down. It's very difficult to kind of chip him down, and he's going to become such a threat in the side lane. This is turning into a game where they just don't really have people who can kind of answer effectively in both side lanes. If Jax gets ahead and Saint gets ahead as well, then you're just going to be constantly pushing in these side lanes. And Abadaga especially is always going to be vulnerable to getting collapsed on and engaged on this Victor, especially when he's playing from behind. Like, yeah, he has some merc tread to help deal with CC, but he is not tanky at all against what Saint is going to be doing.
And Castle's also just pushed in the bottom side right now, so Lyon, they have a gold lead. They also have a lane priority in every lane. I mean, top as well. Mid's actually getting pushed out because they're on the Otacon. It's just now spotted, but...
Look where XU is, though. He's on Raptors.
Yeah.
It's way too little, way too late, so it's just going to be given over for free. I actually think that giving over Runas is way worse.
We got a Runas Otacon. Let's go.
Yeah, you actually get it a lot now. Ever since they made the most recent changes, it feels actually way more common than the GA variant. But the amount of XP you're getting from it, it's actually so big. The amount of gold that is worth, it's amping up all the dragons that they got. It's amping up, the passive stats you're getting from all the roses, and you pick up a tremendous amount. I mean, it's 8 roses here for DSG. I'm just waiting until the observer clicks on someone from Lyon, and we can see how many they have. But it gives you a
Who do you want them to
ton.
click on? Which one?
Anyone.
Okay.
Because it shows the roses for the whole team, right?
True.
It's shared.
And I guess we don't have anybody
But
stacking
just
any abilities either.
Look at the XP advantages, right? Abadag just hit 13. Saint closing in on 15. Audioland, halfway through 13. Halfway through, 12 for XE.
Yeah.
It's all going to be like that full level advantage. You can
And
see the
here we have
XP
it.
differential right there. It's just massive, and it really
Ooh.
accelerates the lead.
I'm not a jungle main, but typically I don't see the jungler with more XP than both opponents' solo laners.
Yeah.
That is a mark of how strong that Otacon is, and also how far ahead Audioland is as Saint finds Huki, but Steel Unbound just gets back.
Yeah, I mean, he's farming very heavily this game and has been involved in most of their major plays, so Audioland definitely having a really good game. And yeah, it is atypical to see them ahead in XP, especially when it's something like a Sejuani, and you see 49 roses there that have been grabbed up. You get so many of those just from picking them all up after you killed the Otacon.
Yep.
And they're now as well on Soul Point in 45 seconds. So DSG basically have to be able to win a fight in 40 seconds, or it's pretty much lights out. But when you're looking at item completions, it's still not 2 items for Castle. It's still not 2 items for XU. It's still not 2 items for really anyone except Scary Jerry, who has that kind of cheaper build. And it is going to be tough. We'll see if if Licorice or anyone kind of completes a major item to try to swing the fight in their favor.
Now I can see it going one of two ways. If you're on the side of DSG, you're rooting for them to stop the Dragon Soul. It's going to come down to hope that they don't pull off the engage well enough, or that you find a pick. It's not going to be Licorice. He jumps away. If you're cheering for Lyon, you're just happy with what they're doing right now. They say we don't have to go straight to the Dragon on spawn. We can use the mid-prio to get a free turret before. And now DSG are a little split here.
Yeah, DSG, I think, struggling a little bit with the macro here. Giving up mid-prio generally is really tough now around Dragons, because now Castle can't even really respond to this. He has to answer the wave mid. Saint is just kind of chunking him down because Castle has no sustain.
And then Soul bounce back to the team. It's going to come down to a 50-50. XU has to find a way into the pit, dodges. The Glacial Prison flashes in, doesn't get it. That's Dragon Soul to Lyon, and that's XU falling as well. Henna repositions, Castle falls. All of DSG are falling apart as Lyon will find 4, make it the ace with the Dragon Soul.
Nearly the clean ace. Licorice dies, burns down after he gets the kill, but they do get the ace. They get the Dragon Soul. They're pushing mid.
That could be it.
And even if it's not, it's definitely going to be enough damage to take this game later.
20 seconds on Huhi, 20 seconds on XU. I imagine they do. All members still up, save for Licorice. 4 members strong pushing. Adi actually is channeling, so yes, that signals it will just be the inhibitor. Reset, go for the Baron. Look to end the game then.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a risky move to try to end from this spot, especially with Licorice going down. We can watch this one more time. XU just goes for the flip, but the setup for the fight is just so bad from DSG. They're not really located together. Like, Abadag is having a 1v1 over here. Castle's at half health. XU flashes in. Scary Jerry's trying to get some damage down onto Audi, but as Castle goes over the wall, he's already half health, so he's just insta-dead. Who he tries to follow up there, he dies. Licorice gets the kill on the side. Yes, he ends up burning down to just, I think, the dots from the Blackfire Torch. But definitely tough.
Oh, no!
That's one of those smiles where it's like you laugh or you cry, that's tough. But Lyon crushing this fight. Definitely not close in the team fights. And now for DSG, it's 5.5k gold deficit plus the soul, which is another 4k in stats or so. And you can see Saint here finishing second in LCK Challengers. But more importantly, individually, he was such a beast. And if he can develop into a player the level of Quid or Quad, this team becomes a competitor. Just like overnight, you have a monster carry.
Incredible mid laner to be compared to as Castle. Speaking of Saint, he's adding more to his highlight reel right now.
I see you. Level 16, smurfing on him. 3 level advantage now over Castle. Saint running away with this one. Monstrous gold lead. 2.2k there for the Oni in the mid lane. He's closing in on IE. They're already here over on the Baron. DSG, do they even attempt? Doesn't look like it. They're just going to try to push in mid, but Licorice is there. There's supers to contend with. They can't even get chip damage on the tower and trade, so they really can't do anything.
Yeah, it's all done but the crying here, it seems, for DSG. As Lyon, does he find the root? He does! Oh, Scary Jerry! Expertly played. Henna with the Void Seeker will get through the Banshees, and then everything else falls up. Or not Banshees, Edge Knight still.
ridiculous.
Yeah, beautifully done there. They find another pick on Scary Jerry there in mid lane. Saint takes the tier 2 top. They're pushing on all sides now. They are looking to close in here and close out this game.
DSG will have to fight at the Nexus turrets. Super's pushing mid, and Baron empowered minions at that, but okay, Lyon are gonna back off. They want to play for fantasy points, everybody. Let's go. Give it up to Lyon. If you drafted their plays, you are happy right now.
I mean, they're definitely playing it very, very defensive. They're trying to make sure, you know what, let's guarantee it, take no risks whatsoever. And I can respect that. You know, it's the best of one, but I'm kind of saying like first series win in quotes, and even though it's the best of one, because obviously they won a game, but it was in a best of 3, which they lost.
At the end of the day, that doesn't add a 1 to your
Exactly.
record.
This will be the first time they actually get the dub on the stage, take a bow, do a winner's interview, and all that stuff, feel good about it at the end of the day. So they are trying to make absolutely sure here.
Yeah.
But 10K gold lead, Soul, 2 inhibs down. It's hard to imagine they don't close this one out.
But what a historic moment that's going to be for Lyon. They are the LLA team that joined us here in the North with the restructuring. A whole new league, a whole new format. And now in the North Conference, they are about to pick up their first win, which will feel fantastic for longtime fans of the org, of these players like Adiland, like Lions, South American players that will be cheering on these guys as they continue to compete here. It's 1 win in the books if they can close out here, but still that starts the momentum and that rewrites some of the history from Split 1. They had 3 days to practice before Split 1 started, and this looks like a much different Lyon.
Yep, it is looking a lot better, a lot more cohesive, absolutely, in some of these plays, especially towards the mid-game, the later stages of that game. Saint just going to be pushing in mid. They're going to this kind of 1-4 setup where they're just bouncing back and forth between the waves. Cass going to try to make something happen.
Soul Unbound now has to Fate Seal defensively. Who he cannot follow him up. And there's no lockdown, but now Lions pounce onto Huhi, finding the support, taking him down. It's a 35-second death timer as the rest of the roster is still up here for Lyon. Can they push in and close out the game? That's going to be 3 inhibitors down. And now they're teleporting back in their top laner with Supers pushing topside as well. This is the final touches for Lyon.
Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be a Nexus defense here, but can't see it happening.
Blossom yet again. Everyone's flashing away. Everyone's going into stasis. Abadage still alive, still doing a lot of damage. He took down 1. Can DSG make a miracle happen? Henna over the top. Henna taking them all down. Henna tearing through DSG. Triple kill. Lions roar and get their first win in LTA.
What a finish there from Lyon. Flashy stuff from Henna. Taking down Scary Jerry in the fountain at the end of it. Saint and Henna really looking good, but I got to give a lot of credit over to the whole squad. They looked way more coordinated. Lions finding some great engages, you know, with his first game on stage. Adiland, really strong early game. Some great pathing to try to put Licorice in a good spot here after, you know, they got that early advantage. He coordinated well with that top side, and they were able to execute on these fights.
Yeah.
And Lions starting off well.
Did we see growing pains? Sure, but the team came together, and I cannot wait to join Raz on stage for an interview.
Adiland. What an insane start to the split for you guys. How does it feel being able to start the split with a big win?
Well, it's a big difference between the last split, right? You know? So we are really happy, and I feel like this week should be the easiest one. I don't want to like be rude, but I think next week is gonna be harder, but I think this is really like improving, you know?
And the biggest, I would say, change is Lions now being on site. How big of a change is that for you, and how is it meant for you guys as a team now that he's on site with you guys?
It's a big difference, to be honest. Like being Pepe here, like makes the shot calling easier, and it's just a big difference. Like we've been practicing in Korea also, so everything is different from the last split. So it's just better.
Talk about that Korean trip for you guys, because at the beginning of last split, you guys only started with 3 days of practice as a team. One day. So now it's massively different. Just talk about what you guys feel like has been the biggest change for you, because it looked like it was a lot more coherent as a team.
Yeah, obviously now we are like a more decisive team. So, and also like we have laners that are so good, like Saint is really good mid laner, Henna, Boran is so good, and so I think we have like tools to be proactive in the game. So it's just like me and Pepe just gonna like go over like the place, and we just gonna play our style. Like it's gonna be like aggressive. So.
I like that. Anything, a message for the fans out there, an expectation, because a lot of people had you guys expected low. You can hear them right now. They're cheering for you guys.
Well, I'm very grateful that you guys cheer for us, and we're gonna do the same tomorrow. So keep cheering to us, and thank you.
And thank you. Congratulations one more time. Gonna send this one straight back to the lounge. Take it easy, guys. Nice. Well done, man. And clean haircut, too.
Thank you, Raz. Nice to see Audie.
I know.
I've
watched him play for so long.
Yeah.
It's kind of insane. I'm really happy for them though. Like they did look more well coordinated as a team. I feel like they kind of had to with so little time together, right, from split one. But good start.
Yeah, Lions and Saint standouts for me in that game. I would also just say that this day, as much as you can not like the fact that we don't get to see true Fearless, seeing all the teams after being off for such a long time is refreshing to me, right? Like I have a first impression of kind of how everybody looked. I'd say first impression from that game, Castle didn't end up looking good. DSG does seem to be in a little bit of a struggle bus, but again, it's only one game and we'll get to see them again tomorrow to see if they can bounce back.
Yeah, and it changes the dynamic with best of ones as well, right? Because previously you had Fearless best of threes and you didn't have to prep for as many different teams. So I am curious to see, A, how people adjust from single game to single game, but then also what their preparation going into the entire week looks like and where that was focused as we're seeing what I believe are live shots of
the festivities outside,
the party outside that we're missing right now.
Yeah, based on the time of day and the position of the sun, I'd say you're exactly right. All the fans are outside at the moment. A lot of fun that we're going to be going to check out right after this. I believe we have the players of the game for today as well, ready to be pulled up on the screen. So let's pull that up right now. We have Inspired, Contracts, Quid, and Saint.
And I think the two takeaways for me, Contracts, Nefiri, we knew that this was something that he actually was taking kind of a look at when Nefiri was first released. And now that she is incredibly strong, it was very cool to see him bring that out. But then also, the big thing to me is 100 Thieves picking up, maybe not exactly where they left off, because that was losing to Team Liquid, but again, defying expectations. Every single one of us, except for I believe Kangas, picked C9 to win today. And they just look better on the map. Even when something happens, the rest of the team is able to capitalize on it. And again, they look more well coordinated. I'll be really curious to see if they can continue to punch up.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Emily, everything you said there was great.
Yeah,
but I'm very distracted by trying to judge what's in each booth.
I'm really hungry, honestly.
Yeah, there's a lot of food there, which seems nice. 100 Thieves booth didn't have food. So they won today, they lost in the booth game. Anyway, let's check out the standings from the first day of LTA Split 2. 4 teams undefeated, 4 teams winless, and I think we're gonna see a lot of movement here because before the split, I classified teams into top 4, bottom 4. The top 4 played each other and the bottom 4 played each other. So we're gonna see, I think, more of a change as we get to see more diverse opponents. 100 Thieves playing up against Team Liquid tomorrow is gonna be very interesting. Let's pull up the schedule. C9, Shopify, TL100, FlyQuest, DSG, and Dignitas Lyon. So another nice slate of games. I'm really looking at that Lyon Dig game at the end to see if Lyon could actually pull off a 2-0 in their first week.
I'm looking at C9 Shopify actually, because both of them are gonna, like, Shopify coming off kind of a shaky-ish win. Their mid-game had a few mistakes in it, and then C9 coming off of the loss to 100 Thieves. I want a cat really badly, actually.
I mean, I believe they're adoptable, so you can fix that problem.
I cannot get one because of my dog will try to kill it.
Well, fair enough. Sorry, Colin. That's it for us. We'll be back tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific for C9 versus Shopify Rebellion. Now we're going to send it over to Core JJ's stream. Take a look. We'll see you tomorrow.
LTA Split 2 kicks off today as our 8 teams return to see what fuels them and who burns brightest. Our first matchup has 2 of our best squads facing off yet again, so let's get right to it.
You have Gwen? Yeah, I give you Gwen. Oh, unlucky. Oh, nice.
Got him.
Wow, nice.
It's fine, we will kill her, I think. My info. I keep going. I'm not stopping.
I'm going. Nice. I'm looking for forward.
Look reverse.
I can keep out. I have a good angle.
Fight. Gwen no W.
Nice job. Let's go. Look at Furia, guys. Look at Furia. DCC. No faster, 1 HP. Just in front. Nice.
Look here. Okay. Looking.
Okay, look, Vi slowly. This should be good.
Yeah, I'm just cutting back.
I'm looking Rumble.
Looking Rumble.
They're gonna go right. Stand Rumble again.
Rumble.
Coming.
We'll kill all. Look at Vi, help Vi.
Help Ezreal.
Yeah,
Talia.
You will carry.
Killing.
Thank you guys.
CP behind.
I made it spicy for the viewers, I guess.
Kill me, bro. I don't think the viewers like 1 hour game. You think?
I'm okay.
Okay. Vi's hitting us. Vi's dead. Kill Vi. Vi's dead for free.
I'm fighting Liban.
Okay, I'm watching. I have Q. We're fighting Riven, guys. She's low. Yeah.
At least I'm done. I'm pulling the grip. Kill Gwen. Look Gwen.
Look Gwen, guys. Look Gwen.
I'm W.
At least no flash. I got him.
Gwen dead.
Yeah, we want
Kill them all. Kill them. Bro, where you guys going? Bye.
Look,
Look, they're going.
Look at me. I come forward.
Nice. Bottom side.
Nice guy. First.
Stand on the flash. Gwen die. Go. Nice.
Nice guys.
Yeah, so easy.
We can win, no?
Yeah. You look great.
Running through every block, we cannot ever be stopped. Put that on everything. You gon' remember the name, remember the day. Look at the gameplay, made it mine as a name change. Ain't a game that I can't save, only win-win, that's a landscape. I cannot be stopped, I'm like a savage. Shooting for your spot, I gotta have it. Hey, glory in my veins, I'm like an addict. See me Hall of Fame, I'm not your average. I'm on your neck, hey. Give me respect, hey, I'm on your neck, give me respect, hey, I'm on your neck, hey, give me respect, hey, I'm on your neck, give me respect, hey.
bow down and show us